Yo, good. Wait, it's not morning anymore. Okay, good Saturday midday. It's officially 12 p.m. 12 p.m. right on the dot. All right, I was supposed to stream earlier this morning, but it's okay. Right? It's okay. I had to get all my dots in a row, all my Q's and A's, and I just fucking realized. Literally. Hey, what's up, everybody? I just realized I didn't put this in the chat. I didn't put the link to the stream VODs in the chat like I do at the beginning of every single stream. Yo, Fanta Fruit Boy, thank you for $5. The only civil wars happening online I see are Groypers versus Groypers, Lefty Troll AstroTurfs, and Tim Pool's beanie versus his head. True TikTok slop. Yeah, it's true. The streets have been very sterile. There hasn't been quite as much internet drama going on as I would like. But you know, hey, it's cool. It's straight. It's fine. Because things are getting better. The drama is getting better. Let's see. There we go. All right. So this is where the stream VODs will go, including this one. Now, it has been a while. It's been a while since we've been talking about Nick Fuentes. When's the last time I did a stream about something Nick Fuentes related? 2 months ago. It's been over 2 months since we last talked about Nick. It's been over a year. Well, has it been over a year? I don't think so. Hold on. Let me check. Let me check real quick. How old is my original Nick Fuentes documentary? It is not even a month. Okay, so 10 months. It feels way longer. It feels forever ago. It legit feels like I made this video like a decade ago. But hey, whatever. It's only been 10 months. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and thank you. We're going to give a thank you to Jaden. Jaden is going to be feeding us today. Right? I'm going to be using pretty much all of his content or clips from his content on this stream today. Right? If people who want to enjoy all of Jaden's content, you can find all of it on his ACR.ARCHIVE for just $5. Jaden's Gumroad. I'm part of his Gumroad. It was very, very useful when I was making my Nick Fuentes documentary. A lot of the shit, a lot of clips, a lot of info I got on Nick came from looking at shit in his archive on Gumroad. Anyway, today's stream is, before we get to it, because the stream is going to be about us. It's going to be Jaden versus Vrillium. That's William Sexton. Vrillium, he's a Groyper, or at the very least, he's a Nick Fuentes acolyte, celebrator, fanboy, whatever the fuck you. He said that he has, I don't know, there was this one time when he met Nick and he admitted that he had like a crush. Well, not a crush. Well, maybe it was a crush. He admitted that, you know, he was fanboying out a little bit. So he's one of those guys. He's one of those guys who fucking licks Nick's taint or whatever. For some reason, all these dudes worship Nick. And this is why, you know, let's just get to his channel real quick. Because he's on YouTube, right? Almost 50K subs. And he gets decent views. Sometimes they blow up. He had a video just earlier this week that broke over 200K. You know, it's not looking bad over here. And, you know, Nick, I'll say this about Nick. Nick has some good acolytes. Even though he isn't on YouTube, he's got plenty of people on YouTube, like Vrillium here, and who's another guy? Let's see. I think it was Tom Foe. Tom Foe is another guy. He's another Nick Fuentes acolyte who, you know, he celebrates Nick's and he spreads his message and shit like that. Spreads his propaganda for him. This one video right here, Nick Fuentes derangement syndrome, which I don't know, maybe do I have it? Do we have Nick Fuentes derangement syndrome, guys? I wonder. I was thinking about reacting to this video, maybe another day, right? So Nick has people like this. And the thing about Vrillium is that, you know, he had a very interesting life before he decided to get on that Groyper trad LARP train, right? He was pretty much in the other direction. I talked about this before. I think it was in a Blurred stream, where Vrillium is a very good example of what I was saying about Blurred, the Blurred with no fear, but he's in the opposite direction in that they both are people who are, they think they have these strong beliefs and convictions. In truth, they just go from, you know, direction from direction, depending on whatever charismatic individual in their life guides them there, right? Their belief system, is it really, it's not real. It's completely based off of circumstances outside of their control. They don't actually have real core beliefs and tenets, even though they think they do. Now, some people would say this is development, right? Like, oh, this was just a phase. The fishnets and the, what the fuck is that? Cough syrup or whatever, you know, the makeup, the halter top. This was all just a phase. And the real Vrillium, the real William Sexton is the one right now on YouTube making running this YouTube channel and being a Nick Fuentes fanboy. This is the real Vrillium. I don't know if a real Vrillium exists. Maybe we'll see it one day, but it ain't this. I don't know if it was this either, but I'm just saying, you know, I didn't go through this phase when I was younger. A lot of people didn't, but who knows? Anyway, Jaden has been on this guy, by the way. Well, hold on, pause. Jaden wasn't on this guy. Jaden was one of the first guys to like dig up shit about Vrillium and say there's something off about this guy, right? I see people talking about him. He's like a, which is strange. It's strange that there are so many people in Nick Fuentes' orbit who this ends up being the case, some sort of LGBT adjacent lifestyle before they started LARPing, or even after they started doing their little right-wing trad grift or whatever, America First grift. They're still doing gay shit. Like, if we're to believe that Elijah Schaffer is still doing gay shit to this day, right? I wouldn't be too pressed to believe something like that. I could totally believe that Elijah Schaffer is sucking some shit on the side. Anyway, Vrillium also, he was the guy in this video right here. Hold on. Let me throw it up for you guys. Gonna use this one. This video is better. This window is better for watching Twitter videos. Okay, so this is woman propaganda. A lot of you guys are probably already familiar with this clip. This is the time when woman propaganda, he went to some sort of conservative meetup and you had these Jewish guys there and they thought that woman propaganda was with the dude who was doing some Nazi or fascist shit. So some short penguin looking Jewish guy decided to pack him up, hit him with that Goyim be gone.
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a table.
Get the fuck out of here, Goy. And that right there, that's Vrillium. As you can see, Vrillium is a big guy.
Okay, get the fuck out of here.
Right, he is a big fella, or at least, you know, he's bigger than these two short fellas. He's towering over both of them, which just makes it all the stranger that he just saw his pal there. His pal get hit with that Goy be gone, and he didn't do a thing.
Whoa. Okay, get the fuck out of here.
It's like, whoa, we got to get out of here. Just getting walked down. You're getting walked down by a 4'7" tall Jew.
We're real tough. Walk the fuck out.
Just ran away to where Sneeko and Nick Fuentes are. Oh, there goes Nick right there. Maybe he'll protect us. Nick will protect us from the Jews. Nick can't even protect himself from the Jews. Jews be canceling the fuck out of Nick, and he can't do a thing about it. Nick has been seething at fucking Cassie Dillon and Ben Shapiro for years, and he hasn't done shit about it. So anyway, so we're gonna listen real quick before we get any further into this. We're gonna listen to this little clip right here of Jaden, just a bit out of this. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're just gonna watch about 10 minutes of Jaden going in about basically the Vrillium files, when all that shit about Vrillium's past came to light and whatnot. The Shalom slapper, yeah.
Over Christmas break here, That's what I'm calling my break. I tweeted this the day after Christmas. I said, right here, the newest anti-white Groyper general Vrillium, aka Chris Tyson Groyper. This is before anything came out. The only thing were these photos that he released himself. He released these photos himself. And I called him Chris Tyson Groyper. And his take, Nick Fuentes over, hey, I haven't covered this yet. Maybe we'll cover it tomorrow. Over Christmas, Nick Fuentes, similar to Vivek Ramaswamy, pulled a anti-white, anti-Christmas, anti-Anglo, anti-American thing here where he called white people, quote, not funny, not charismatic, dry and boring. That's what Nick Fuentes had to say about white people. So Vrillium went ahead and quote tweeted him and said, he's right and your anger is irrelevant. Most of my full Anglo family is
white people Anglos ain't spicy enough.
Cucked politically. Avowed Democrats with zero racial conscience, pro-meritocracy, pro-migrant,
Nick Fuentes doesn't even believe in he doesn't believe in any of the core. This is one of the reasons, right? There are multiple reasons why in Nick's early days, why he used to butt heads with all those white nationalists and shit. A lot of it was just because he wanted to have the biggest platform on the dissident right. He wanted to steal their audiences. He wanted to knock out the competition. But also is because he doesn't believe in the ideas these guys push about white purity and shit like that. White ethnic purity, like the Ben Franklin idea that I think I showed this map to you guys before. Let me show it to you guys again. Let me see. Ben Franklin whiteness map. So Ben Franklin, he made a map of who actually counts as white in the United States. Okay, here, according to Ben Franklin, so this is where the white people are. White people are the British. They're Protestant British, right? No Catholics, right? So the Irish, the Southern Irish, the Protestant Irish, they count. The Catholic Scottish, they don't count. The Welsh people don't count at all. I don't know why that is. And also this little tip, I don't know what he had against the fucking Southwestern English, but they don't count either. The truly white people are the Dutch, the Belgians, who are Catholic, they get a pass for some reason. And the North Germans, these are the white people. And this map is actually a little bit harsh. He gave a pass also to some of the Nordics and some of like the Northern French and whatnot. But everybody else here was like white, but not real. They weren't the right type of white, but they were still white. And then you get to like the Mediterranean, the Southern French, the Spanish and Portuguese, the Italians, especially the Southern Italians and the Sicilians, which is okay. They're white, but kinda. Also the same thing with the Greeks, but the Greeks get a pass because, you know, they started civilization and whatnot. And then you get to anything below that, even if they look white passing, like Western Turks, they might look like Greeks or some other Mediterraneans. They're not white, though. So this is the whiteness map, according to Ben Franklin. And Nick hates this. Nick does not want this because under the category, according to whiteness, based on what the original Americans, like right after the American Revolution, would have considered as whiteness, which is Northern European Protestants, Nick Fuentes does not count because Nick Fuentes is Mexican and Italian and Catholic. So also he's like Southern Irish. So he literally, I said this multiple times about Nick. It's still true. Nick Fuentes is 100% wetback American. There ain't a single bit of foundational white waspy American in his DNA, right? His ancestor, he probably can't even trace his ancestry back before the American Civil War, for real. So, you know, he hates ideas like white purity and shit.
LGBT.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything like, oh, white purity is so base or whatever. I'm saying though, for a guy who preaches the message that he does and pushes the shit that he does about, you know, it's just weird. It's very inconsistent.
Etc.
Nick is very inconsistent about things based on what his personal preferences.
The ethnics will not save us. Of course, Vrillium, like a typical Groyper, has to jump in and start shitting on white people. It's almost like he has done this for a long time. It's almost like that's his whole identity on the internet prior to being a Groyper. 4 months ago, was attacking white people. But like I said, I called him Chris Tyson Groyper. This was out. This was there. Little did we know what, how lucky we had it just 3 days ago when these were the only photos we had seen of Vrillium, because holy shit, did it get so much worse? Did it get so much fucking...
Some of this shit that Jaden is going to show us gets really fucking freaky. Really freaky. Fanta Fruit Boy, thank you for $5. Nick still lives in mom's basement. BreadTube is cringe. Larson had a plea bargain, and the Ralph male is somehow still alive, and he's getting married. You guys didn't hear? You guys didn't hear that he decided he's gonna go again? He's gonna give it the good old third try for marriage. He's gonna marry Scarlett Hampton in Las Vegas once again. I never want to hear anything about anybody being an incel ever again, okay? There are dudes out here. I said this on Twitter. We got average looking dudes with working penises complaining about being incels. Meanwhile, fucking Ethan Ralph is out here about to get married for the third time, and he's gotten like 4 or 5 different women pregnant too. It's like, I don't want to hear anything. Ethan Ralph, fucking 5'1", gunt just like hanging down to his knees, like little Memphis Micro, somehow managed to have 2 children and is about to get married to his third white woman. Well, he said that Nick technically is his second white woman, because according to Ethan Ralph, his second wife, Pantsu, she's not white because she is Irish and Italian. See what I'm talking about? Even Ralph knows. Even Ralph knows how the white meta actually works, according to Ben Franklin. Pantsu isn't white because she's Irish and Italian. See how that works? Fanta Fruit Boy, thank you for another $2. Vrillium gives me the Ethan is online glowing vibes. They kind of are like the same thing, but in the opposite direction, yeah. Very, Buffalo Bill-esque. Gargarath, thank you for $5. You do Sephiroth's sword, a great honor, putting him at the start. I think he very much represents the style that I be going for in my streams and whatnot. Thermanter, thank you for $4.99. Doing the Lord's work, covering Groypers and lolcows. Have a drink on me. Thank you, buddy. Franta Fruit Boy, again, just being hella generous, bro. Thank you for $5. Saving the Wonder Bread race and getting his peoples to Argatha, 1 set of net stockings, makeup, and G-Rumor laden persona at a time. Exodus, thank you for $2. Colorism, Vanilla Edition. Literally every ethnic group, every race on Earth has colorism. Blacks, whites, Asians, maybe Latin Americans are the only ones. Even then, right? You go to some place like the Dominican Republic, they'll swear up and down that they're not black. They're not black. Haitians are black. Dominicans, they're like their own ethnic group.
Here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Groyper General in fucking 2025. That is your Groyper General. This is who here's my question.
Is he really a Groyper General? Nick needs to start being a little bit more exclusive with who he gives the Groyper General title out to. Like, Nick could just be giving Groyper General out to anybody. You gotta fucking purge your ranks a little bit. Nick likes to purge his ranks all the time, but he never gets rid of the people he really should be getting rid of, right? Those niggas get to stick around. Meanwhile, I don't know, he gets rid of people who are actually useful, like Patrick Casey or Simon or Jaden or whatever. The people who actually put in work, the people who actually helped his organization be an actual organization. Now it's just the brand that he puts on coffee mugs and hoodies and shit.
Elijah Schaffer, did he know about this? And that's why
Latinos are the most colorist, probably. Are they? Really?
He brought Vrillium onto Rift TV? Did he know about this? Did Nick
Okay, well, maybe I don't know.
Fuentes know about this and that's why he's a Groyper General? Or did they just assume that he was a fucking
Mikey, can you apply for Groyper General? I mean, I'm white enough, I feel.
Rest of us, and they just went along.
I looked at the 22andMe. I'm about the average black person in America is about 15 to 20% white anyway. So, I looked at my, 23andMe. I'm decently white enough, I feel.
Wrong with it. Look at this! Internet princess, by the way. Look at this! I don't even, Dalton.
It's around 20%. That's whiter than a lot of Groyper Generals, for real.
Dalton, if he wasn't.
I gotta be at least whiter than Tenerio.
Fat, I disavow. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I'm gonna try to only show, I'm not gonna go click on for example, the one down here, I'm not going to make that.
No, I am not light skinned, which is, My mom is though.
Larger. There's no reason to. You guys can probably tell by the cursor size what the fuck's going on in these photos. I'm not making them any larger.
My dad's genes are really strong because my mom is light skinned as hell, like super light skinned. Like my mom used to have red hair when she was younger. It got darker as she got older. I don't think it's naturally red anymore. She hasn't like kept her hair, her natural. My mom used to dye her hair. What she used to do is that she used to dye her hair because all the other black kids in her neighborhood used to make fun of her for having red hair. They used to call her Little Debbie and shit like that because she was like a natural ginger and fuck. So my mom is very light skinned. You can tell, you can see the white ancestry in her. My dad, on the other hand, his genetics are very strong. So me and none of my siblings, we're not super dark, but we're not super light either.
I'm not making them any larger. We don't need to see it, okay? All right, chat, okay? Hey, if you have kids, make sure Vrillium is not in any of their group chats if they're a Groyper or something, because he's trying to molest them. So here he is tying himself up. I don't know.
Yes, I am part Irish Celtic.
Trying out his knots on his feet.
Most Black Americans actually are. Most Black Americans are like, you know, descended from Northern Celts in Europe and shit.
Probably
because of Anglo-Irish, Scottish, Ulster ancestry.
Some weird degenerate sex thing. Oh, let's see. Here he is. Oh my.
Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. The freakiness. He has to get on VHS archive for having to censor that shit.
God, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck, Newsbaron? What the fuck? Why did you not censor that? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Dude, Vrillium he's sick. He's fucking sick. What the hell? Oh my God, dude, this is, you gotta like, oh my God, this is like walking through a fucking landmine, like a minefield. Anytime you step, it's about to fucking, oh my God. What did we just see? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, what a sick fuck. Holy, oh my God, chat, I'm so sorry. This shit, it's so gay. I don't even know how to cover it without just continuous, like just.
You know, Vrillium is young enough. He's a Zoomer. And this is something I don't understand about a lot of Zoomers is that we knew, right? Like people like younger millennials and elder, I don't know, what am I? I guess zillennial. So like people of my generation and older knew that you don't just post anything to the internet. You don't gotta be anonymous forever, but you gotta be careful about what you post to the internet because otherwise it might haunt you in the future. Meanwhile, you got these early 20-something and these teenagers who they just post anything. They don't even give a fuck. Like they'll just post some shit on the internet and then you'll bring it up to them years later and you'd be like, hey, is this you? And then they'll like act like it wasn't a bit like, dude, you should know. Your generation should know better than anybody. Like if you're a fucking teenager in your early 20s, you of all people should know that the internet is forever. And if you put some embarrassing shit on the internet, especially if you're trying to be an e-celebrity, somebody's gonna find that shit and they're gonna give you a, hey, is this you moment. But here he is, you know, years later, like, and he's gonna try and explain it. We're gonna go over that too before we get to the debate between him and Jaden.
Keep repeating over and over. This guy's fucking sick. Like, I can't even go through the thread without shit. Like, oh my God. I thought this was the safe for work version. This was supposed to be the not, like, because it gets even worse.
Yes, I am a 90s baby, but I'm one of those 90s babies who was born so late in the 90s that I can't call myself a 90s kid. I literally have no memories of the 90s.
Even worse, you guys go, oh my God.
First president that I remember being my president was Bush Jr.
Ah, Jaden, this guy's fucking weird. It's even worse. Here he is saying that he hates Pete Buttigieg, or he says, happy birthday, Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg. He says, fuck you, I hate you, you make gay men everywhere look bad. So there he is, upset at Pete Buttigieg. Here he is adding Tinder. He says, at Tinder, y'all banned me for nudity because I'm kind of chubby and had a shirtless photo. Bro, this guy's on dating apps using shirtless photos of himself. What? What? Like, not, like,
isn't it strange? It's just so strange how there's like, dude, it's like you have actual groups, actual movements on the left that don't have as much LGBT representation as America First and the Groypers do. It's so crazy to me, bro. How come everybody here is gay or used to be gay or trans or used to be trans or I don't know, they used to like fuck, they used to have sex with gay people or trans people, but they're not gay themselves, or a chaser.
I don't know. I would think that you'd be more like,
how many times does something have to happen for it to officially be a pattern?
like as a fat weird freak.
Because the Groypers, they're full of noticers, but if you notice the shit that is going on in America first, they say that you're, I don't know, they just call you Jewish. So
I would think that you'd be like, oh,
they're pretty bad at noticing for people who like pride themselves on noticing.
well, if I'm trying to pull people,
Hybrid, thank you for $3. Ralph proves all looks pill incels invalid. He really does. Ralph really is like the anti-clavicular. He's proof that if you want it hard enough and if you're willing to go out there and just make a fool of yourself a little bit, right? I guess it's jester maxing. I guess a lot of people just don't want to jester max like Ralph does. They end up getting the bitch. But yeah, it really is just it's not as hard as people think it is.
on these apps, I probably shouldn't show him. I'm a fucking fat weird freak, but I guess that's his whole thing. He had a shirtless photo up, and their poorly programmed AI thought he was a woman. The AI on the dating app, because he's so fat and has man tits, thought that he was a woman. That's hilarious. He then says, just because he's
That is hilarious.
He
got misgendered by the AI.
androgynous and plus size doesn't mean that he should be banned. Meanwhile, y'all,
There are a lot of trans people who go on these dating apps and they're all like, I'm a woman, but the dating app, it kept trying to pair me up. It said that I was a man, or vice versa. You got trans men who keep saying, it keeps calling me short. It thinks that I'm a woman. I'm just a short man. Why does it keep saying that? I even have facial hair. He didn't have that problem. Vrillium is like, dude, I'm just a gay guy. Why does it keep saying that I'm trans? Why does it keep saying I'm a woman?
have sorts of literal minors running around the app like it's nothing. I'm sure he knows because he was talking to them. This shit felt, that's alleged, I don't know. This shit felt so disgusting to him as a, quote, queer man living post-eating disorder. Well, hey, chat, I guess we now know that he's over his eating disorder because he's fucking fat. He is still morbidly obese, even more so than he was before. So I guess congratulations on defeating.
Why wouldn't you delete this? Why wouldn't you nuke this account?
The eating disorders. Like, literally.
Even the quartering, right? The quartering knows after he goes on his little drunken rants and he says all sorts of stupid shit that's gonna haunt him. He knows to delete the tweets afterwards. Now, it doesn't matter because we archived that shit. That shit gets just archived and put on Kiwi Farms or someplace now. Or what's that subreddit that hates the quartering? The quartering is a Nazi, right? Like, it gets archived by people like that. But even he knows, just delete the evidence. This guy doesn't know. Mr. Sexton, Mr. Billy Sexton, William Sexton. He doesn't understand that you just delete your past, bro.
I just came out.
Why were we able to even find this shit in the first place, bro? Just delete it.
But there's a B in the acronym for a reason?
It's like 4 years. You forgot that this was on the internet for like 4 years?
And there he is. Hashtag, there he says it. He is the LGBTQ. You know what you notice even in these photos? He's still rocking the cross. He's still rocking the cross in every single one. He's wearing a crucifix in every single one. Because he claims, oh, I just found Christ. I didn't know Christ. That's why he was taking it up the ass or whatever. But he found Christ and then he quit. Well, again, that's just not true. We're going to get on to it. I'll show you that.
No, it was just an aesthetic. See, before I was lost. I hadn't found Christ yet. I didn't know that Christ was king yet. But, you know, before I wore the cross, it was just an aesthetic. It's real now. I'm totally not using the crucifix as just an aesthetic now. I'm totally not LARPing about Christ being king now. No, now it's actually real.
He was posting the shit as recently as 4 months ago. He was posting it as recently as 4 months ago. I can't believe that out of all the names this guy chose, he chose to name himself.
I'm not going to say that people don't change a lot over the years from how they were when they were teenagers or in their early 20s. I'm going to say, from what I've observed, people who are on the internet a lot and who are e-celebrities, they don't change a whole lot from their teens and their early 20s. Those are the only people. Well, I won't say the only people. I think people actually do exaggerate quite a bit how much people do or don't change from how they were when they were young. There are a lot of people I know who have been fundamentally the same person since high school, right? There are people who I know, it's like their personalities stopped developing once they hit 21 or 22. They've been the same person ever since, right? I have uncles and aunts who, when I was little and they were in their early 20s, right? They're still the same person all these years later. So I don't know, man. Nick Fuentes, I made a documentary and I can tell you for a fact, Nick Fuentes is fundamentally the same person he is now from when he was fucking 18, like a decade ago.
Vrillium. Like Vrill. Dude, you are literal like soy. That's not a funny joke, but you get the point. You get the point. All right, here he is fighting with some random fucking guy on Twitter that says, "I'm built like a bitch. Yo, y'all is what creating this weak ass generation. You don't even got my photos up. My 6'3". Okay, all right. You can just read that. You can just read.
All right, he called himself gay. So okay, bro, he can't even say anything because he called himself gay. This isn't even like with Nick Fuentes where we have to do detective work, right? I have to do some sleuthing. When I did that Nick Fuentes gay moment stream, I had to go through all this shit, get all this evidence together, and we had to go through it bit by bit for me to truly illuminate to you guys that Nick Fuentes is a closeted gay man. This ain't even the case for Vrillium. Vrillium is just like, I'm gay. I'm a 6'3", 235-pound gay man, and I will beat your ass. That's what he said.
That, okay? You can just read that. So he's not even 6'5". He's 6'3". So in the video of the slap, the midget is actually 4 foot nothing. Because Vrillium looks like he's 8'10" in the video with Angry Patriot. Wait, Milk is William? I don't think that's true. I don't think so. But anyway, so he says to this guy, it's a guy named, it's some brown guy.
That one short Jewish nigga, that dude has so much fucking aura, dude. He walked them down, bro. Imagine being Ralph's size. Imagine, he's shorter than Ralph. He's like, Ralph is what, 5'1"? That dude had to be 4 foot something. Maybe 5 foot even. You know, maybe he's an inch or two shorter than Ralph. And he was fucking walking down 2 dudes taller than him. What dude was over 6 feet? It's like built like a football player, a linebacker. He was just walking them down. They were afraid of that fucking, that kosher right hand. That kosher right was going to get him right.
He says that he's going to beat him up, stomp his fucking teeth in, and jerk off to his little blank. And
that's why that's why they run the Levant like they do. You got every, you're always just one goyim be gone away from, running and shit.
Then he said that he isn't part of the weak queer community. He represents...
I don't even know why they had to bomb Palestine like they did. Just send like 10 of that guy. 10 of that penguin-shaped Jewish dude. Just send 10 of those guys into Palestine. You would have got fucking Hamas up out of here.
The strong queer community. Dude, like what the fuck, man? What the fuck? I have to like half of these. We're just gonna go out. We're gonna find another thread. News Baron didn't fucking censor enough shit here. Well, actually, there's still more that like this. Here he says. Here he is talking about being a leader. And
it's crazy that there's that much not safe for work shit. This dude on the internet
of Antifa.
So, this is what e-girls do, right? This is what e-girls do. And then they realize when they're in their late 20s, all this shit they put on the internet when they were 18, 19, and whatever the fuck. This dude has e-girl problems.
Here he is talking about being a communist and posting super fucking...
Oh, shit. He really is just like an e-girl.
Gay photos of himself while claiming that his beliefs are against racism.
Performative socialist e-girl.
Police brutality, xenophobia, all of the issues stem from the state rather than the action and thoughts of individual people, meaning that in order to bring about any true or real change, we need to aim our target sites onto the state rather than just individuals. You know what's crazy about what he was saying then and what he's saying now is he still hates Trump. He doesn't give a fuck about immigration. In fact, he said he's reaching out to the Latinos in fucking Spanish. He's making Spanish videos telling them to come join America first. He's hates Israel not because of all the other, because of the things that we've talked about for fucking years and forcing the migrant crisis through their bullshit wars in Europe and shipping people here and censorship, all this other stuff. He doesn't talk about that. Instead, it's...
Is nigga a real player? Yes, he is.
Just Magaza. Poor brown people. It's almost like his ideology hasn't changed at all. It's almost like he's just a shape-shifting queer. William Sexton.
I do think that the Gaza shit is a very legitimate reason to, hate Israel.
And AKA Vrillium says, throwback.
See, I don't just like dislike Israel. I wouldn't even say hate, but I don't just dislike Israel just because of the Gaza shit, right? They're like multifaceted reasons. This is the thing, right? Is that there are people, and I've noticed this trick now, and this is part of the reason why in late 2025 they tried to astroturf and fucking push Nick Fuentes like they did, because they wanted to be able to use this trick. Because now you got these leftists who are also going super hard against Israel for pretty legitimate reasons, right? Like, it's not just, it's actually more legitimate than what some of the white nationalists decades ago were hating Israel for, right? Like, they're actually hating Israel. It's like, this is an actual humanitarian crisis. Like, they're just bombing brown children. They're just bombing fucking Palestinian orphanages and shit and saying, oh, we're getting rid of Hamas. Really? Hamas is under every fucking hospital, orphanage, grade school, just everything. Every grocery store has a fucking Hamas base. Man, they got a whole, how big is Hamas? It must be like fucking 500,000 strong to just have a base under literally every building in Gaza. But no, it's like, you know, they say that anybody who now has problems with Israel or Zionism, they're Groyper-esque, or they're kind of like Groypers. And it's like, the reason why somebody like that crazy motherfucker, Bad Empanada, hates Israel, and the reason why somebody like Sneeko hates Israel are like completely, even though they're both Muslim, they come from completely different directions. Israel has fucked around and made it so that regardless of what part of the political spectrum you come from, you can find at least one or two core issues to not like Israel. And they pretend like there's no legitimate reason. It's like, bro, the fucking Iran war right now is like another new reason to not like Israel.
Back Thursday to being 14 and looking at male fitness photos, and here he is talking about how he wanted to jerk off.
You know, the dude who founded Israel, well, he wasn't the guy who founded, but it was his first prime minister, the first prime minister of Israel, David Ben Gurion, I think his name was. Hold on, let me look it up. Let me look it up so I know I'm not, you know, bullshitting. I just like look. Yeah, okay. Yes, this guy, the first prime minister, and basically the founder. Yeah, I was right. He is the founder of Israel. So this guy was convinced. This guy and all of the early Zionists, they were convinced that Goyim just naturally hated Jews. It wasn't even just these people were brainwashed by anti-Semitism and shit like that. No, they actually thought it was almost like a natural intuition or instinct, almost like it was genetic for non-Jewish people to dislike Jews, and that the reason why Jews needed their own homeland in, you know, the Levant was so that there was no longer, so that way they wouldn't be hate on, because there's literally no way for Jews to cohabitate with the Goyim without the Goyim eventually like coming to the conclusion that they hate Jews. But he made one exception, and that was the United States. He said that for some reason, Americans are the only people who don't instinctively hate Jewish people, right? And that's why America has been Israel's greatest ally, because for some reason, we're the only nation on earth who doesn't have like anti-Hebrew bias coked into our culture or some shit like that. I don't know. It just seems like, it seems very Doomer-esque. Like, this is part of the problem with Israel, is that it was founded by Doomers. It wasn't founded by optimistic people who were like, oh, we're going to find our own little homeland in the Levant, and we're going to have this beautiful, prosperous country, and everything's going to be great. It was founded by a bunch of people who were refugees, some of whom had been kicked out of their country, a lot of whom were survivors of the Holocaust, and they're like, this is fucked, this sucks. Everything is just, everybody hates us. They're always going to hate us. There's literally nothing we can do. We got to fucking go to the Levant. We got to find our own country so that way at least we have some place where everybody won't fucking, you know, just want to kill us all the time. This is who founded. Israel was founded on Black Pillar Doomer ideology. And that's part of the reason why a lot of, it's the way it is right now. Like, if a country, how a country develops over the decades or over the generations is it will be reflected upon depending on what the ideology, the starter ideology of the people who initially founded it. And this is why I feel why America is so successful, because no country on earth was founded by people who were more optimistic about their place in the world or the future of their nation than the founding fathers of the United States. The founding fathers of the United States were very much convinced that Americans were like ordained by God for greatness. We're going to fucking settle our way out west, and we're gonna be this big, beautiful nation, and we're gonna be fucking successful and shit. Even like Otto von Bismarck, right? German statesman, the dude who basically made modern Germany. This guy was like, God has special providence for children, drunks in the United States of America. Like, America's just a blessed country. And that's because the people who founded it were convinced that it's a blessed country. Jews don't believe that. Jews think that at least the Jews who founded Israel, low-key believe that they are a cursed people. Like, they've been marked by God. And it kind of reflects in how, how their successors act today.
Vrillium would jerk off to fitness photos because he wanted to suck dick, and he capitalized it in the middle of the sentence. This is the, I think this one's family friendly. This one's family friendly. All right, end of an era, says Captive Dreamer. Today, Vrillium's former Twitter painter servant, shout out to him. Today's the painter servant. Today, Vrillium's former Twitter account has been exposed where he posts gay porn of himself, confesses to being a communist and a quote, whole ass gay, effeminate, long haired boy. That's what he called himself. So here you have more of it. I guess he's a big Nicki Minaj fan. There he has it there with his
a lot of people on the right are right now.
His cross. Remember, he just,
ever since Nicki Minaj came out strong for Trump, a lot of people have just been like, oh my God, Queen Nicki.
Just converted though. Remember, he just converted. He didn't know. There he is rocking the crucifix. While
well, you know what? Nick and his followers don't like Trump anymore. So maybe they don't like Nicki Minaj because she's cool with Trump.
Nicki Minaj posting. Here he says that he used to hook up with this girl and her boyfriend texted him out of nowhere. Turns out he's training to be a cop. This is who the system is attracting. All right, let's read it. So the Mexican cop says, I'm telling you because I don't fucking like you, but that it's okay. Done talking to you now. Vrillium responds and says, my guy, it's fine. We're cool. You don't know me. I don't know you. I know Nicki. Wait a second. I thought he was talking about Nicki Minaj. Was he talking about Nick Fuentes? Shut! He's like,
I also thought he was. Okay, anyway, that was enough. Now we're going to watch this. And how long is this? Holy shit, this is longer than I thought it was. All right, I already got it on 1.5 speed. That should be enough. We're going to get through this, and then we're going to get to Jaden versus Vrillium. We're going to get to the battle between these two.
You assholes want an explanation video? Fine. Let's do an explanation video.
Did we? Did we want an explanation video? Did we ask for that, really? Hold on, let me turn this on.
From 2017 to 2021, I was on benzodiazepines. That's Xanax for you playing at home. I literally took notes here, so I had my timeline completely ready to go. I was just a very lost and confused young man. I had lived my life up until that point, raised in a very irreligious, secular home. I had been kind of just bouncing around life without much direction. I was a degenerate. I was deviant.
How is that? Hold up. How is that? How is I grew up in a very irreligious, secular home a way to, like, I don't know, justify the way you were behaving? Usually it's the opposite. Usually people said, I grew up in a very conservative, very strict household, and that had a negative impact on how I developed. I don't know, bro. I think that what happened is that you grew up in a very normal suburban household.
Again, like none of your
like, you don't have to fucking blame your parents for the way that you acted.
Direction. I was a degenerate. I was deviant. How I ended up there is, again, like none of your fucking business. But
why are you explaining it to us in this video then?
Point is, I was in a bad spot. Now I will say, for what it's worth, I am not gay. I'm also not a cross-dresser.
You said you were. First off, okay, I'm not gay and I'm not a cross-dresser. Both of those two are objectively untrue. Okay, well, maybe the second one is objectively untrue. You were a cross-dresser. The first one, okay, let's say that's fake. You lied to yourself because you called yourself gay. We didn't call you gay. You called yourself gay first, and then we just repeated what you said.
Now, infamous photo, I'll put it up here for your viewing pleasure. That's from a photo shoot that I did with the band that I was in when I was 18. That's why I'm holding a guitar and I'm posing. I didn't just fucking walk around in full, like, drag makeup carrying a guitar like a fucking psycho.
Okay, you still did it, though. You wore the makeup, you wore a halter top, you wore a skirt, and you put on fishnets.
I'm actually in the bathroom of my old apartment in that photo, and if you look in the mirror, the person taking the photo was my little girlfriend from the time. So Sarah, if you're watching this,
Okay, dude, they're fucking cross-dressers who still fuck women.
I don't know why you would be, but great photography work. You're famous. Music's still on Spotify, by the way. You can go check it out. I archived all of it in 2022,
Ain't nobody about to check out your band, bro.
2021, 2022, so you can go listen to it. It was pretty good. The band broke up because of my drug problem, but we played a bunch of shows in Brooklyn, like Bushwick, Brooklyn, where all of these assholes like live, so they probably have heard of it before. As for the less than savory tweet,
They heard of my band. How would anybody? I didn't even know you were in a band until today. You know how many fucking bands, how many small indie bands, how many garage bands are operating in every major city in America? Do you really think that your little band that broke up early because of your drug problem, because you were a junkie, your band was famous in Brooklyn? You know how many small bands by fucking Zoomers are operating right now in every borough of New York?
what can I say?
Oh, they probably heard of it.
I was a drugged out
They probably know all the lyrics to all of our music.
degenerate. I was in college. I mean, I don't consider myself gay in any way, but like the gayest shit
You called yourself
I
gay.
ever had the balls or fish-netted ass, I suppose, to do was like go to sex parties in Manhattan. I never like fucked a man. I would queer bait on social media. That's a leftist word. I used to be part of like the leftist camp, and I used to orient my sort of like ideological mind towards leftism, which still informs much of my politics today. I don't really consider myself right-wing in a conventional sense. I wasn't raised conservative, and many of my economic ideas are still very left-wing, but yes, I would queer bait on social media.
Okay, wait. You see what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? How these people don't even know what they believe? Like, what are you, bro? Like, what are actually your beliefs? Because you actually, I mean, we'll get to it. We'll get to it when he talks to Jaden. Maybe Jaden gets him to actually break down what the fuck he is. This political abomination. I have leftist economic theories, but I still have like right-wing identity politics. That sounds terrible. That sounds like the worst combination ever. Leftist economic ideas, but right-wing other stuff, but I'm not really lefty or righty.
So I could bang leftist women. Something that a lot of people do, and a lot of my detractors did, and it's something of which I did a lot, okay? I mean, fucking, come on, look at me. Listen, I know you're not into that, okay? I get it. We're supposed to be conservative.
There's a lot of coping.
I get it. You're not into that. But like, imagine for a minute that you're like a SSRI'd out, brain-fried, fucking like leftist woman zombie. Like moths to...
This guy is very e-girl coded. He does all the shit, just everything. He's blaming it on how he grew up. He's blaming it on all of the drugs he was taking on, all these. First off, why the fuck are you on so many SSRIs? You're in your fucking early 20s. What is going on, bro?
Flame. I mean, come on. I gotta lose some fucking weight, man. I look so fucking good. Ugh, dude, never grow up. Speaking of which, yes, I weigh a bunch because when you get clean, you gain a bunch of weight because you're eating more. I'm actually just now...
No, what is this? Why do you have to have an excuse for everything? I'm fat because I'm a recovering drug addict. Maybe you just need to eat less, nigga. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's because I was on so many drugs.
Getting it off of me.
Came off of it, so that's why I'm skinny.
I was like 325 pounds, okay? I'm 235 now, which is that's still too much. I'm still getting there, but like, come on, that's almost 100 pounds lost in the last like year.
Okay, wait a minute. He just, let me see. £235. But wait, let me see. You don't even get photo ops. My 6'3", 235-pound gay ass will beat you up like okay. When is this? Is that from 2024 or 2020? That's from 2020, ain't it? So wait, hold up.
There, but like, come on, that's almost 100 pounds lost in the last like year. If I took this shit off, you'd see it's just skin flapping around. Like, give me some fucking credit. Getting there, but okay. Which, by the way, I was like 325 pounds, okay? I'm 235 now.
Okay, hold on, let me see. 235. Wait, you were 235 in 2020. What the fuck? Dude, you're the exact same weight you were 5 years ago.
Now, which is that's still too much. I'm still getting there, but like, come on, that's almost 100 pounds.
Yes, he is very zesty.
Lost in the last like, year. If I took this shit off.
Yes, he's a theater kid. This fucking sector, this realm, and this is for both the left and the right, just filled with fucking theater kids who got into politics.
You'd see it's
such a problem, dude.
Flapping around.
We shouldn't, there should be a law. There needs to be an amendment or something that like theater kids aren't allowed to run for political office.
Like, give me some fucking credit here, okay? Come on. Anyways, 2021, 2022.
Abraham Lincoln was literally assassinated by a theater kid who got radicalized.
Okay, I was broke, I was burned out, and I was just in a terrible spot. By the grace of some very important people in my life, I had some great support, and I was able to get myself clean. But after that, yeah, I was still lost. I still didn't have a lot of direction in life, and I was searching for meaning in my life. And so it was around then that I stumbled into a church that was down the way from my
Yes, the theater kid occupied government is a giant
apartment
problem
at the time, and I asked
It's like on par with Zog easily.
young priest there for some advice, struck up a conversation, and I ended up going more and more. And eventually, mid-2023, I entered into catechism with the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese, and in the spring of 2024,
Oh, he's one of those ortho LARPers. That's crazy.
a year later, I was baptized in the saintly name of Ioannis.
Everybody, here's what it is. Something I've noticed is that these people, America is a majority Protestant nation, right? Like it was founded on Protestantism, right? And there was a time back in the past, we were violently Protestant, right? Like the founding stock of America did not want anything to do with Catholics, right? They hated Catholics almost as much as, well, I won't say that because they liked the French. They liked the French and they tolerated the Spanish because they helped us, found our independence and fight the British during the Revolution. But it was very early on, we started to turn against the Spanish hard. And we started to become more neutral towards the French because we decided we didn't actually want to be their sidekicks and help them in their fights against the British or whatever the fuck. But we used to be very violently anti-Catholic back in the day. But a lot of these people, I feel like the reason why they convert to Catholicism or Orthodoxy isn't because they really resonate with those faiths, which if you do feel like that's your path is to become Catholic or become Orthodox, well, hey, bro, more power to you. But there are a lot of these dudes who, I said this before, they just go there for the aesthetics. They go there for the aura farming edits. They go there because it's not Protestantism, and Protestantism is either too gay and too plain, or it's filled with cringe evangelical preachers and shit from the mega churches and whatnot. So I don't know, it's filled with that, and it makes me look kind of weird at anybody who has a fucking papal flag or icon or Orthodox symbol next to their name on Twitter, which is a shame, right? Because I know that there are people who are just like they earnestly believe. And, that's actually just their denomination. But it's a shame they're filled with these sorts of LARPers now who are just using it as like, I don't know, almost like a fashion statement, just the flex.
Chrysostomos. I have the document hanging up in my house next to my icons. I posted it on my social media before. And yeah, so my political views changed a lot during catechism because they make you study the entire history.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's actually a good point. Mimi Ramon. It's like boomers back in the day, they used to get into Hinduism and Buddhism and all this shit, which, okay, if you're gonna like actually read the text and shit and actually try and get into those things for philosophy's sake or whatever, but they would LARP and get all spiritual with their crystals and shit. This is the new version of that.
History of the 20th century.
I'm gonna go Orthodox. I'm not gonna be a Buddhist. I'm not gonna be a fake Buddhist. I'm gonna be a fake Orthodox nigga.
East. Like once you get to the Bolshevik part of that story, you're basically Europa pilled, okay? So yeah, like my political beliefs changed. My economic beliefs didn't change that much, but my social beliefs changed. And by the way, this isn't some Nala fitness situation, okay? Where I'm going from sucking dick to all of a sudden I get baptized at, fucking Pastor Scooter Bob's non-denominational drive-through church, and all of a sudden I start selling Christian courses on fucking Instagram, okay? I had to go through catechism. That's like a whole year thing. That's registered.
Okay, wait, so you went from like hold on.
Change. And by the way, this isn't some Nala fitness situation, okay? Where I'm going from sucking dick to all of a sudden I get baptized at, it's a whole year thing that's registered and written down with the Archdiocese. You guys even found photos from the baptism, which I don't know how the fuck. I gotta give some of you guys credit, okay? You guys, I don't know. You guys found some shit on me. I'll give you that one. And yes, for those who did
publicly available, we found publicly available photos on the internet. Yes.
Some advanced digging. It was.
If you're not gonna delete anything, you should just assume that everything will be found eventually. There's somebody out there. If there's somebody out there who hates you enough and is autistic enough, they will find everything that is not already scrubbed off the internet and some of the shit that is, right? They will use the Wayback Machine to find one link of something that's like on a screenshot of a dead web page. I've had to do shit like that. I couldn't find the link to the actual thing I was looking for, but I knew that there was like a preview photo of something. So what I did instead is that I found an archive to the link of that page where the preview photo is at. So then I just took that, and it was low resolution because it was just a preview image, but I still had the image that otherwise doesn't exist on the internet. I've done stuff like that, and I'm not even the most autistic researcher on the internet. So I know that there are people who could, like, it's insane. It's insane what a dedicated autistic sleuth can find on the web about somebody. John Apocalypse, thank you for £2. Your docs, man. One on Yo Mama would be Kino. I know about the Yo Mama guy. I also know that he disavowed the dude who currently owns his Yo Mama Twitter account and was pushing that crypto scam and all that other shit. Apparently that's just an unrelated, no, that is a related guy who he parted ways with and who kept the Twitter account and whatnot. And he had the voice for the Yo Mama guy has nothing to do with any of that shit anymore. So that'd be interesting. Speed CX LA. Oh, wait, you told me how to pronounce that and I forgot. Speed, thank you for the $4.99. iDubbbz is the best example of changing teams equal changing as a person. Exactly. Does not equal changing as a person. Yona Hall, thank you for 50 Mexican dollars. Is that what that is? What else would MX be? Fuentes is a political chunibrio. His swings are simply him saying whatever he thinks a 15-year-old would think sounds edgy and cool, despite being near 30. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Getting older is gonna hurt Nick more than it hurts most people because he's been branding himself so hard on being young and hip and going against all the boomers who have been trying to gatekeep him out of, the institutions and shit, even though there are plenty of young people who also don't fuck with him because, he's a cunt. Speed, thank you again for another $199 minus 7,000. The big Yahoo is not pleased with you, Mikey. What can you do? Garbage Man, thank you for $2. The Afro Man of the sector speaks. Hey, big W's, big ups for Afro Man defending the First Amendment. Idaho, Micro, thank you for $199. He looks like Ethan Riley. Oh shit, he does. The Me Master, thank you for $5. My favorite lolcow is Quarter Planet. He attempts more scams than Ed, and Eddie. In 2025, he exposed me to that fat guy and his sidekick from Canada. Oh yeah, he's been doing a lot of, I don't think that the Quartering is aware of just how much free advertising he gives to the Kino Casino bros. He's been doing a lot for helping their channel grow. He's their new Review Tech USA, in my opinion. Before, I feel like Review Tech USA used to occupy the spot where Jeremy is right now. After he deleted his million sub channel and completely became irrelevant, they stopped covering him as much. They barely cover him ever. But Quartering, he's still relevant enough where it's worth it for them to farm him for content. So that's another way that Jeremy and Rich are connected.
On the way,
oh shit. They both help the Kino Casino bros stay famous. Sneedoid, thank you for $5. It's funny, but seriously, if he's only into chicks now, the best thing would be to be honest about how it was and take the jokes on the chin, where he has to keep explaining himself, even though we have the receipts. The receipts of him literally admitting that he's gay. He told us that. We didn't make that up. You said you were gay, bro. JF Potato Farm, thank you for £2. Also, RIP JF's wife. The right wing is getting its own bread tube. That's true. Damn, you know what? That's actually a very good way to put it. The right wing on YouTube, they're getting let back on, right? Like Neil Mahan decided to let a lot of right wing people who in previous iterations of YouTube, like pretty much post 2016, wouldn't have been able to stick around. They're now allowed to be on YouTube, and they're starting to bread tubify the right wing space. It's actually becoming, which is, it's bad for everybody. It's bad for us because now we have all this right wing grifter slop who pretend like they actually care about the issues when really they're just a bunch of charlatans who are just trying to grift and make money and spread all these fucking narratives and suck the balls of charlatans and lolcows like fucking Nick Fuentes or whatever. But it's also, you know, bad in general because we don't need a right-wing bread tube. Left-wing bread tube was bad enough. And what's crazy is that a lot of these right-wing bread tubers are they were literally left-wing bread tubers before. They just switched squads. It's so crazy. That boy 2137, thank you for the 10 PLN. What the fuck? Why do you sound so much like Saber Spark? Do I?
Met a woman who I love very, very much.
I don't watch a lot of Saber Spark, so I don't know.
Palestinian Orthodox girl. We're not together right now because of my past and because this shit caused a lot of issues in my personal life, which is, again, none of your fucking business. But she's very important to me and someone I love very dearly. She's not a public person, which is why I don't really talk about her. She's also why I can speak rudimentary Arabic and know who Fairuz is. So Hulus. Stop asking those questions. So, I don't know.
Nobody was asking those questions. You don't have to explain yourself.
Sorry,
look,
folks,
if you just wouldn't explain yourself, then nobody would care. We would get over it. We would still make fun of you. But, you know, nobody would go into this. You're the one who's making it worse by engaging and explaining this shit like you need to.
Sorry, I like to bleach. I'm British. What can I say? We aim to colonize, okay? And yes, she had a profound impact on my politics, and I'm actually very grateful to her.
You're not British, you're Anglo.
For that. And so I don't know. When we start the remigration,
British is its own culture in ethnicity. Well, no, Anglo is the ethnicity that the majority of Britain is made up of. Like, you're not British.
Can you guys just give me this one? I mean, honestly, if you think about it,
it's kind of like, I understand. I think it's kind of obnoxious when I see Irish people, I mean, actual Irish people, not Irish Americans, make fun of American Irish people for, you know, not really being Irish because, you know, maybe you're ethnically Irish, you're not actually culturally Irish. You can't speak the native Irish language. You probably can't even pronounce the leader of the Irish government. I know I can. What the fuck is that? What do you call it? Hold on, let's see. The leader of Ireland. How do you pronounce that shit? The leader of Ireland. What do you call it? Tosiach? How the fuck do you pronounce this shit? Tasha. What? So, see, is what I'm talking about, right? I'm like, according to my DNA results, I'm like 2% Irish. I can't pronounce this shit. 2% Irish shit don't give me the superpower to pronounce these words. So, yeah, I don't LARP as that. And I can understand why they get mad at people who LARP like that, but still.
Brown girl in my life kind of makes me the truest racist of them all. For all of you thinking, man, this guy's fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm a complicated individual, okay? I run an entire production studio here. I work like 12 hours a day pumping out content, doing the job of like 8 different people. I edit, I do all the graphic design. That level of skill doesn't come without some neurotic baggage.
I do all of that. Look, bro, it's not that big of a deal. I do all that shit too. I do all the research. I do all the editing. I do all the writing. I make all my fucking thumbnails and shit. It's like, it's not that big of a deal.
I suppose I have to share all of this with you is because this isn't information that I put out. I'm very new to this. I only blew up like tail end of last year, but it's also, again, like none of your fucking business. If I was making content like, here's how to be a good Christian, here's Vrillium's guide to being a better man, okay, then it would be relevant. Like,
this guy has been on the internet for too long to not understand why this is a bad idea. Why you don't, like him even getting into, we're about to get to it. Like in another 5 minutes, another 3 minutes, really, because we're about to rush through this. Another 3 minutes, we're going to get to him and Jaden in the Thunderdome. He does not understand how to, like, you don't feed the trolls. That's all you're doing. This is a feed the troll ass video, bro. You don't do this.
You'd want your gym trainer to be a bodybuilder, okay? If your gym trainer was a fat guy, you would have some questions. But that's not what I do. I never claimed to do that. I'm not a partisan for any fucking organization or ideology. I make clips for God. I make 90-second clips about Jews and Indians. That's my job. I was an editor. I was a social media manager. I decided to put up some videos so I could better my portfolio. Not expecting it to go anywhere. I just put them up because I work with a lot of right-wing influencers. They blew up because they're good, because I make good things. And now I'm here. And now this is my full-time gig because I've effectively made myself unemployable. I actually was fired from doing social media management for a political campaign. I can't say who. I really wish I could, but you could probably guess, seeing as I live near Manhattan. So all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. And by the way, I have no reason to lie to you people because, like, if I was gay, I would just be gay. If I was a tranny,
okay. Again, you don't even got photo ops. Hey, my 6'3", 235 pound gay ass.
I'd be a tranny. I live in New Jersey. Nobody gives a fuck around here. And the fucking Baptist Goyam assholes who started this whole thing, they lap it up for Milo all the fucking time. And as some of you have figured,
seething at Milo. That's how you know. That's how you know that he's a true follower of Nick Fuentes. Just the random seething at Milo in Bronze Age pervert.
do have some connections to the Daily Wire. Do you know how easy it would have?
I really need to get into. We need to explain the war because a lot of people don't understand the Cold War that's been going on for years between the Groypers and the Bronze Age and the Baptist on the dissident right.
Been to go and run water for fucking Ben Shapiro and talk about how much Hamas hates based fucking gays like me and do the whole MAGA LGB without the T routine. You know how fucking easy it would be for me to do that? But no, I'm here doing this for you ungrateful assholes. Whatever. Dude, believe what you want to believe about me. I don't really give a shit. Okay, I'm not a Groyper
You don't give a shit. That's why you spent 10 minutes explaining yourself when nobody needed
general. I met Nick Fuentes one time for like 30 seconds. I'm not a right-wing influencer, okay? I'm not here to teach you how to be a based avocado rare steak, JD Vance voting, whatever.
I hate when people do this. When they say, I'm not a right-wing influencer, I'm not a left-wing influencer. What do you think you're doing? Like, what do you think the content, like you literally said, I just make edits about Indians and Jews. What type of influencer on the internet do you think makes that type of content? What type, like, how would you classify yourself? You really think that you're just some enlightened centrist, bro? We know what you are, right? Maybe you can fool the retarded people who simp for you in the audience, which isn't a lot because he got super fucking ratioed here, right? But like, you are a right-wing influencer, obviously.
Vrillium, okay? I'm an oddball. I'm a weird guy.
You're affiliated with the Groypers. You are a right-wing influencer. Stop.
Fuck the past. And while I'm doing better in life, glory be to God, you know, at some point I'm probably gonna land myself in controversy.
Yeah, left-wing influencers say glory to God.
Again, which none of that has any bearing over my content. I've never tried to tell you.
You got Camp of Saints. Camp on the Saints on your fucking shelf behind you, bro. Come the fuck on, bro. You got a fucking Virgin Mary candle set on the shelf behind you, dude.
How to live or what?
Fucking Orthodox cross on the shelf behind you. He's not a right-wing influencer, though, guys.
What to think? I've never even condemned gay people or trannies. The only
Of
people
course you would. Of course you would.
Jews and Indians. And the only reason this is happening is because I got some motion
When was the last time Nick condemned gay people and trannies?
on a tweet going at JD Vance, which by
I'm not saying he should be obligated to. I'm just saying he condemns other people all the time. He condemns Trump. He condemns JD Vance. He condemns Indians. He condemns Jews. When was the last time he condemned a trans person or a gay guy?
the way, if I was on the Vance plantation,
Very reluctant to do those things.
they would be lapping this story up. I would be on the front fucking page of their bullshit Substack publications. They'd be going, look at this. Reformed degenerate leftist sees the fucking light of Silicon Valley libertarianism. Oh my God. I'd be speaking at TPUSA, okay? Like, don't pretend for one fucking second that these people wouldn't be lapping this shit up if I just did the very simple task of going for Vance and his
I could do it. I could do it if I want to. I just don't want to. Doing a Nick Fuentes cope of I really could be the big all-star on the right, but I just don't want to play the game and simp for Con Inc. like Charlie Kirk did. You know, just like Nick's cope for why Charlie Kirk was like just gigantically bigger than him up until he died.
fucking
And still was.
Indian wife. So I don't know.
Nick will probably never hit the heights of Charlie Kirk's career.
If my scandal, if my past makes you want to unfollow,
Also, I don't know, if we believe the conspiracy theory that, the Candace Owenites, because that's the faction, right? We got the two factions. We got the two factions of people who are successors. It's kind of like how Islam was divided between people who were Shia and people who were Sunni after Muhammad, right? Who is the true successor to Muhammad? Who is the true successor to Charlie Kirk? Is it Candace Owens or is it Erica Kirk, right? Where does the lineage go down? So according to the Candace Owenites and whatnot, Charlie was assassinated by the Zionists, by the Israelis. So Nick will never get to a point in his career where the Jews are actually that afraid of him that they try and take his life. Nick is more valuable to Israel alive than dead.
go ahead. I don't care. If you think I'm bad for the movement, first off, that's genuinely fucking retarded. Like, I need you to know that. Second, What movement was I supposed to be representing? Did you really think the genius behind masterpieces such as e-bikes and illegals, Indian honor scamming, did you really think that guy was going to be a thought leader? Really think that guy was going to save Western civilization? Like, come on. I'm an entertainer. I entertain. I like to make people laugh. I like to say informative things. And yeah, when I express my political opinions, I'm being genuine, but I'm no expert. I'm none of these things. I'm just an angry young man. And if you've ever related to my content, if you've ever related to my videos, you haven't done some great revolutionary act, okay? You're just also angry. We collectively have accomplished nothing. I just have the balls to be honest about it, okay? I and all of my contemporaries, the actual right-wing influencers, none of us are more impactful than your least favorite OnlyFans girl. There's like 3 genuine people in this thing. That's why I admire someone like Fuentes so much, because he's genuine and he's actually doing something.
Dude, it's like, this is something. I was actually going to react to a Nick Fuentes video. Well, no, not to a Nick Fuentes video, to a Groyper. To a Groyper who was making a video and he was saying shit. He was saying shit like Nick Fuentes. No, he was saying something about a person who was criticizing Nick Fuentes and how, oh, this person, you know, this guy is gay and he was made in a petri dish. He's not even a real person. And I was just like, I don't know, I had to pause the video and I just had to look out the window for a while. Like, dude, Nick Fuentes was literally born in a petri dish. He's literally a gay nigga who was born in a petri dish made in a lab. He's like, he's a abomination of modern science. What the fuck are you talking about? And so you'll hear these dudes, you'll hear these Nick Fuentes acolytes, and they'll just say shit like, Nick is one of the only genuine guys on the right. No, he fucking isn't. He's one of the biggest fakes and frauds that the modern right has ever produced. Like, you don't even understand anything. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'm supposed to take you seriously?
Else kind of runs downstream from that. And I don't know, if you don't want to accept that reality, if you want to buy this line that these people are fucking influential, has any kind of sway over the government, sorry, but you're fucking retarded. Like, that's ridiculous. There you go. There's the, can you guys fucking leave me alone now? Oh my God.
Completely contradicting Nick Fuentes' message, by the way. They're like, all these online influencers don't have any influence.
God, bro.
Which isn't true, because Laura Loomer is a completely online influencer. She never actually got into politics because every time she ran, she lost. And if we're to believe, both times she lost was Milo's fault. Milo stopped Laura Loomer from getting into office. It didn't stop her from gaining influence. Laura Loomer arguably has more influence in American foreign policy than a lot of our actual elected political officials do right now. So this idea that an elected official has no power whatsoever in the American political apparatus, that's not true anymore. Sadly, that's not true anymore.
Oh, Hassan Piker covered this shit. That's fucking crazy.
Laura Loomer has an office at the Pentagon, bro. Like, shit is crazy out here.
Okay, that's me. I'm Vrillium Sexton. I'm still not voting for Vance.
Okay, we really need to know that. Anyway, we can finally get to this. Thank you, Majestic Eagle. This was posted by multiple people. We're just going to watch this one because it's more convenient. And let's see. 1.25 speed is more than fast enough. Yeah, she loomed her way to the top out of everybody. First off, it's kind of insane. The whole Laura Loomer even getting to that level anyway is kind of crazy because what technically, there's now like 1 or 2 degrees of separation between everybody in the sector in the current presidential administration, right? Like, it never ends. It's crazy how much outreach sector niggas have. Now, Laura Loomer was never officially part of the sector. She was part of, she wasn't even really part of the dissident right. She was part of the, what they call it. They used to call it the alt-light when the alt-right was a thing. Some people still think that the alt-right is a thing. It's not. Alt-right has been dead for like a decade. Alt-right died at Charlottesville, at Unite the Right Valley. You know, fucking Richard Spencer kamikaze the alt-right with his own ego and shit. And which is why a lot of people still to this day are convinced he was a glowy. Because what do you mean? What do you what I don't even know what Richard Spencer even believes anymore. Because he's another one of those guys. He's another one of those theater kids who got into politics, and you can really tell in his belief and really just how he behaves as a person. So she was part of the alt-light, and she used to associate with people like Worski, and she got into this thing with Jim and shit. So, you know, the web never ends. Oh, and Ethan Ralph. She used to go on Ethan Ralph's show a lot, and she used to be cool with Ralph. So there you go. 5 degrees. Shit, 5 degrees of Ethan Oliver Ralph might actually be too much at this point. You could actually 3 degrees of Ethan Ralph connect him to like 80% of the most influential people on the internet, right? No, in the world. It's insane. It's insane. The Ralph Mail's outreach. Kirk, thank you for $5. Another grifter giving honest religiosity a bad name. It's tiresome. Keep up your good work. Thank you, buddy. Hancock Jew, thank you for $2. Nick, even in the big 2026, still glazes Euphoria. Really? Bro, I don't even know. I forgot that Euphoria was still on. I do remember them advertising the show. I just haven't seen anybody discuss it. Maybe it's just, you know, I don't keep that shit on my timeline. Discussion of Euphoria. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe Nick does. He's very tuned in to the Euphoria speak. Anyway, let's get to Jaden versus Groyper Princess Vrillium. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm going to change that to the name of the stream. I'm going to steal this. I'm going to steal this from Majestic Seagull. Jaden McNeil versus Groyper Princess Vrillium. All
right. Call away. What do you want, Vrillium? What is going on? Here we go. Hold on. Oh, Vrillium. Vrillium. Yo, are you here?
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. How is Vrillium? What's up? What do you want? What's the debate?
I'm not here to debate you, man. I mean, well, first off, I thought we were watching my video, but I mean,
you want me to watch your video with you?
I mean, if you want. I mean, the video, it kind of insists on itself. I mean, you kind of get the point.
It insists on itself.
I don't agree on anything, but I'm not here to debate you, man. I mean, first off, like, why are you so upset, man? What's going on? Like, come on, what's happening here?
Why do you even care? Starting off with the why do you even care strat. I hate this shit, dude. You know, I had a dude, like, he was saying something. It was like, fuck, I forgot what his name is. He's the guy who occasionally clips COG, and it's why I think he's a COG fan. Backwards Internet, right? Backward Internet. Isn't that just another name for COG show? Is Backwards Internet? I got confused because he was referring to COG in the third person. Hold on, where is it? It was on... Is right here. Backwards Internet. Imagine seething over COG this much. Dude is irrelevant, right? So I was confused when I saw this because I was always convinced, isn't this just COG? Because look, you go to his channel, right? Okay, you see Ralph clips and I don't know, I always was convinced maybe he's not, maybe he is just like his own person and whatnot. Anyway, he was like, imagine seething over COD this much, dude is irrelevant. So it's like fucking Vicious Vickers is irrelevant. Vickers is more irrelevant than COG is. He's one of the few people who's more irrelevant than COG. Shit, Ralph is irrelevant. Faith Vickers isn't even on the internet anymore. I hate it when people do that. When they're like saying like, oh, why do you care? Because I'm talking about people who are retarded.
You made a video calling out Patrick, John, Captain Dreamer, and then some shots at myself.
Oh, I was doing it in the zoomed out version. My bad. Well, you guys get the gist.
And I responded by saying that you are gay and a leftist.
I didn't make shots at you. Well, no, hold on. I did make shots at those other guys. You are correct about that. I didn't make shots at you specifically.
Let's see. I had the screen fucked up.
Regardless, I reacted to it. I gave you my opinion, and I think you are.
Well, I didn't see all of it. I mean, it seems like you don't like the video. I mean, it seems like you take some contention with it.
Yeah, which I was going.
What's the problem, man? I thought it was a solid video. I thought the editing was pretty good. I mean, what's the contention, man?
As I've said 3 times, you are a gay leftist faggot who's taking shots at the right wing, patriots, conservatives, people that put far more on the line than you could or ever would because you are a Nepo baby homosexual. And during all this, the stuff that I talked about, which you were sitting here listening to, COVID, BLM, all these things that you were on the wrong side of history for, and you are now here getting on your soapbox with all the disgusting shit that we've seen on Twitter, getting up on your soapbox talking about how you're the fucking new guy on the block. These guys suck. These guys are scum. Nick Fuentes was right. You don't go through why any of those people left the movement. Probably because you don't actually know or care to know, because all you care about is clout.
I don't. That is true. I'll give you. Hold on. That part is true. I actually don't know, and I don't really care. Because, like, bro, why would you get off the train? Why would you get off
personally?
the train?
I got off the train because I'm opposed to.
Why would you get off the train? I don't understand, bro. Why wouldn't you just go with whatever the mainstream message is right now? Why would you like switch? Like, he doesn't even understand. He can't even like comprehend it. He can't even comprehend having convictions or having strong political opinions.
Alexander the gay pedophile. I know that, you know, you being a homosexual leftist faggot probably don't care about that, but like, I was kind of like,
I don't even know about that. I don't know about that. And I don't really like care.
Then I got off the train. Like, if you ask Nick why I got off the train, he would say that he quote unquote fired me because I got a girlfriend.
Like, I can't confirm that. I don't feel like I have the guy's number, but I mean,
so you're just a total new fag taking shots and you don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, dude, listen, if someone decided to invest in Blockbuster in 2026, I'm gonna make jokes, dude. Like, what do you want me to do?
Okay,
what do you want me to do?
Again, teach their own, and I'm gonna call you out for your shit. Like, I'm not.
Imagine just admitting to being a bandwagoner.
Mad that you made the video.
Like, oh, I'm just here. I'm just riding the wave. Bro is literally admitting to just coming here to ride the wave.
It's content, to be honest.
And it's, I mean, that one's not as topical, so it didn't do as well. It's not.
No,
it wasn't
about like the Talmud and your
base
2018, 2019. Like,
who is Jaden McNeil? He is Nick's. Well, according to the Groypers, he is Nick's scorn lover. It's really the other way around. He had an unrequited crush on Nick. Had an unrequited crush on Jaden, and he got very, very jealous when Jaden got a girlfriend and decided to spend Christmas or, I don't know, some holiday with her instead of him. Even though Jaden asked Nick, he literally asked Nick before, hey man, you want to hang out? And then Nick was like, no. And I guess he thought he was like playing the hard to get tsundere shit. Very woman coded, very girl coded behavior from Nick. So, you know, Jaden went and hung out with his girlfriend instead, and Nick got super fucking mad. And he kicked him to the curb, and he then took a black light, and he went searching on all the furniture because Jaden was staying at his place while he was working on AF shit. He went and searched through Jaden's stuff that he left behind afterwards for cum. He went cum hunting because the idea of Jaden having sex with a woman in his place just made him seethe. Because how dare the dude who I had a crush on go have sex with a girl? Oh my God.
Do you really think, you've been saying this for like weeks, do you honest to God think I'm paid by Zionists? Because I said it right.
No, I don't. No. I mean, listen, I'll be honest. I'm not fully familiar with your line here. I don't think you are. Judging by how much you tweeted me, I don't think you are. I think you're part of, like, I think you're in group chats and stuff. And I think it's mostly the more active, more bigger accounts that are getting paid off. Well, not paid off, but are in political networks. People like Elliot Hamilton and shit like that. People like Captain Dreamer and stuff like that. That's why I didn't call you direct. I don't know.
I'm cool with him. Elliot Hamilton. Like, these people have been calling for like canceling, quote unquote, canceling me. Do you know how many fucking ADL hate articles, so on and so forth, that I have written about me? Like,
yeah, I don't know that. But then you got off the train.
How do you not know that? How do you not know? Look, let me show you guys something. Real quick. So this is the Ben Franklin whiteness map for people who don't know. If your ancestry doesn't come from one of these places right here that's blue on this map, according to Ben Franklin and a lot of the other founding fathers, you technically are not the proper type of white. Maybe there's an exception if you're like Scandinavian or you're like Protestant French. Maybe if you're like a French Huguenot, maybe there's an exception for you. But the rest of you guys are just tawny, right? Like, you're tawny, you Mediterraneans, you Slavs, especially Turks. Turks aren't even like, Turks are just Asiatics, according to Ben Franklin. You know, neither Nick Fuentes or Hassan are white, according to Ben Franklin. So let's just put in Jaden McNeil. Jaden McNeil is an American far-right activist. Hold on. I forgot that I'm fucking zoomed in. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. Jaden McNeil is an American far-right activist and online streamer known for controversial views on society and politics. his views have been wildly characterized as white nationalist, right? And you get linked to all these fucking things just like calling him out for being a white supremacist and whatnot. Like this right here, this article all the way back in 2022 about, how he attended the Capitol insurrection and got federal pandemic relief funds and shit like that. So that's the reputation that Jaden has to deal with, just from being associated with Nick Fuentes for a while. Hold on, let me say.
Off the train of Nick.
Jaden is very pro-white people, by the way. But I don't know. I've never seen him be crazy about it. Like, he's not pro, I don't know, brown people genocide. He doesn't want to slaughter all niggas. He just thinks that it's cool for white people to be able to live in majority white places and for them to stay majority white without, getting a gajillion immigrants coming in.
Fuentes, I've not changed my political beliefs whatsoever. I got off the Fuentes train. I have not changed. Yeah, I'll say it.
That's a dude, right? It's crazy that you even got confused. I mean, he really does look like a frumpy fat woman.
Again.
Even right now, with like there are so many trans people, trans men and trans women who be very jealous of Vrillium. Vrillium is so effortlessly androgynous, even when he's fat.
Like, I'm not cool with, the only reason that I don't talk about Jews 24/7 is because everyone else already is. I talked about Jews when no one else was talking about Jews.
Really?
Yes.
Hold on,
yes.
No, come on.
Yes.
No, come on, really?
No, that's true.
That's
yeah,
why.
Fuck Israel.
That's
is that
why.
good? Fuck Israel. Does that do it for you? Did you not think that I'd say that? Like,
no,
Israel fucking sucks.
Hold on. Well, actually, I covered this in the video, funny enough. But yeah, no, I'm not that.
All a lot of these guys do, a lot of these new dissident right guys, all they got is Jews bad, which, okay, if you're going to talk about some things that are, going on with Israel and Zionists and, certain problematic Jews like Laura Loomer and whatnot, okay, that's one thing. But if that's literally all you got, if all you got 24/7 is Jew bad, well, I don't know, man. You need a little bit more than that.
Any of you.
It's like when you got these leftists or bread tubers who are like, capitalism bad. Okay, is that all you got? You ain't got nothing else but capitalism bad, huh?
I'm not doubting the Captive Dreamer himself. His name literally comes from the book, The Captive Dreamer. I'm not doubting that, dude. But the fact is that it's very convenient because anybody can say fuck Israel. Netanyahu doesn't fucking care if you say, oh, fuck Israel. They care when you actually put your energy into politics that would go and defund and remove the power base behind Israel. They let you say whatever you want. They let you call them kikes. They don't fucking care. They don't care at all. They care when the money taps.
I think they do care. I actually do think that they care quite a bit.
And like the politics that you guys are spreading, this whole like apathy, this Israel apathy of, oh, well.
Also, this contradicts what he said earlier when he was saying that online influencers have no impact in modern politics, which isn't true. As we've already seen, Laura Loomer is like the ultimate example of somebody who's literally just an online influencer and has a disproportionate impact on politics. Even Nick Fuentes, right? I won't say that if it wasn't for Nick, the shit that happened at the Capitol wouldn't have happened. But he was a very big part of that, right?
It's brown coded to care. Who gives a fuck?
That's not what I've ever said. That's
that
not what I'm
doesn't
saying.
turn off the money tap.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's brown coded to support Kamala Harris because not only would she bring in another 50 million, 40 million, whatever, 20 million, give amnesty to all the illegals here, but then on top of that, her foreign policy towards Israel sucks also. I'm saying it's retarded.
Dude, it's all the same. Dude, it's all the, hold on.
There's a book about how Catholics and Jews teamed up to seize power from WASP America. We're living in the results. Oh, wow, really?
It's all the same shit.
I've never heard of that before.
Dude, literally.
I love it when people put me on new conspiracy.
Just the other day, Trump came out saying they're not gonna say the words mass deportation. Like,
I want all of them, every conspiracy from every angle. I want the leftist conspiracy. I want the right-winger conspiracy. I want the pro and the anti-Zionist conspiracy. I want them all.
my nigga, it's the same shit.
Again, what are you quoting the Axios article? Like, what one are you? Are we really going to pretend like Trump? You even said it in your video yourself that it's the first time ever that we've had a net negative migration. It is going well right now. Illegals are terrified to enter the border because of the ICE Gestapo. Like you said that.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish, and then I'll let you go.
All right, no, go ahead.
You can say that. Are deportations where I want them to be? No. Are they as great as I would like? If I could snap my finger, we'd have 100 million deportations tomorrow in a perfect world. Which, by the way, I don't even think you agree with, because not only do you not mention race in your video, but you say all the time about how you were red pilled on Israel because you got a brown girlfriend and you this.
Well, of course not. He's a Groyper.
Like you clearly.
Groypers have I don't know, like, Groypers have to be. Nick is not only, what's the word? He's not anti, like, any sort of minority. Like, he's very neutral. Let's say that. Nick is very neutral when it comes to race for obvious reasons, right? For one, he's not completely white. He is Mexican. For another one, a lot of his followers are Mexican. And Nick knows this, right? You go to fucking Nick's followers, right? Hold on, I can do it right now. Actually, I can actually just do that right now. Let me see. Nick Fuentes. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. I gotta look something up real quick. I think something was lost. Something I want to look at later. And no, never mind. Never mind. It's fine. Damn, I can't even find it. There it is. There it is. All right, I found it. Okay. All right, so I found what I was looking for. Anyway, let's see. Let's look through Nick Fuentes'. Oh, Nick has me blocked, by the way. Maybe that's the reason why. It's hard to search up people who have you blocked. Yeah, Nick blocked me a while ago. I was barely saying anything about him anyway. So let's see. Miguel, Michael Leonhardt. Holy shit, where is that guy from? And okay, Canada. Okay. You know, let's just go through. Okay, this is from Ohio. All right, that guy's from the United States. Vampire King, Hank, Krez, Koopa, Crisis King. Let's see, maybe these are. Oh, this is one of those. Okay, another one, Canadian. This is another one of those accounts I was talking about in my Nick Fuentes documentary. The bizarre Nick Fuentes accounts that all just started to show up out of nowhere in late 2025. No icon, barely any people who they're following, barely any posts. All they do is fucking, like, this guy, does he have any posts at all? No, he doesn't have a single post at all. All he does is follow Nick Fuentes. Right? And there's just tons of these fucking accounts like this. All they do, there's so many fucking, his follower count is botted as fuck, bro. Just like his views. Like, you have this one Groyper who was talking about how Hassan is botting viewers. And I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that Hassan is botting some of his stream viewers. Probably all of the top streamers do it. But the idea that Nick Fuentes on a fucking Rumble isn't botting his viewers, like he's botting his followers, like he's botting everything, is ridiculous. Anyway, Nick knows that a lot of his followers aren't white, so that's why he can't be that focused on race.
Aren't even racial, so I don't know how you're pretending to be this based right-wing Nazi. Like,
also, there's this thing. Nick kind of wants America to be more Catholic, and he knows that the easiest way for America to be more Catholic is for more Latino people to be let in. So he is, to a degree, kind of low-key hoping for there to be some degree of, like, the continued immigration from Latino places so we can keep boosting the Catholic population.
You're a communist.
Hold on.
Hitler would have hated you, but
I don't doubt that. I'm not. That's why. Yeah.
Wait, is he actually a communist?
Doubt that. I'm not a.
That's kind of embarrassing.
You guys. I mean, first off, I know you guys in like the group chats or whatever saw my video talking about y'all. Not this one, but the other videos I've done. So you know firsthand.
Wait, what? I'm peaking bad?
I don't consider myself to be. So I don't even consider myself to be a Groyper. That's something you guys
say in this video that you're a Groyper. I know you say you're not a Groyper general, but you say they talk about Groyper content creators, which is me. You literally say that.
Hold on, because you guys put that on me. I didn't choose that. You guys put that on me.
Are we really going to pretend like you're not a Groyper?
You guys, wait, hold on. I said it before. You guys, anytime some shit happens with me, which happens fairly often. I'm a controversial guy. I'm a crazy guy. What do you want? You know, it is what it is.
Are you a Groyper?
Are
you a Groyper?
No, I don't consider myself as such. No,
bro,
and I've been very clear about this from the start.
Fuentes.
Okay, is that better? Is that better? Let's get the mic issue, because some dude just said I'm shaking his phone because of the shit. So we're gonna figure this out first, and then we're gonna continue because we got a lot to get through, and I want the audio to at least be tolerable. Your end is way up and kind of scratchy. Audio is fine. I just want to make sure before we get any further. All right, audio is good. All right.
Worship Nick Fuentes? Is that not your whole MO?
No, I don't know. No,
Come on, man. Everyone knows that you're a Fuentes dick sucker. You were so happy they followed you back on Twitter. You're going after his enemies because, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his. Hold on, buddy. Hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would.
He
Yeah,
literally said he was having a fanboy moment that one time he met Nick and Sneeko.
I consider myself a fan of his, of course, an admirer. Even I like his stuff. I think he's great, but I don't agree with him on everything. And by the way, like, you guys are aware of that. It's just, you know, and this is the funniest
Honest
part.
to God, and you're gonna roll your eyes at this?
No, come on.
I don't even know what Nick believes, and neither do you, because he flip flops all the time.
Nick doesn't have beliefs.
Like, no one even knows what he believes.
You know that's not, dude. Come on. You know that's not true. Let me.
That is true. That is.
No, Jaden, come on. Let me. No, hold on. I let you talk. Let's come on.
I'm
Let's
letting
be a
you
little
talk.
here.
I'm letting you
All
talk.
right,
Go ahead.
Now, again, I've said it before. Okay, the only reason you're clearly well aware, because I've said it several times in tweets and in videos and whatever, right? And clearly you guys watch my
I'm gonna be
content.
honest, the tweets of yours I see are the tweets that are in the group chat. I have you blocked. I don't want to see your fucking naked ass on the timeline or whatever.
They're in the group chat, so that's confirmed. You are
I'm in
like,
group
okay.
chats. Yeah, I'm in Nick Fuentes is a pedophile. That one is about 30 people in my chat. They can confirm.
Well, I don't doubt that, but
there
I'm
are
saying,
group chats. Are they Israel group chats I'm getting paid to be in? No, they're group chats where I'm like people talk shit. Yeah. Are you in there? Are you
No,
in
people
group chats? I know you are. How'd you get notified that I was talking about you? Like, obviously, you're in group chats. I'm in group chats. Everyone's in group chats.
Well, I don't know why you're getting defensive, man. I'm just saying. I mean,
Defensive.
It seems like you're getting defensive.
He's getting very offensive. This doesn't sound defensive. This sounds very offensive to me.
When I say the group chats,
because you're implying that it's some
defensive.
Zionist info. Like, yeah, I'm on Twitter. I talk to people on Twitter. Correct.
I don't know, man. It's just kind of convenient that anytime I tweet about, I don't even at him. Anytime I tweet about the words John Doyle or Captain Dreamer, I have the same like 10 people come out of the woodwork with the same line, the same text. Like, buddy, come on. You know what it is? You're in group chat. Someone sends in the group chat and says, "Okay, we're gonna say this, and we're gonna have our like."
No, that's not how it goes. It's you post something gay.
Come with us.
You post something gay. They throw it in there. Usually, there's no context. They throw it in there, and then they go.
It's very
This
convenient.
is an actual thing that Nick and his Groypers do. Like, whenever you see somebody who's just getting savaged by Groypers out of nowhere, somebody sent them, right? Somebody called for them. Somebody snapped their fingers and sent them out there. It might not have been Nick himself. It might not have been a Groyper general, but it was somebody in like some fucking group chat or Telegram chat or somebody.
It fucking sucks. Like, it's really not that crazy. There's Beardson tweets, there are your tweets, there's fucking whoever tweets, ACR.ARCHIVE. Like, yeah, there's a group chat called Nick Fuentes is a gay pedophile, and when you're sitting there dick sucking Nick Fuentes.
Wait, is that true? Hold on. Is that actually what you call it? Is that actually true?
Yeah, it's my group chat. Yeah, it's not their
come
group
on.
chat, it's
You
my
can't
group chat.
Now, they won't do this for certain things, right? There are certain things where they will not. Groypers will find something that's trying to counter signal Nick or go after Nick or whatever, but they still won't, just sound the horn or whatever. One of those examples is my documentary. Even though that video, my Nick Fuentes video, has a higher dislike per ratio than any other video I made. And I know exactly why. Even it's literally pinned to my profile account. So you ever go to my profile, it's literally the first video that's pinned on there. So they know that it's there. It has over 100K impressions. The video has over 100,000 views, right? It's the biggest Nick Fuentes documentary on YouTube. But they purposely don't alert more people to it because the video is full of receipts they really don't want people to see. They want the video to stay hidden personally.
God, come on. You can't say, hold on.
I'm actually surprised how little, I don't know, flagging or reporting the video has gotten.
You can't be like, oh, you worship Nick Fuentes dog and you have a whole.
You know who was actually really bad? The fucking Dark Viper AU people. I got a lot of those niggas in the comment. That's the second biggest video. That's my video that has the second most dislikes, the Dark Viper AU video, right? And I literally got a dude in the comments who was like, hey, I reported you for defamation and hate speech. I'm like, what?
Group chat dedicated to your hatred of him, dog. Come on.
Well, he's a gay pedophile. And clearly you said you don't even know who Ali Alexander is. So clearly there's some importance to what we're doing because trying to spread.
I call bullshit at this point. How do you not know? It's like that's the go-to. For everybody who really doesn't fuck with Nick Fuentes, for me, for Jaden, for Milo, for PPP, for Godwinson, Ali Alexander is like one of the go-tos.
Vrillium, I know you.
Like, he literally kept a gay pedophile in his trad movement, and then when it was revealed that he was a gay pedophile, he low-key tried to shield for him until he couldn't anymore.
I like getting fucked in the ass, but most young guys
Dude, are you
don't.
serious? Come on. No, hold on. Come on. Are you serious? Really? You're gonna say to me?
Are you just gonna keep saying
You're gonna
really?
say,
Like,
oh,
make a
you
point.
worship
Like, I don't even know why you're
Nick
here. Make a point. Yeah, I'm in a group chat on Twitter. So
Yeah, actually, now I think about it, Dark Viper AU kind of is worse than Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes, he does do gay ops, but Matto is just insane. right? Like he's actually fucking crazy, and he has no problem with flagging shit openly, with telling his fans, with pulling up a hater video. He will make series of videos just like trying to disprove his haters and his detractors and shit. He's insane.
Or you.
Like actually mentally ill.
Next.
No, all right, yeah, sure, we can move on. Okay, great. Point is this, dude, is that, listen, like, okay, all right, anyways, listen, I don't, first off, I'll say this, right, is that number one, if I was on your guys' line, if I was on your guys' side here, like, first off, you would,
like, here, I can't even, there are times when I want to talk about Matto on stream, but I can't because he's crazy. He's a crazy person. He's fucking insane. And if I say anything, like if I react to anything he does on stream, I know it's gonna get flagged. I know he's gonna try and take the stream down or fucking take my channel down or whatever.
give a shit.
So if I ever talk about him again, I'm either gonna have to react to somebody else's video or I'm just gonna have to make another video about it.
About anything going on in my past.
I'm gonna be honest. You said it's JD Vance. You said it's the Jews. You said this. I'll be 1,000,000% honest with you. The reason
JD Vance, who said anything about that?
You in your video when you said that people were making fun of you for the slap.
You literally said I'm not voting for Vance at the end of that last video we just watched. So it's like, yeah, you are another one of those guys, which is how you know that he really is like a Groyper and a Fuentes ball washers, because they all hate JD Vance. And it's not just for political reasons, right? These guys, they hate JD Vance more than people on the left do. And they hate JD Vance for the reason why Nick hates JD Vance, I've said this before, it's for very petty reasons. It's the same reason why he hates Peter Thiel. Nick actually wanted to be sponsored by Peter Thiel back in the past. Peter Thiel didn't do that. And instead he threw those Thiel bucks over there at JD Vance, and that's why JD Vance has investments, right? He has partial ownership, I'm pretty sure, of Rumble and whatnot. And Nick has been seething, even though he uses Rumble and shit, he has to. He has no other fucking choice. He still seethes at Peter Thiel and at JD Vance because of that.
Only reason that you were ever on
almost everything that Nick, here's the thing, Nick doesn't have beliefs. He has vendettas. And he has like personal animosity, and he also has people that he's like he favors. That's what it is, right? And that's the things that colors his worldview and what he talks about and how he behaves. And his followers don't believe this. His followers think that he's this fucking brilliant commentator and that he's super principled. He's not. It's all surface level emotional bullshit with Nick.
The radar, or why I make fun of you, is because you are well, first of all, you were there in the bitch smack video, which was hilarious. Then
I was very funny. Yes, I was there.
I know, yeah, you totally bitched out and didn't do anything.
I don't know the guy. Hold on. I don't know women. Hold on. Let me actually. I don't want to get off into tangents and shit because it's like
I'm explaining to you how I found out about you and why I make fun of you.
Yeah, but
I found that. You then said
I found that one funny because I don't know women.
That's irrelevant. You then said in the video that people were attacking you not because of the video, but because of Jews and because of JD Vance.
Just don't even let him explain himself.
That is true. Yes.
Just don't even let him bullshit his way out of it.
I watched a couple of your videos.
Like, I love how he's not attached to anything. Oh, I don't really know Nick. Oh, I'm not really a Groyper. Oh, I'm not really a right-wing influencer. Oh, I don't really know woman propaganda. Well, what are you? Are you really just a 100% bandwagoner who's just like, you're just here? Like, you just showed up and started LARPing and shit so you could get a platform? Is that all this is?
Realize that, one, you are a fucking weird guy. No offense. I'm sure, like, you're being somewhat nice, so I'll be.
No, I'm weird. No, listen,
you're
hey,
a fucking
man,
weird leftist freak, and you're a Groyper, and it's pretty fucking easy.
Yeah, Clavicular. He's the one who got chosen by Peter Thiel as his fucking,
dunk on Nick Fuentes and his fans when one of the top Groyper content creators, I know you're not a Groyper general, but you're a Groyper content creator, you align with Nick, you make content. It's really fucking funny that they're one of their top guys.
When you think about it, being somebody like Clav, who gets anointed by a billionaire, being an individual who gets anointed by a billionaire is the equivalent of being like some ancient Greek warrior who gets favored by an Olympian god, right? It's like being in the Iliad, right? In the Iliad, you can be a strong warrior, but then you get favored by some deity, and suddenly you gain all these superpowers, and people can't touch you, nobody can damage you. You can fucking take on whole armies yourself. That's what this is today. That's what it's like being favored, being anointed by a billionaire today. Clavicular, he got anointed by Peter Thiel, and now he basically has immunity. He can do whatever he wants. He's fucking partying every day. He's immune to being canceled. He can run people over. He's talking to all these celebrities. He's like, everybody thinks he's hot. It was not. It's like, you know.
Yourself, you get views, is a former troon dick sucking faggot. That's all. So I make fun of you for it.
But you guys have all sorts of people. Hold on, you guys are like literally with Milo.
I say you guys. I don't have. I mean, like I talk to. Like I said, there's a group chat. I talk to.
Okay, so he's not. He's not with Nick Fuentes in America First or the Groypers, but Jaden McNeil is with Milo. Is like, do they even talk? I don't even think they communicate like that. Him and Milo. I don't doubt that they probably like share DMs about Nick. Everyone's maybe like. Milo came to Jaden and he's like, hey, do you have any dirt on Nick? Do you want me to give you some dirt on Nick? You know, just building up his vault on Nick Fuentes that he's going to drop one day. One day he's going to drop everything in the Nick Fuentes vault. And it's going to be like the craziest Milo drop ever when he eventually does it. This is why Nick doesn't bring up Milo's name, period. He knows that it's coming. Right, but you know they aren't cool like that.
No, come on, Jaden, come on.
Go ahead. You're gonna say Milo? Go ahead.
You don't actually care about that stuff. You know that you don't because you're with Milo. You're with all these people.
See, that's the thing. You say I'm with Milo.
You guys are with Peter Thiel out here. You don't give a fuck about this.
He's with Peter Thiel too.
I've never met Peter Thiel in my life.
It's like, look, bro. Literally, is it really Thiel or is it Thiel? Anyway, literally, Clavicular has been associated with Peter Thiel, and Nick Fuentes be gushing. Be man crushing it up about Clav like openly, like on his stream. So this whole thing, like, oh, you're with Peter, you're with my man.
Life. The only time
I don't mean you specifically.
Nick wishes that there was just a billionaire who would bless him.
The only connection to Peter Thiel that I've ever had was when I was in Miami with Nick Fuentes, meeting with a Thiel rep because Nick Fuentes was asking him for fucking money. That's the only time I've ever talked to anyone associated with Peter Thiel ever. You yourself are laughing at me saying I don't get views, I don't get paid. So like, why would Peter Thiel pay me?
You just said you're friends with. Hold on. You just said you're in like several group chats with Captain Dream and all of them. Like that's.
I'm in a group chat with Captain Dreamer. What is your point?
Yes,
I find his content funny.
Those are Peter Thiel people. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, I don't think he's funded by Peter Thiel, but regardless, even if he was, I'm in a group chat with him.
Those people definitely are. I don't think they really. It's not like they hide that. They're very open about their JD Vance alignment.
Oh yeah,
JD Vance made the news for following Captain Dreamer. What are you talking about?
These are conspiracies I didn't know about.
Vance. What's your point?
It's like, look, bro, the idea, I don't know, this idea that everybody that you hate just happens to be funded by all the other people that you hate, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, if anything, Nick Fuentes suddenly going from the most canceled man on the internet to appearing on every mainstream podcast except Joe Rogan in late 2025 to early 2026 is a way bigger, like, I don't know, condemnation or indication that he's being sponsored by somebody in the shadows than anything that's going on with some random Twitter poster. What the fuck are you talking about?
What's
the last video? You said these people weren't even a big deal. Now you're saying they're being sponsored by fucking billionaires?
Do you like JD Vance?
Compared to the other options, yeah.
No, I'm just asking in general. Do you like JD Vance?
Compared to the other options, yeah. Am I like ecstatic? I'm not really ecstatic about anyone in politics because, to be honest, like obviously I'm further right than most people. So like I see it as a vehicle. I see Trump. I don't think it's perfect. I'm not happy with everything. Obviously it'd be way better, but I don't see the, like you see it as, oh, they're screwing us because of like Palestine or whatever desert country you're simping for. And I'm just like, look, negative migration is better than 40 million amnesty. We're moving the ball in the right direction. That's how I see it. A lot of my chat would disagree with me.
I'm not here to debate back and forth about why Trump.
What are we debating?
Hey man, I mean, well, first off, your audience was saying in the chat that I wouldn't call in, so I'm gonna call in. Of course I am. But two, I just want to talk to you and like you guys.
Why?
You seem like
what? What is this gonna gain you, bro? You think you gonna get street cred for showing up and looking like a retard? You have nothing to gain or win by this.
You're clearly in this grander.
Bro is so easy to manipulate, right? He's got so many lolcow tendencies. It's not even about the shit that happened in the past, because everybody has a past. Now, some of us are not retarded enough, or like we knew better enough when we were younger to not put shit on the internet, right? Forever. So people could just dig it up and just bring it to our face when we're in our fucking however old Vrillium is, right? But it's the stuff right now. He has a lot of the lolcow quirks of being very easy to prod, very easy to get a reaction out of. You can get him to spill his guts with very little effort.
Hierarchy of people coming at Vrillium, you are on the lower rung, and I can tell because we interact
your
more.
shit sucks and it's funny to laugh at. Like, I really do not care about you at all.
No, I don't know, man. I don't doubt. Listen, I don't doubt if you disagree with me. I don't doubt that's funny, but like, I don't know, man. Clearly, it seems like it's bigger than just it's something to laugh at. There's a lot of stuff to laugh at on the internet.
You're a Groyper general. You don't want the label, but you make content. What is aligned with Nick Fuentes? Repeating Nick Fuentes' talking points.
What is a Groyper general? Bro just pretends like he doesn't know anything. It very much is like, what's that one quote? That one quote by Millennial Woes. It was something like, the thing about leftists is that everything just comes down to them pretending like they don't understand what they're talking about. Like, this is what this guy is doing. He's just playing dumb. Just like pretending like he doesn't know what anything is. You really hang around these circles. You really like follow the people you do and post as often as you do and hang out in the spaces that you do, and you don't know what a fucking Groyper general is? Idaho Micro, thank you for $1.99. It always goes back to the Gunt and Worski. Very true. It always goes back to the fucking, really it always goes back to Gamergate. Gamergate is what took us here. I'm gonna talk about this in the Gamergate documentary that is definitely coming out this year at some point. I don't know. But yeah, Milo, shit, fucking Milo got his, well, he didn't get his start. He was working for Breitbart. But yeah, he was also involved in fucking Gamergate. And that's how he linked up with fucking Ralph and all these people. It all goes back to GG and Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn is the reason for all of this. Never forget. VTubing enthusiast, thank you for $5. You need to spray luminol on a surface to detect human and chemical discharge on it. A black light itself won't detect anything. That's how stupid Nick is.
Get views. Let me answer. Are you gonna let me answer?
Are you serious?
Go
No.
Yeah, because
all right, hold on. Maybe if I just hang out.
I saw the underbelly of who he is, what the movement is, how sick and
Okay, are we back? Are we back? Are we back? What was that? Oh, hold on. Let me see. Are we okay? We're back. All right. Fuck. What is going on here, dude? There's no way. Like, what is this, man? Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what it is. Okay. Fuck. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some. I'm gonna have to invest in better internet before the end of this month, because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's always around this time too. It was around this time last month. Now I know better. I know that if I just chill out and I just wait, it'll come back. There's always this weird drop. Maybe it's like actually the area that I'm in, and they just, I don't know, it's weird. Anyway, we're back. Just call me, Des. Thank you for $4.99 to fix your shitty internet, my dude. I will get on it. This is ridiculous. Buy Starlink. That might be what I have to do. This is getting crazy. It's always around this time, too. I don't get it. Anyway, getting back to this shit. Where were we? We're gonna throw it back a few seconds, about a minute. All right.
Just happened to be associated with that guy. Like, really? Come on.
No, because I was associated with that guy. Let me answer. Are you gonna let me answer?
All right, no, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was associated with that guy. I saw the underbelly of who he is, what the movement is, how sick and depraved it is, frankly. And when I left, got a girlfriend, big deal, whole thing. I don't know, maybe you need to look into it. When I left, Nick Fuentes swore up and down, there's a million recordings of it, you don't have to believe me, he was going to torpedo my life, he was going to ruin me, da-da-da. You could say that's petty, but he said he was going to make sure I could never get a job, sending them the hate articles, he was going to make sure that I could never work again, never go to school again, this, that, the other. And on top of that,
all this because Jaden was getting some pussy, by the way.
So it was
all this because Jaden wanted to get pussy rather than hang out with him on the holidays, which he offered to do before he went out on his date.
Personal thing to go on the Kino Casino. Then it turned into Ollie Alexander, the gay pedophile, this whole scandal, all these sick fucks that he surrounds himself with, him defending this. I disagree with him politically now because he's shilling the Dems and this, that, the other. I wasn't disagreeing with him politically when I left, per se. I was disagreeing with the scams and shit that he was
The stream is muted? No! What? Hold on. All right. Hold on. Let me check. came in with the black light. The stream is muted. Is it still muted? I'm in the sticks, and the power decided to run their own fiber network to all customers. It's great. Oh, that sounds very blessed. Okay, it's not muted. All right. Woo. Look, I will bite on anything. You guys know. You guys know how we're living right now.
Not personally. Then it turned into, I'm not changing my politics. He changed his when he started shilling for Kanye West and the, you know, I mean, we can go through all that, but Vivek Ramaswamy and Joe Biden and all this shit. So that's
but do you seriously hold on? You seem like you're an articulate enough guy, and so you seriously don't like. Well, okay, you know what? What would your response be to whether it's me saying it or fucking whoever? What would your response be to those who claim that sure, you haven't changed your party affiliation? I don't think anyone's saying that, but clearly the MAGA that we were sold on.
Are you even racist?
I mean, I would say so.
Are you even racist, bro? I don't even think you're racist for real.
Oh, people say that I am.
Don't you aren't you like, didn't you go anti-Israel or whatever because of brown pussy? Like, didn't you?
Here's the thing. If you say you're racist and it's just against Jews and Indians, I don't even consider that real racism. Because we currently live in an era where being low-key anti-Semitic or low-key racist to Indian people is like actually like perfectly, like you can openly say racist shit. Those are the only two groups now. More so, definitely more so Indians than definitely more so Indians than Jews. But to a degree, so long as you're talking about Jews in the context of Zionism and Israel and whatnot, you can actually get away with being quite anti-Semitic. You can be quite racist towards Indian people too. So if those are the only two groups who you're being racist against, I don't even consider that real racism. Like, you gotta say some shit about some Somalis first to prove how racist you are. Say some shit about Mexicans. Prove to me how racist you are. Say some shit about Puerto Ricans. Fuck it. If you want to be like, oh, I'm gonna be racist toward, even if you're like racist towards Southern Italians, that's safe racism, right? Like, there are degrees of racism. And if you're in like the green, maybe yellowish sector of racism, which is like Zionist Jews, Indians, Sicilians and whatnot, then I'm sorry, that's not true racism. That's almost like play racism.
Like, literally,
that's baby's first racism.
Really get red
no, I mean, I wouldn't say so. I certainly have enjoyed some of that in my life. I'm the first to say that.
Go back to what you were saying.
I don't think that. You off. Okay, no, that's fine.
By the way, any Jews or Indians watching this, it's cool.
But no, like,
you're the good ones.
You don't. Again, like, I think clearly everybody.
If you're a fan of my shit, you're the good
would
ones.
say that, yeah, you haven't changed your party affiliation. You are still in the Republican Party, but you really.
Fuck about. I'm not sitting here arguing politics.
You don't think it's a fair argument.
Around here, the only people who get the gas chambers are Nick Fuentes fans.
You don't think it's a fair argument, right? When someone says, "Hey, clearly the MAGA that we were sold on, or the public was sold on, is not what we have received." Like, you don't take that and say, yeah, there's some legitimacy to that.
Yeah,
like,
I do take that. There is some legitimacy to that. But at the same point, never in my life, when all the Groypers were against him in 2024, I said on my stream, I can pull up the clip. I said, if he deports one single brown person, it's better than the alternative. I'm not sitting here saying that he's the greatest, best thing ever in the world, but I knew going into it, he wasn't fucking Hitler. Like, I knew that we weren't going to get 100 million.
Trump was more liberal than a lot of Democratic candidates were back in the 90s, for real.
Deportation.
Trump was more openly gay marriage than fucking Obama and Hillary Clinton were.
Yeah, there are things that I'd 1,000,000% want him to go harder on, that things that I wish he didn't do, like the getting involved in the Middle East I don't love, so on and so forth. That being said, I am seeing it.
Yeah, I actually do. Well, look, bro, I'm not anti-Italian. Me being so mean towards Italian lolcows is purely coincidence. I didn't realize until relatively recently how many lolcows just happen to be Italian. I don't know why there are so many of them, but there are a lot. So
as a ball game, are we moving it in the right direction, the wrong direction? I'm not seeing it as, look, we're completely fucked today, because look, ultimately, like, when it comes to immigration, like, it's been so bad for so long. I care about demographics more than fucking anything. And I know you can argue about, like, well, what about Iran? What about this? What about that? In the grand scheme, I care about deporting people. Are we deporting enough? No, we're not.
Well, we're not deporting like any.
But you yourself said we are. It's literally, and that's the other.
But we are 100% deporting people.
No,
now there are a lot of people who say we aren't deporting enough, and that Trump is still letting in too many. He's letting in people from India and China, and whatever. And he's letting certain workers stay here. Okay, He's still deporting some people.
There's a media
He's deporting more people than Kamala would have been deporting.
percent. I said there's a
That's really the thing, right? It's very much, I don't know. People tried to frame this differently in the Kamala versus Trump race, but the Kamala versus Trump race was, once again, just like the Hillary Clinton versus Trump race. It was the lesser evil. I would say almost every election for the past few decades has just been the lesser evil. Like, it's been a while. It's been a good long while since America had an election where you had two genuinely viable options. And you're like, man, well, I feel like regardless of who wins, it wouldn't be that bad. But I want this guy because he really represents the things that I value in America. And I really like his policies. We haven't had somebody like that in a minute. I can't remember ever since I've been able to vote ever feeling like that about any candidate ever.
media perception that we are, which I think we tried it in Minneapolis, and granted,
Maybe like a few libertarian candidates, but those niggas ain't winning any elections.
listen, that's the whole thing. But the fact is that after Minneapolis, they shut it down completely.
That's
and now
what,
we're not.
I mean, that's what Nick Fuentes and Axios say. We just got the big, beautiful bill passed 6 months ago. Those ICE officers are going into the field like we got the biggest budget for ICE ever.
Yeah, I know. Schrodinger's officers. I know every day they're preparing the gigantic FEMA camps. I know. I've been told this a million times. They're preparing I've yet to see it. But
let me ask you this, since you keep asking, look, I'm being good faith. I'm not just calling you gay over and over again. If you want to judge it through that, okay, let's take it the other way. You and Nick Fuentes say to vote for Kamala Harris. You guys say vote for Democrats, vote for the people that literally want you in concentration camps and dead for being white. Like, they want to flood the country.
All these politicians, all these politicians do. They all work with, like, what are you talking about?
Okay. They all do? Like, I hate they all believe the same thing. Obviously, they don't. Like, you could say something about, even when it comes to Israel, there are people in Congress who are openly anti-Israel, openly, or at least openly anti-Zionism and openly anti-fucking IPAC and all these pro-Israel lobbies bribing other politicians to be pro-Israel. Like, they're all the same. This is what teenagers say. This is what like 13, 14-year-old kids who are just learning what politics are say. All these politicians are the same. Obviously, they're not, because otherwise you wouldn't be mad when one person gets into office and the other person doesn't. Like, you'll have these people on the far left and they're like, oh, the Democratic candidates, they're just the same as the right-wing ones. But then they go and vote Democrat because obviously they don't really feel that way. They don't think that they're the same thing. Elron Humperdink, thank you for $9.99. Much love to you, broski. I found you through Top Nick G Moments. Been around since 2015, 2016, and you know your stuff. Keep it real and get you some fast internet, king. Keep it going. You're funny AF. Oh, the internet change is coming.
Yeah,
we will be solving the internet question within the next few weeks.
Okay, you could say that, but do they really? Like, yeah,
Yes.
Donald Trump is
Yes,
a
they
Zionist.
do.
Does he want
Yes,
you
they
dead for
do.
being white? Like, yeah, he is a Zionist. Yeah, his fucking grandkids are Jewish.
Yeah, and I
knew
think,
that
hold
going
on.
into 2024 that he was a Zionist. That wasn't like.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me ask. Do you actually think, right? Like, let's say, I don't know, Kamala had gotten office, right? You actually think it would be like significantly different than what we have now?
Yep.
No. Oh, come on. You can't seriously believe
It wouldn't.
that.
The foreign policy wouldn't be. She's just as much of a Jewish shill, which is why it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
That you guys sit there and talk about voting
exactly.
Democrats.
That's why I don't get it. It's like, say, oh, we're not going to vote for Trump because he's too pro-Israel. They're all pro-Israel. What do you mean? Like, for president, yes. When it comes to Israel and the presidency of the United States, yes. Almost every presidential candidate for the past few decades has been very pro helping Israel and giving Israel more money. You can't escape that. Thinking you're going to get away from that by voting Kamala. Like, what? You think she's going to be more pro-Indian than she's going to be more pro-Israel? Like, it's silly.
We're saying it wouldn't be that different.
Yes, it would.
You're voting for a difference in domestic policy, not a difference in, well, like, there actually is a difference in foreign policy. But like, if you're voting specifically with a difference in Middle Eastern foreign policy, I'm sorry. Middle Eastern foreign policy is the one issue where every US president will be 100% just like lockstep in. Sorry.
You would not have, oh, it's only the first time in 50 years we've had net negative migration. Is it enough? No. Is it a start? Yeah. Would that have happened under her? Of course not.
What do you mean a start, though? You understand?
Because
once,
this isn't, we don't.
How does that stay in place? How does that stay in place?
This is not, again, you're acting like we have, like, we just have a dictator. Like, do you understand how the fucking arms of government, like branches of government work?
We had the majority.
Trump can't just do everything. I wish he could.
Oh my God, bro, we had the majority. You could have done anything.
Yeah, Republicans suck. No one's disagreeing with that. Even John Doyle in that clip said that they suck, and you cut him off before he finished the clip. Yeah, we know that these fucking people suck. That's why we need to primary them, and like Zyoclops lost, right? Zyoclops lost.
I don't actually know who actually is like who among these right wing influencers is actually like pro Republican establishment. I don't know. I don't think, not on the left either. Nobody is really pro establishment Democrat or establishment Republican. Everybody universally who isn't part of the club, right? Who wasn't like in the club like Charlie Kirk was when he was coming up. We all kind of universally agree, yeah, they suck. But what can you do, bro? It's going to take a while to fix this shit.
Do you agree or disagree?
We can only work with what we work with.
Hold on, I'm not going to watch the entire episode of the John Doyle show in my fucking video. That would be like a 2-hour episode.
The next sentence. He said it the next sentence. I pulled the clip up. He said, these people, they don't, maybe voluntarily, they know what they're doing, they're not working for us. But why does that matter? He said, why does it matter?
Oh, excuse me, Destiny. I forgot. Destiny is like the only like big political influencer who's like super, oh no, him and Ben Shapiro. Those are like the top two. Like, no, the establishment is good, guys, actually.
They're not working for us because
rhinos and neoliberals, they're both base.
Because the left is doing everything in their power to fucking rape you. That's why you need people on the right, not saying the rhinos, but primary these people. It's like, it's just a LARP. Like, what is your solution? I'm not saying that it's pretty. I'm not saying that it's ideal. In a perfect world, yeah, whatever. We would have won already. Everyone would have woken up and we would have won and da-da-da-da-da. Before you stopped putting shit in your ass, and we would have won after COVID or whatever, during COVID, when all hell was breaking loose. But
I don't know, man.
What is your solution? I get it. Okay, we post about Jews, we post about Israel. How do we win? How do we win? If we're not going to participate in the system, if we're not going to like run candidates, if we're not going to play politics, if we're just going to bitch or take our ball and
what that is my question too. Okay, what happens after we defeat Israel, whatever that means? They never go specifically like, what do you mean? How do you beat Israel? I mean, do you just stop politicians from taking pro-Israeli lobbyist money? I mean, I guess that would be to help the problem somewhat, but you know, after we beat Israel in however way we do, what then? What's the next step in how we fix America?
Go home. How do we win? How do we?
Because honestly, there are a lot of problems going on in America right now that even if Israel were to launch a nuke and the nuke just like fell down to earth and fell right in the middle of Tel Aviv and Israel just ceased to exist, a lot of our issues would still like persist without the existence of Israel.
Push it downfield, please tell me.
I can absolutely answer that, but let me just make it clear here. Everything you're saying, I would completely agree with, if nothing at all. Meaning Trump was just blocked on every single thing he even remotely wanted to do. If it was hold on. I'm saying if it really was just a ratchet effect, meaning that anything he put forward, literally anything, even if it was like Jew shit, anything he put forward that got shot down, I'd say, you know what, you're absolutely right here. The problem is Ben Shapiro, Miriam Adelson, they got everything they wanted, even when it was unpopular. So this whole argument of, oh, well, it's being shot down.
Trump is a Zionist. I didn't know this.
Okay, but hold on.
Thank God we have you to tell us. I didn't know.
No, but hold on. No, that's not what I'm saying. Obviously, he's a Zionist. No one's doubting that. But the fact is, you're saying, oh, and you and John are both saying, oh, well, he wants to do these things.
That's something I always kind of respected about Ben Shapiro is that he's just openly been a Zionist forever. It's also the same thing with Laura Loomer. There is something kind of respectable about not even hiding it. The dudes who hide it, the dudes who pretend like, well, no, you know, people who criticize Israel, they have a little bit, you know, to say, and then they run super defense for Israel anyway. The people who are just like openly, yes, I am pro-Israel. Yes, Israel should do whatever it wants. Yes, Israel should own Gaza and the Golan Heights. And it should be able to fucking, Iran should never, ever be able to get nukes ever because they would threaten Israel. Those people, at least I can say that they're honest about who they are.
These things, but they're being shot down by the Dems. Meanwhile, all the shit he did for the Jewish donors, for the agricultural barons, for all these different people, that stuff was getting shot at by Dems and he bypassed it immediately. He literally put extra work in to ensure that it went through. So clearly he has the capacity and the capability to push things through. It's just that.
Yeah, and that's what you were crying about. You were saying, oh, but immigration's only shut down for 3 years. When we get a Democrat, it's all going to get undone. Which,
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
you're
exactly.
right.
So,
Which
yeah.
is why are we voting for them? So I ask again, how do we win? If this is the system, if we both agree
Coalitional politics, man. Coalitional
with
politics.
the
I believe
leftists
it.
that want you dead, is that what you're
What type of idea is that? It's like, okay, my side. So the right wing sucks. So what we can do to beat them is make a coalition of people who hate us even more than the people on the right and who have politics that are even further away than the people on the... How is that going to happen?
doing the
come
leftists that
on.
hate white people? Who? Coalition with
Come
who?
on.
AOC? Ilhan Omar?
Like, how many dissident right people do you think that there are that you can just team up with them and be able to beat both sides of the establishment, dude?
Fucking obviously not AOC and Ilhan Omar,
But
dog.
who? Because we both agree.
Dude.
Let's be honest. The majority of these politicians are old boomers who don't give a fuck about these fringe issues because they're old boomers that are going to die tomorrow, and they're Zionists, both of them. Left,
I'll be
right, all of
honest,
them.
this is kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm just like being super white pilled. I feel like once the boomers really start dying off in big numbers, things are going to start getting substantially better.
What is your art? So
Because they are the biggest, or at least the biggest voting block in, you know, ratio to their population in the country. The boomers are. So I feel like once they're gone, I feel like things are going to get better.
how do we win if not Trump, if not working through the Republican Party, if not working through the GOP? How do we win? How do we get what we want outside of bitching on
A little bit at least.
like Nick Fuentes' show?
I've never been on America First.
Okay,
but-
or on your show.
Yeah,
James
on my show,
Fishback?
my show I do tons of bitching. So yeah,
No,
that's
I'm genuinely asking. What do we do
yeah,
politically?
I genuinely love to answer. I mean, the
Are
fact
we
is
going to
that-
just start? We're going to take up arms? Like, what is
no, I've said it before.
No, Aura Master. The Zoomers are actually not Israel pilled. It's actually like Israel has literally never been less popular with a generation of Americans than with Gen Z. Gen Z does not fuck, and it's like very bipartisan. Both the right people, both the Zoomers who identify as right wing and the Zoomers who identify as left wing, they both do not fuck with Israel. It's like the first time it was a chart that showed that recently, for the first time ever in American history, we had a generation that sympathized more with Palestine. Well, they had a higher favorability of Palestine than they did with Israel ever. Now, the favorability of Palestine actually wasn't that high. It was actually pretty low. But favorability for Israel has fallen so low for Gen Z that Palestine has just barely been able to climb over it. So no,
Man,
it's kind of part of the reason why Zionists are acting the way that they are, because they know that they lost like the future. They lost the future generation of Americans, and the most pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist generation, the boomers, are going to die soon. So they're kind of scrambling.
coalitional politics.
With
Because
who?
the politicians that are going to
Literally, the current war going on in Iran, they literally don't have any other time to try and push for this to happen. It has to happen now, because they won't be able to do it 20 years from now.
Well, hold on, you say who? Literally all of Gen Z, except for like the Jews of Gen Z.
They don't
all
like Israel for completely different.
Also, Israel's population is not looking very good. This is something, there are these, are they Hasidic Jews? There are these certain types of Jews who just, let me see. What was it? Israeli Jews who don't serve in the military. Who are they? Let's see. The Haredi. The Haredi Jews they avoid mandatory military service. They also have like the highest rate of the highest fertility rate. They have the highest fertility rate in Israel by far. They are the only ones who are producing higher than fertility rate. So currently, the Jews in Israel who are having the most kids by far are the ones who aren't serving in the military. And a lot of them, they just live off like Social Security and shit, and they just read and practice the Torah all day. And for the rest of the Jews in Israel, their fertility rates are kind of on par with what you're seeing in a lot of Western country. So in the next few generations for Israel, things aren't looking very good. They might end up having to, this is why they want so many Jews from other countries to come to Israel, because they need their population to grow, because it's not doing very good, because soon it's just going to be a lot of Haredi Jews, And Haredi Jews aren't going to be able to defend fucking Israel from Jordan and Syria and Egypt and whatever. So, you know, they're kind of scrambling too. So like I'm saying, they only got a few more years to do the shit that they're trying to do.
Different reasons than why we don't like Israel.
That's what that's what a big tent coalition is. It doesn't
Yeah,
fucking
but they
matter
don't
what
like
their
Israel
reasons
because heckin' white, they see it as heckin' white people being mean to brown noids. You know, oh, I'm a brown body.
Yeah, and
and
that's-
frankly,
yeah, okay.
that's how you see it if we're being real. Whereas I see it, and all the people previously, you know, like 8 years ago, Fuentes agreed, like, the reason people had an issue with Israel is because, oh, all these policies that we want in America, a strong border, racial homogen, like all this shit, Israel could have it, but if you, like me or Nick or whoever, said anything about Jews, said anything about, you know, a stronger border, deporting people, race, whatever, every single Jew in the media would say, oy vey, you're racist, oy vey, shut it down, this, that, the other, and it was, you know, open borders here, but not for Israel. Like, that was the critique. The leftists don't give a fuck about. They want all these brown people here, just like you. I don't want the brown people here, Vrillium. I want the brown people out. I want the gay people locked up. I want the, like, this is what I want. The left just wants, you know, they see it, as I said, I'm repeating myself, but they see it as colonialism. That's retarded.
I mean, dude, I don't know, man. The popularity of someone like Fuentes kind of speaks to my point more than what you're saying, which is that clearly, like, across
He's not that popular though. Like, they keep saying, this is what they don't understand. All these Nick Fuentes fanboys, they think that he's way more. They fell for the psyop. They fell for the astroturfing. They really think that he's this super popular guy. He's not. He doesn't have motion like that, dude.
conversation is happening, and
That's why he has to bot so much.
there's starting to be a
Bot his viewers, bot his followers and shit.
middle ground between the two. I wouldn't deny at the start of this thing, October 7th, that whole fucking day, I would not deny anything you're saying, but clearly the conversation, like, has shifted. Clearly, people are starting to wake up to the idea.
And they'll deny it too. Groypers will deny how much, like, Nick bots all of his shit. It's like, dude, okay. So Osmongold has been botting. Now, you know, there have been people botting his shit for him, right? Or so he says, but, you know, he bots big streamers like DGG bots, Hassan bot, all these people bots. You think that fucking Nick Fuentes, who ain't even on the size of those people, who's not even on their level, that he doesn't bot his shit? It's ridiculous, dude.
Okay, no, it's not colonialism, it's Jews. Like, literally some of the most brown fucking, like, race communist people, even they are starting to go, yeah, it's Jews. I mean, dude, Anna Kasparian is fucking Goyim posting out here. Like, clearly things have changed. And so,
Doesn't that kind of show you, like, why is a John Doyle or a Judas or a Patrick Casey who's been right wing for longer than you've been online? Why are these people? And you can say, oh, they're all paid off by Jews. No. But again,
no, I don't think they're all paid off by Jews. I think they would be. I think they're paid off by Jews. I think Patrick Casey's production quality would be significantly better. I don't think they're paid off by Jews. I think that they got off the train at the wrong time.
Okay, but you are aligning yourself with gay race communists that hate.
Your set does not reflect either the quality of your show or the amount of money that you make.
You and attacking actual.
It could, right? Like, there are people like Pod Awful, for example. Jesse's set is the one thing. Pod Awful set is the one thing I never hear anybody talk shit about Jesse a lot. A lot of people say Jesse's not funny. He's this fucking weirdo. He's this weird internet guy. I never hear anybody talk shit about Jesse's set. And there are fucking streamers who are millionaires, right? And their sets are just like infinitely shittier than Jesse's is.
Dog, come on, dog. No,
like, that's where we're at.
This is why I made the video. Is this hype? Like, listen, dude.
That's why I was watching it and reacting, and you wanted to talk.
Hold on. Well, listen, I'll let you get to it. Don't worry. But listen, this hyper-partisanship that you're selling, this idea that, oh, Republican good, that's the good, like, that's the fucking good guy.
And
the left is all these horrific race. Like, dude, the average American Gen Zer is not an ideologue.
How does he even know? How does this guy even know what Jaden says when he admitted earlier that he doesn't really know anything about Jaden or watch his content?
AVAX.
The Save Act, that's the fucking
voter ID bill, yeah?
Yeah, of course I want voter ID.
Yeah, and people will talk about the cuck conservatives that aren't voting for it, which all of them should be primaried, all of them are traitors. But where are the Democrats on that issue? Like, again, it's not that I'm sitting here going, only Republicans, because so many Republicans suck dick. So much of the GOP sucks dick. They don't do near enough. I totally agree. My point has always been, if not through the vehicle that is the GOP, I agree, the party sucks right now. The boomers are going to die eventually. Who's next up? Who's in line?
Yes, Red Bar's set is also very awesome.
Let's just vote for the Democrats.
Yeah, we are.
Like, that's my point, nigga. That's my point.
Dude, who's up next? We are.
Yeah, so you want to vote for the Dems. That's
you
retarded.
Got off the train, bro. We're up next. What are you talking about? Who's up next, bro? It's us.
The people that
guys.
are working in politics in the party, like actually working in it, not just nuking their.
Groypers really think that they're going to take over the country. They really think that soon it's going to be their turn, bro. These niggas are delusional.
Entire brain, and I'm talking, I wish, you know, that were me. I nuked my entire fucking shit because, you know, I was passionate about all the shit that you're talking about and, you know, racism or whatever, 10 years ago. But, yeah, man, I know, but the Republican Party, again, you keep dodging. If you aren't going to work through the vehicle that is there, like, is it just Turner Diaries LARPing? Yeah. Like, is that what we're doing? Just Turner Diaries LARPing? Like, how do we win? I want to know how we win.
Hold on. I just answered that the way, first off, I think any politician is going to solve these problems. They aren't in office yet, or they're not even fucking running yet. So that's first off. We're talking about the future here. Second, it's too.
So we're just gonna.
I mean, he is a LARPer because, as we saw last time, he has fucking Camp of Saints on the shelf behind him. I don't even think he read it. He's probably never even read Camp of Saints. He just keeps it there for decor
until they run.
Same with the cross and the Virgin Mary candle.
The goal isn't elect someone that's like 90% on side, 85% on side. Let's vote for someone who's 20.
I think it's become pretty clear, and I think AmFest shows us this especially, that because of shit like this, because of content like this, because of information dissemination like this, we're starting to see that on both the left and the right, if you are a staunch supporter of Israel, the young people aren't going to go for you. That's a
great.
Good thing.
That's great. Again,
that's
two different reasons. But I also don't really care what Juan the Groyper has to say about Israel because he needs to go back too. Like, I don't listen. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
You got to be a little bit more specific, Jaden. Which Juan do you mean?
And you didn't bring up racism.
Yeah, I would. Hold on. I would agree with that, but that's not what we're talking.
Probably more Juans in America first than Johns at this point.
What we're talking about right now is the politics of it. And the politics of it is this: is that if it becomes a liability to support Israel rather than the status quo, that's coalitional politics. That's the fucking goal. Which, by the way, the people. And listen, I'm going to take you at your word when you say that you're not paid off, which sure, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Like the people who
I wish I was. My, you know, you're shitting on the webcam. Maybe I'd have a nicer webcam.
Peter Thiel, if you're watching this, please, nigga, please, bro. Bless the nigga, please. Give me your fucking gay billionaire money.
If I was paid off.
You want me to fucking slander Nick Fuentes? I'll make like 5 more documentaries, nigga.
It's not, I mean, a razor.
Now, I'm not gonna let you fucking take the bussy like you did, like whatever fucking freak shit you've been doing with Clav. We won't be doing none of that, but I will gladly be your mercenary.
Like screen cameras, not that expensive, man. But listen, the fact is this, the people who would be paying off, the people who are definitively paying off some of your friends here, and we know that they are, those people, they're terrified of the idea that liking Israel becomes a liability.
I really don't think, actually, I know for a fact, I know John personally, you're acting like he's this big Israel shill. He has the same take on it. He's more refined. He's more refined and less fucking, but
no one's saying he is.
He doesn't care, like, about Israel. Yeah, he doesn't want to fucking talk about it 24/7. He sees it the same way. Trump is a vehicle to get what we want. That is the goal.
See, isn't that a little convenient though? Because you understand, right? And I said this.
That's all the president should be, by the way. People should be like what the president of the United States should be. He should be your representative in office who just like helps be the vehicle for making the image of America that you want it to be. All these people fucking worshiping Donald Trump or whatever and fucking acting like he's this gift from God, like he's a demiguy, like he's fucking the new Messiah or whatever. That's cringe. And that's another form of Trump derangement syndrome, right? Trump derangement syndrome goes both ways. The people who are obsessed about Trump positively and negatively, right? It's both TDS.
That Israel apathy, this new line of Israel apathy of, oh, well, I don't care about any of these sand countries. Don't you see how that very conveniently allows Israel?
No, because I think people are genuinely sick of hearing about it because we talked about Jews for a decade. Like, I mean, at least
oh, and you just okay.
And it's the same shit too. Like the shit that we've been saying about. Well, I say like we've been saying. Like I was part of the dissident right, but the shit that people have been saying about the Jews. Okay, a lot of that shit has successfully. Well, not a lot of it. A lot of the more anti-Semitic race science shit. That stuff hasn't gone like mainstream, but a lot of the stuff about how Israel bribes American politicians and how it wants to conquer the Levant and like the Western Middle East and shit, a lot of that has gone mainstream. Congratulations, all the anti-Semites and, you know, who've been in like the dissident right forever. Some of your shit managed to go mainstream. What else? Have you updated the script anyway?
It's all third world, right? Man. I don't like watching Sneeko every goddamn day talk about Israel while this Muslim that hates America and like talks about dismantling white oppression. Like, why is that guy promoted as a right winger? Get him off my feet.
Yeah. Well, let me just be very clear here, okay? So you guys, you talked about Jews for a decade, and now the first time which
I still will talk about Jews. I just agreed.
No,
I just don't talk about it 24/7.
Oh, okay. Hey, man, I don't doubt that. But I'm saying let's say someone like a Doyle, right, in this situation, because obviously he's not on his Blaze TV show. He's not going to call them kikes. Like, come on. So in that circumstance, someone like that, Someone
He's
like
not
that.
saying, does Nick even say that? Nick on his show talks about how much he loves Jews. They're the finest people in the movement. He endorsed Laura Loomer. Like, we're really sitting here pretending
was like,
John
that was
Doyle's
like
not
5 years
dropping
ago.
case, therefore, like, who gives a shit?
Dude, that
That's
was like,
TOS.
hold on. You can't simultaneously say, oh, he's a flip-flopper, and then also bring up stuff from 5 years ago. It's one or the other. Either he's a whole new person, or he's the same guy he was 5 years ago, and then we can bring up things from his past. Like, you can't do
That's
that.
the issue. He flip-flops every day. It's not even like
Nick is
okay,
fundamentally,
so-
I said this earlier in the stream, Nick is fundamentally still the same person he was like a decade ago. It's not even 5 years ago. Like back before he dropped out of college, he was fundamentally the same person that he is right now.
Why? Hold on.
The only difference is that he's like more of a doomer now, really.
flip-flops constantly.
He's more cynical. That's the only thing that changed.
Okay,
Every day, sometimes within the hour.
So which one is it? That's fine. So which one is it? Is he this like
flip-flops.
you can't
He's a grifter.
like I just said, you can't be saying, oh well, he's the same guy he was X amount of years ago. Yada,
He's
yada,
not.
yada.
He flip
But
flops.
also he's flip flopping every day. Like which one is it? You can't be
He does
bringing up.
both. He flip flops every single day. Yes, that is true.
Okay, so did he flip flop on Laura Loomer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you saying, oh well, he likes Jews, he supported Laura Loomer?
because he says like every interview that he does how much he loves Jews and they're the finest people in the movement. Like there's like 100 clips of that.
Yeah, from like 5 years ago.
No, like all the time.
When
It's not
did-
just
when
5
did he
years
say
ago.
that?
Chad,
When
when
did
was the last
anybody-
time he did it?
when
Like
did
a
anyone
month or
say
two
that
ago?
recently?
Yeah, he has said it very recently in the last year. 100%. He said that.
I don't think that's true, but again, I'm not. I think that's-
right, well, I'll find-
Like, he doesn't know anything. What the fuck? This nigga doesn't know anything. Like, he just showed up. He really is just a LARPer. He's just here to play pretend.
the clip if you don't believe me.
He left his old phase, his old like androgynous femboy wearing fishnets and skirts and halter top phase, just brain fried on SSRIs, and now he's here to fucking LARP as a Groyper, but he won't claim to be a Groyper because he doesn't want the weight or the heat that comes with it, which is pretty bitch made. Hey, I'll say this. I'll at least say this about the Groypers. At least they wear that shit on their fucking sleeve. It's embarrassing. They're gonna have to fucking throw that shirt away once they're done with it. But at least they do it.
I mean, okay, sure.
This guy sucks.
Anyways, listen.
This fat nigga sucks.
The point is this, man, is that, like, again, I find it very, very funny that you guys were supposedly, you were railing against Jews, you were railing against this like the Zionist, basically occupation of
Myron is gay? Oh, I know.
our government. You're railing against that. And then the minute it became like an actual popular enterprise, and people want to hear, you guys
Does that make any sense to you? Like, let's be real. If
You
I
guys just decided to stop doing it.
Why
right when
would
it
I
could
do
have
that?
actually
Why would I
propelled
do
you in
that? Why would I do that?
That seems to be that's what you're saying you've done. That's what all of
No,
you guys
it's
have
not.
done.
I've said that I've been consistent. I've said fuck Israel, fuck Iran, fuck all of them. I'm pro-America, I'm
there it is.
pro-white.
There- hold on,
I'm pro-white, I'm pro-America, man.
What was that? Hold
Do you
on,
realize
what was
even
that?
Nick Fuentes has said this? He says if you are,
Hold on.
even Nick,
No,
do you want me to
hold on.
read you the? He even
was
said
that little
if
thing
you
you
are
said
an
at the end
Iran
there?
defender, you are retarded. That
Jaden,
is
come on. What was
exact
that little
words.
thing you said? What was that little thing you said at the end there? You said fuck Israel, but and then what? What was that?
I'm not allowed to say
It's
fuck Iran. Also, I'm not allowed to.
just convenient.
It's
just
convenient.
It's
They're a third world
convenient.
shill.
Why you gotta pick one? Like, Americans really shouldn't have any investment in any fucking Middle Eastern country for real.
Very
So-
convenient.
Maybe we can make an exception for the countries who we got military bases in.
He's a leftist that loves the sand country. Like I don't
Even then, right? Like, I don't love Qatar.
fuck.
Qatar is like actually an American ally. We got military bases there. We got investments there.
With either of them. Why is it that you fuck with one and not just say fuck both of them? I mean,
No,
why?
I'm willing. No. I'm willing to say, and I would love to see if you're willing to say it, that I do not want. I want the United States to treat Israel adversarially, and I don't want us to have any involvement with Iran. I don't want.
You know,
us to
Nick
be in
Fuentes has
Iran's soil.
said that it would be
I don't wanna-
beneficial
I don't.
for
Huh?
America to maintain. You know, Nick said if he were in charge, he would maintain a relationship with Israel to have, military aid bases, so on and so forth.
No,
in the
he
area.
said.
He has.
that
I have
in
the clip. He said it. I have the clip.
Yeah, which he then follows that up by saying that we should utilize Israel and Iran to balance one another, which I would agree with that. I don't see a problem with that, but that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we are letting Israel become a superpower and then giving them all of our shit. Like, that's what
I
we're
said
doing.
this before. I've said this before. The problem, Israel would be no problem if we just treated them like a proper vassal state. If we treated Israel the way geopolitically we treat, say, Taiwan or Ukraine, right? There would be literally no issue. If we treated them, right? We just treated them as like a country. It's almost like a forward base or like some frontier border state with a rival power. And we just gave them some funding and some training and some equipment to help us in our military and geopolitical interests like we do with these other countries, there'd be no issue. But we don't. We give them special privileges. And that's where the friction comes in.
I want to make that very clear. It's not a question of, oh, well, he said that we should, he likes the thing that we're doing. No. he would like the idea of us treating them as a balancing factor to this growing Shia network, which does exist. No one's denying that within the region. But
you can't say fuck Iran. You can't say it. You're a Jewish shield if you are Iran dick sucker.
I love the theory that Qatar is funding BreadTube through nebulous streaming. Well, here's the thing. Let's say that's true. And like, I'm supposed to believe that Israel isn't funding pro-Zionist streamers and YouTubers and shit like that? Of course they do. I'm supposed to believe, like, we know for a fact that Russia has been funding pro-Russian streamers and YouTubers. All these countries do that. Fucking China does it right now. China does it. Russia does it. Let's see. Israel obviously does it. Qatar doesn't do it, and they got all that fucking money. They got all that money that they spend on all these weird wonder projects, all these oil princes in these Gulf states do. They're retarded.
I've said fuck Iran tons of times. I don't, dude. I made a whole video
when I say it.
If I was a prince, bro, if I was a prince in Qatar or Saudi Arabia or whatever, of course I'd be using some of my money and just giving it to some random influencer to like push propaganda for my state. That's easy propaganda.
Like,
it's never been easier to have your own little propaganda network.
You keep saying you're an Israeli shield, you're an Israeli shield. I've been so
because the way you're saying it.
People are saying Ralph sniping. Even Ralph will say we have the fucking Israel flag photo from AFPAC 1 as a joke because we were making fun of it. Like, bro, you have no idea.
I don't doubt you got off the train. That's fine. But the fact is this, dude, is that the way, like, your politics.
I already addressed why I got off the train, and it was personal, which then turned into and the scams and whatnot, and then it turned into a bigger thing with all the Akbar Ali bullshit. And he said it was going to be a permanent thing. You know how he mentions Patrick Casey every day? He was doing that, saying, I'm going to torpedo your life. It's over. No. So then I made it into a thing. I'm gonna be honest. So I made it into a thing, and now
does Qatar fund DSP? You know, there might be like a kid, one of the few whales who keeps DSP just spinning, just keeps them going. They might actually just be like some Qatari teenager. It's like his dad is a quadrillionaire, and every once in a while he just drops 500 on DSP just because, right?
Oh, you know, now it's like Voldemort because he knows that we get clicks.
Yeah,
so
I don't.
Into a thing.
It's like I can make this fat Italian in America. I just make him dance.
Hey man,
I keep calling DSP Italian because I'm racist like that. He's really also Polish.
People who sold Bitcoin at like $2, I don't doubt they have a million reasons why they did it. But the fact is this, man. Like,
I'm possibly the only dude who's been more racist towards Italian than Polish people. Usually it's the other way around.
Look, man, hey,
I have a soft spot in my heart for Polish people. So.
Say that, you say I sold it, but in my opinion, I want nothing to do with the quote-unquote base movement where you, a faggot, tranny, dick-sucking faggot, is one of the quote-unquote respected content creators. I think that tells me I got off the train at the right time because I'm actually right-wing and want nothing to do with what's going on over there in fag world.
Okay, well, I mean, fag world is getting like what it wants out of young people. I don't know what's going on in like base morally. What's going on over there?
Or what? What'd you say?
Well, I'm asking you, what's going on over there? Well, first off, clearly you don't mind pedophiles because you're cool with them like torpedoing releasing Epstein files, so you don't mind pedophiles.
What? What?
I sell the quarters and rock the quarters. He has aura, bro. You're really gonna bring up Epstein as a guy?
Nick Fuentes literally said that Epstein was based and he was based as fuck. Like, what do you mean, bro?
Gotcha, like,
he was literally cosplaying as Epstein.
That's Fuentes.
He was selling quarter zips.
That's his whole thing with the quarter zip. Like, really? Come on.
Yeah, like that's a whole joke. That's irony. Hold on, do you seriously do you not get the irony?
Russ Cole, thank you for $2.
Okay. So when he does it, it's irony. When I again, like, what have I said about it?
Yeah, man.
You don't even know.
That's another thing. Fucking Groypers. Nick Fuentes can get this irony, bro. Shit has been something he's been doing since he was a teenager, since he first started this shit. And it lets him get away with saying anything. Because anything he says that like makes him look bad, later he can just say, he was just being ironic, bro. You don't understand the irony? You don't understand what irony is? You don't know what irony bros are? No, bro. What it is that you're just a flip-flopping retard with all these weird, I can't even call him beliefs because he doesn't believe in anything. You know what? He probably does actually believe that Epstein is based for, I don't know, fucking children and blackmailing politicians and people like that.
Hold on.
Sex trafficking. Probably does think that Epstein is super based.
Hold on. You seriously, hold on. I don't believe that you actually believe that someone like Fuentes, someone like everyone making jokes about Epstein's aura, you seriously believe that those guys
You work
made
for
a
Elijah
quarter
Schaefer,
zip?
who's literally
Hold
a
on,
gay
hold on.
sex pest.
You
No,
made-
gay sex
you
pest
seriously
predator.
believe they made a
You
quarter
work for
zip
Elijah Schaefer
because they support
who is a
him?
gay sex pest.
Oh
freak.
yeah, I forgot. He did get pushed. This guy was getting pushed by the Rift, which is now, I don't know, did it go bankrupt? I'd be surprised. It probably is. I wouldn't be surprised if some, well, we know for a fact that people related to Elijah Schaefer were being backed by Russian interests, I think it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are a lot of people. There are a lot of influencers, both on the left and the right, who are getting like openly, well, not openly, but it's obvious that they're being backed by somebody, by some institution. Maybe not a billionaire, but somebody's giving them money to push it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Elijah Schaefer is just being like, somebody is giving him welfare from somebody to just, anyway, he's useless for that now. So
Who just
the
abandoned his
gravy
wife
train is probably up.
because you worked for him.
I worked with him,
Knowing
but yeah, I
damn
worked with him.
well all that shit. Like, it's been years that all came out, all this lore on this sick fuck.
Hey,
and you
I
were
didn't
like,
know
wanna
about
work
I didn't
for
know
that
about
guy.
hold on. I didn't know about the Sarah Stock stuff. I didn't know about that. Okay,
You
that
didn't know about
wasn't
Sarah
pretty.
Stock? Well,
I didn't go to
knew
him.
that
I
he was a
didn't
gay
go to
sex pest
feedback.
weirdo.
Hey, man, I wasn't privy to that, but I worked with him.
Him being a sex pest has been something that was known forever. Him being a gay sex pest, I do remember that the same guy who said that shit about Ali in that one video where he was telling Nick to his face what Ali Alexander got up to, right? Like, he also said that stuff about Elijah Schaefer, and Nick continued hanging out with Elijah after that. So
I worked for him, but I worked with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's the wife thing. You didn't know about Sarah Stock, but he cheated on his wife in 2022. Got fired from the Blaze. Like, it's been
oh, Elijah Schaefer's dad is a rich divorce oh, okay. So he's like Ricada. He's just one of those rich trust fund kids who just fuck around and do whatever because it's impossible for them to fail. They couldn't fail even if they wanted to.
I knew about the Blaze.
Sometimes I wonder if that's what it is. I wonder if the reason why guys like Nick Ricada, the reason why guys like Nick Ricada act out is because he wants somebody to punish him. He wants for his foolishness, his incompetence, his failures to be reflected on something. He wants to feel punished, but it refuses to come because his circumstances, his parents, his family's money and name stops him from ever facing any comeuppance.
I don't fucking trust anything the Blaze says.
okay. Well, what about
So I thought it was
his wife?
bullshit. Hold on. I thought it was bullshit. By the way, this is not me turning my back
Oh, Vrill. Okay, Vrill has a divorce. Okay, so he's a Nepo baby.
on Elijah
That's what Jaden was talking about.
Schaefer. I have no quarrel with him. I have no beef with him. We disagreed on a lot of things, but like, again, I don't see how that's relevant. The fact here, which is that, again, like, let's just be clear about the state of the play. Okay, you guys, the plan trusters,
Who is you
you've
guys?
You've got nothing that you want. Like, let's just be clear. You got
That's not
nothing.
true. I want every brown person deported.
I know it's judgmental and sinful, but I fucking hate Ricada and Elijah. Look, bro, I understand. It's like, we shouldn't judge and all that shit. But at a certain point, you just got members of society who are just, the degeneracy is just too much. And they're just like openly making things worse for their communities and for their families, right? Like Nick Ricada and Elijah Schaefer both destroyed their families, right? Like just traumatized their spouses. It's maybe not Elijah Schaefer's kids. I think his kid is too young, but Ricada's kids definitely are traumatized and they're going to hang on to this shit once they become adults, right? And they're never going to let it go.
100 million deportations.
Them having to live in a drug den and cops kicking open the door. And I don't know, but we'll never get to see it because whatever happened to the body cam. I said this before. I make a Ricada video if the body cam footage ever came out, which probably not, right? Like Josh, he failed. Josh Moon L. Ricada took the W. He managed to successfully keep Josh Moon from obtaining what was probably the most humiliating piece of footage ever, like something that would have destroyed him. It wouldn't have destroyed him like in any sort of way because, again, his family is loaded, so he'll never have to actually face comeuppance. But the humiliation that body cam footage, once it started to circulate, it would have like destroyed something in him. Like he would have never been able to recover from that just personally, right? That is obviously destroyed. Whatever happened to it's gone. It's in the shadow realm now. We'll never see it. And I said that if Josh got the body cam footage, I would make a video on Rekieta. He's not getting it anyway. I might still end up making a video on Rekieta at some point in the future. I'm not going to take it off the table, right? Because the current arc that we're on with Rekieta, where he's just like a junkie going in circles, this current saga we're in with Nick Rekieta, I feel like it would be worth a documentary in and of itself in the future anyway. We'll see.
You haven't gotten that. So that's
Correct.
you haven't got what you want.
Russ Cole, thank you for another $5. I know it's off topic, but did you see Sinners? In my opinion, it was trash, but it looked good. But I was LOLing at how unintentionally insulting it was to black people. No, I did not watch Sinners because it came off as very corny to me, like the advertisement for it, even though I actually do want there to be more movies and shit and TV shows about black people in the past that isn't just related to slavery and racism. Like I would like for there to be a Buffalo Soldier movie or something like that. Yeah, it's not just another slavery flick. I got tired of those Oscar baiting ass fucking slavery movies every single time. But you know, I still haven't watched Sinners.
But we're moving the ball downfield. It's a long goal. I don't think it will happen. I wish that he had ICE agents going door to door, throwing them all into a squad car. It would be so keno. But I'm also like, unfortunately, America, the political system, not exactly ideal. Not exactly ideal.
What ball are you pushing? What ball are you pushing?
The white race. We are pushing that down.
No.
The white race, the savior of our people.
Where's the, okay, you're saying you're pushing this ball, but like, buddy, we already established that after Trump leaves, unless preventative measures are put in place, like, I don't know,
so let's vote for Democrats.
Nothing's going to happen.
So let's vote for Dems.
Well, hold on. I'm not one of, like, I don't follow your line of, like, I'm not on your team. I don't follow your line of, we don't agree on everything here, dude. For me, my biggest issue, my number one issue isn't your number one issue. My biggest issue is the fact that a foreign government controls that.
You have no issue.
That's my biggest issue.
You don't believe in race, hence why you were dabbing on Derek Chauvin and praising George Floyd. Well, I was getting kicked out of school for talking about George Floyd being a drug-addicted felon.
Yeah, so why didn't you stick with that investment? I don't understand.
I still talk about that.
Why didn't you stick with the
investment? You mean the interracial pornographer black guy that sucked his cousin's dick at 7? Is that what you're talking about?
Why didn't you stick with the investment, dog? Like, you could have been, bro. We could have been chilling together making this content.
Why would I want to be anywhere?
Why didn't you just keep sucking Nick Fuentes' dick, bro? Why didn't you it's like, does he not know the lore? Does he really not know any of the lore about why Jaden ended up leaving America first?
Near you. Look at this photo of me. You're a fucking gay freak. Why would I want to be anywhere near you?
Making money. We could have been posted up at AmFest. What are you doing, bro?
Yeah, I want nothing.
This guy is all about money and vibes.
Dude, look at you, man.
Like, we
saw the internet princess shirt, dude. You're in fishnet, you know? Like, we're good. We're good over here.
And we could have been, we could have been the highest paid, most politically influential troons on earth.
Didn't this guy get cut by PPP? Did he?
It's about the money.
We could have been that.
I'm pretty sure.
The difference between me and you, and that's why you jumped on the ship when it was popular, and you don't have like any morals or you go with where the wind is.
I don't know. Was the Kino Casino supposed to be Jaden and PPP initially?
And you don't actually care about politics. You just care about attention.
Even if that were true, is that not? Let me note here, is that not literally what all of your current benefactors to the Republican Party, like a Shabbos Kestenbaum, like a Ben Shapiro, is that not literally
really?
What they did?
I'm on Team Ben Shapiro and Shabbos Kestenbaum now.
Did PPP really just like cut him for food?
If you're a plan,
I think when that guy walked on the stage, we all laughed and said, "What the fuck is he doing here?" Ben Shapiro.
You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want.
We've been anti-Ben Shapiro since like 2017, maybe. I don't know. I was like in high school.
But if you're a plan truster, you're on his side. It doesn't matter what you say.
That's not true. I've already explained this to you.
It's an immutable thing.
We're just going in circles. I've already explained this to you. You said,
how is this possible? How is it possible that Jaden just happens to be on the side of literally everybody who Vrillium doesn't like? They're all actually on the same side. They're actually all being funded by the people that Vrillium also doesn't like. They're all being funded by JD Vance and Peter Thiel and it's the same thing with Nick Fuentes' logic. Like everybody behind every single person that he hates, there's Milo or some shit like that.
It doesn't matter because we're not playing a political game. It doesn't matter if we're pushing the ball downfield or not. You have
you're not.
On your
You're
team
not
you don't
pushing
like.
it.
Okay, well, what are you going to do to solve the problem? Like, I get it. I totally understand why people are upset with the system. The system sucks. I don't disagree. But we lived through COVID. We lived through BLM. I know that you were on the wrong side of all of that shit. But all of that happened, and all the sheep did fuck all. But you're telling me we just keep electing the...
Oh, I remember that. I remember what you guys are talking about now when they all came together and they had that lunch together. Like, what? Was there supposed to be like a Jaden segment? And then, like, they just said, fuck Jaden. Now, get the fuck out of here, Jaden. We gotta eat.
People who hate white people that want to open the borders.
We got this big little platter here. You want me to do, like, a segment with Jaden? No, he can wait.
That aren't based on Israel, by the way. They're fucking married to a Jew and wants to put whatever the fuck it's called on the front door, the mezuzah, or whatever the hell their Jewish thing's called. Want to put that on the front door.
Are you talking about Gavin Newsom?
No, I'm talking about Kamala Harris, married to a Jew.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Do I have to be the first to break to you guys that when we talk about, like, Democrats being like, we're joking, right? I gotta break that to you guys.
Yeah,
So
so it's such a joke. Nick Fuentes announces every single day that he's voting for a leftist, and he endorsed her in 2024, and it's been an entire thing. Basically, he's been anti-Trump since Kanye. Was that a joke?
The joke was that they got Jewish food and made Jaden eat some.
Too, was the A24 a joke? Because, you know,
No, I don't think that was a joke. I mean, I think it was a bad plan on his part. Again, I'm not like I'm not a dyed in the wool.
The leader, bro. Hey,
dude,
I'll give you props.
We started this whole thing off by saying that I am not. First off, there are no Groyper generals. Like, I don't know. Maybe that was a thing during the AFPAC.
Okay, wait, what? There are no Groyper. First off, how would you know? How would you know? First off, he acted like he didn't know what initially, he acted like he didn't know what a Groyper general was. And now he's saying there is no Groyper general. How do you know that there are no Groyper generals when you don't even know what a Groyper general is? Also, you said that you don't identify as a Groyper and you're not like deep into them or into America First like that. How do you know that there are no longer any Groyper generals if you're not yourself a Groyper or at least like deep in with the Groypers? This isn't making sense, Vrillium. You're contradicting yourself.
I already explained to you why I said it. You keep bringing it up. It's like your one thing. You get views on YouTube and Instagram. You are one of the bigger content creators out of the America First sphere. I mean, if Beardson Beardly can be if Beardson Beardly, yeah, there's a whole sphere. Are you really denying that there's a content sphere on surrounding AF?
They don't like me.
That's because you got exposed for posting your asshole. That's why they don't like you. They liked you before that.
I'm not a part of that sphere.
But you are. Nick followed you. You know, he's fine with it. He doesn't really give a fuck. Like that deep down, they just don't want to associate with you like publicly. But they're fine with you and your content. They love the John Doyle video because you're attacking.
Nick would never cut somebody off just because they were wearing a dress.
The people that they don't like.
In fact, once all that shit started dropping about Vrillium, he probably liked them more.
Well,
and it's like, oh, he used to wear fishnets and skirts. Man, maybe I should let him in.
Good video. It was. I mean, listen, production quality's like pretty fire. It's a good video. I make pretty good videos. You can't deny that. Like, come on, there's a reason people watch them.
You do spam the soundboard. I know brown people love that.
Of course, you have to, bro. Come on, you know the game. You have to spam the soundboard.
I don't know the soundboard. I don't have
That's basic editing. Well, you know what? If you knew the soundboard, perhaps this conversation would be viewed by more people. And I hope that someday.
Maybe so. And if you weren't sucking dick and posting your ass, maybe more Groypers would follow you. But, you know, it is what it is. We all make decisions.
Well, I'm not a Groyper. I'm not that. I mean,
okay.
Listen.
All right, you're not a
Groyper.
Groyper.
I'm not going to get on the train.
How do you know? Again, how do you know that there are no more Groyper generals if you're not a Groyper? How would you know? How would you, like, I don't understand. You know, you have all this insider knowledge. Surely only a Groyper would know that there are no more Groyper generals, that, I don't know, Nick disbanded them or whatever.
Let me say this, though. If I was to get on that train and become a Groyper general, be his top guy, he's calling me a
Groyper general, by the way, right? First off, yeah, soundboards, you know, they are cringe, right? Now there's some guys who like they can wield the soundboard like on occasion and it's fun. But there's some people, they just most people abuse the fuck out of their soundboard if they have one. And it's almost always cringe. But the term Groyper general is usually just used in context of like somebody who's in America First and they're very influential. It's not even necessarily somebody who Nick Fuentes officially anointed as a Groyper general. It's just you're a Groyper and you're high up on the America First food chain and you're like in Nick's inner circle, so you're a Groyper general, right? It's like Kai. Kai's a Groyper general. Beardson is a Groyper general. Who else? Fucking Vince. Vince is a fucking Groyper general, right?
day. I certainly wouldn't
Simon previously was a Groyper general.
get off the train before it moves. I
I
certainly
know
wouldn't get off the
that you
train
don't have a
before I
sense of
can at least make a
morality. I'm
buck
more
off
than
it.
aware. Look at the photo.
I
We
certainly
know
would
that
not
we
get
have
off the
very
train.
different versions of what's right and wrong. I know that. You're a degen, man. You don't give a fuck about it.
Cog and Vickers live reviewing your video on it. Really? Oh shit, so I guess the backwards internet guy told him.
It is what it is.
Dude,
Like,
He must have let him know.
guys are
you
degens
do the
too. Why are
drugs,
you
you do the
saying
gay
this like it's-
sex, you do the shit. It is what it is. But
Dude, your
things
guys
are
are
I'm
bad.
actually
Why
very
is
shocked.
anything-
I'm actually very shocked it took Cog that long. It took Cog that long to like learn that my video existed.
Tagging, bro,
It is
come
what
on.
it
I mean, it's a video about Ethan Ralph and Vicious Vickers. You would think he'd be all over that.
Come on.
is.
I wonder if he's just gonna watch the parts that are just include him.
Because that's just true. That's what happened. Like,
Dude,
he
you're
smirked
moral
out
faggot.
about
Come
the
on.
girlfriend. He
I know that backwards internet in the comment section of the video, he said that I was getting so much shit wrong. And specifically, it was that thing about the email. He said that Cog didn't, or what was it? Vickers didn't share the email shit with Cog. It was actually Ralph who like shared it himself by mistake, like he did with the Faith Vickers porn video. And right, that's how he got it. Which, you know, I could believe that. I don't know, maybe if that's wrong, then, you know, I will atone for it. I will atone to that. If anybody can verify that's how that happened.
was scamming people, lying.
I've never had anybody. I've had several people, several Kiwi farmers go over the video and tell me that, hey, you got everything down pat, bro. In fact, the one thing people told me I got wrong in the video a lot is I made that one joke about how when Ralph first got with Faith when she was 18, I talked about how Ralph was doing a spawn camper strategy with a bunch of honey packets and condoms on deck. And everybody's like, Mikey, that is stupid. Ralph would never wear a condom. And you're right. And I was like, man, you guys are right.
about the no
Ralph would never fucking wear a condom.
fly list, lying about
That's why he can't stop getting these bitches pregnant.
the bank, saying so.
It's kind of crazy how many women just let Ethan Ralph go raw in them. That's kind of insane to me.
Dude, come on, come on.
Another reason why I don't take incels that seriously. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't find yourself a bitch? And Ethan Ralph is out here letting hoes raw dog him.
Come on, you're more, dude, come
That's what
on.
happened.
You,
That's
you,
history. Check
dude,
it
come
out.
on. You're not
There's all the
trying.
videos
Come
are
on.
there. I'm not saying I'm the
I
most
don't-
moral person or anything. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
like,
so you're moral
you have to
faggot,
be a
dude.
very
Come on, you're
no,
moral
there's
faggot.
it's totally night and
You
day.
don't
Like,
care.
Oh, Vickers threatened to sue you, Stone Mexican. Were you one of the, how many John Does was it again? I think it was 50. He tried to sue 50 people, including Ralph at the same time for like hurting his feelings and giving him trauma because of it or something like that.
Care about any of that shit, dude.
that's not
If I
true.
was-
That's not true at all. Because if that were the case, like, it's so easy. You want to talk about views and clout. How easy would it be to hire some OnlyFans whores and stream? How easy would it be? You said it yourself, to fucking buy Opus clips, throw this in a clipper, post it on Instagram, make some talk about
Damn,
Jews.
you remember that tweet?
Like,
Damn, you guys
no.
keep a blog.
What?
That's
I just
pretty
know what
impressive.
Opus is, dumb fuck. I have it right here. Anyways, it doesn't matter. My point
Well,
is,
you have Opus, and where's the
not
where's
I
the
have it. I
content?
looked into it. I don't want to do it. I'm not interested in the Instagram reel slop. And I know, like, I
It's
know
only
like
like
what the meta
$25.
is, but that's not the point. That's not the point. Not everyone cares about what's popular, what's going to get the most clicks. I understand most people do because it's the internet, and that's fair. People got me.
Jaden tried to put me on game actually, and I should have been doing this. I should start doing it recently. He took a short, that short I made about Nick Fuentes. When I read that text message, that DM he sent to Jaden, the fucking gayest GM, like straight men do not talk to their straight friends or straight former friends like Nick talked to Jaden in that DM. Jaden took that, which he is free to do. Anybody can take any of my content and then post it on anywhere they want to. He did give me credit for it though. He posted it on his account and it went viral. He got over like 1 million impressions and shit. And then he told me in DMs, hey bro, why don't you just do this yourself? Just take your shorts and then just post them on YouTube and you can get like some impressions and more views for your video. And I'm like, damn, that's a good idea, Jaden. And then I never did it after that. I probably should start doing it.
Make their money. I've been doing this. I've made it very clear what the mission is. I never even planned to stream this long, man. I'm just doing this because, I mean, there's a multitude of reasons, I guess, but yeah, the shilling for
Did you guys make videos against Vickers or something? Why did you get sued? I didn't get sued. I came after all this other shit was cleared up. Vickers actually did a comeback stream. He did one comeback stream on the good, the bad, the vicious to talk about his current lawsuit with his ex-wife, who was suing him and saying that he had raped her. Which, of course, he needs to do that. Just going back to his specialty, talking about his family business in front of the internet for literally no reason. Within 24 hours of him doing that stream, it then came out that the judge had completely dismissed his whatever he was trying to do to shut his wife's lawsuit down, and the lawsuit is still continuing. So immediately took an L within 24 hours of that stream. Anyway, on that stream, he pretended like he didn't know who the fuck I am. Somebody asked, hey, have you seen MikeyNohMore's documentary about the drama between you and Ralph? And he's like, what is that? Who is Mikey? So anyway, I didn't get sued, but the people he did sue, they didn't do anything but make some mean tweets about him on the Kiwi Farms and on Twitter. And it was from that moment. He had already been a lolcow from that moment. But from that moment on, everybody treated him as a lolcow on the same status as Ralph. Because what the fuck do you mean you're going to sue 50 random people on the internet because they're being mean to you? Are you fucking retarded?
Jews or whatever is not one of them. And I think you got the wrong guy, frankly.
Okay, but you understand that your politics, your camp, because listen, you said there's a sphere over here. There's undeniably a sphere with you guys. There's a camp. You have alliances there. There's clearly a sphere.
Yeah, I like John Doyle. That is true. Yeah, he's cool. I do like John Doyle. You don't like John Doyle because you were told not to like John Doyle by the Groypers, and you thought you could get some.
I just don't like Israel controlling my government. That's my thing.
Well,
I don't like anybody who's politics is going to enable that.
Well, I keep asking what your solution is, and you haven't given me one. Like
I said it to you already. I said it's coalitional politics. It's this whole idea that Democrats like.
That's not an idea though. Like we're just gonna it's like I'm just gonna get a crew together. I'm just gonna make a team. We're just gonna make a team, and then we're gonna beat both sides. We're gonna beat the Democrats and the Republicans who are pro-Israel. You're just gonna build a squad. Okay, how are you gonna do that though? How are you going to form the coalition? Who is the coalition going to be made up of? Because if you make up, like, here's the thing. You can literally fuse together Voltron style every community, every sub-community of the dissident right combined, and it still won't be shit, right? There's probably more, I'll be honest, there are probably more, like, LGBT voters in the United States than dissident right voters, for real. So it's like, what do you mean? Because here's the thing. A lot of the dissident right dudes that you see on Twitter, a lot of those dudes aren't even fucking Americans. So they wouldn't be able to do anything in this coalition anyway because they can't vote or run for office or any shit like that.
Republicans are the same fucking thing. The same thing. And so we need to actually have
except
we need
one
to work.
Except 80% of them will vote for voter ID. The other ones, none of them will,
Chaos in Control, thank you for $4.99. You should do a Feezer video, but make it about other Groypers like Beardson and Dalton and Ollie Jamal. Make it so Feezer isn't the belle of his own ball. I thought about doing that, actually. Here's the thing. I already know what the video would do is that I couldn't go in about the Groypers in detail like I wanted to because the Nick Fuentes video was already so long with me just talking about Nick. So I could give a little bit of illumination towards people like Ollie Alexander, people who are very important. But for the most part, I kind of like skimmed over the rest. I probably will make a video. The thing is, I'm like, it's the title. The title is what gets me because I got 3 title ideas. One is Groyper Geographic. 2 is Groyper Files. So I don't know which one, Groyper Geographic or Groyper Files. One of those titles.
Some of them.
And I already know I can't make a video about I actually wanted to make a video about Teddy Feezer, but I feel like he's actually slightly more likely to strike down a video than even fucking Dark Viper AU is.
Want fucking all these hate speech law, whatever. Like there's so many issues. Unlimited migration, hello, the biggest one. Like, let's be real.
No, the biggest.
Okay, hold up. Yeah, let's do that in chat real quick. 1 for Groyper Geographic, 2 for Groyper Files.
Border, give these people unlimited access to all these resources. Say they're not anti-white, like that's just retarded.
No,
we all know that that's true.
No. The biggest issue is the fact that a foreign country controls our country. That's the biggest issue. I don't know where you're getting the whole like that's the biggest issue. Maybe it's the second biggest issue. Maybe, I'll give you that. But I think the biggest issue is the fact that a foreign country literally controls our country. I think that's our biggest issue. That's just me, maybe, but also it seems like most of Gen Z agrees with me on that. Is that
Yeah,
a
and most
foreign
of Gen
government...
Z, just like yourself, are gay and brown. So, fair enough.
Okay, then yeah, okay, great. Then you can enjoy never changing anything. Because
And
again,
you will.
with
You
the
will.
boomers,
You
if
and
you
Nick
wanna-
Fuentes working in politics, which doesn't consist of campaigning. Anyway, I guess you're running James Fish back. Is he going to win?
This is surprisingly competitive. I wasn't expecting it to be this competitive.
I was like, no, I don't think James Fishback's going to win. I don't think that's the point of the thing.
So when do we start winning? Because white people are going to be minority white. What 2042? So we got,
Yeah, of which yeah, and again,
and half
hold
of them
on.
are going to be voting for Kamala, hoping to God that once we lose, then we win.
Let's be clear. Neither of us right now, both you and I, are
Wait, Feezer just struck Kino Casino Classics for real?
solving that issue. I want to make that clear. Neither of us are, right?
What the fuck is that dude's problem? Like, if he would just stop. People were telling him this, right? People were telling Teddy this even during when all the drama and shit was going down. Look, bro, if you just stop being retarded on the internet, if you would just chill out and just take a few of the punches, people would stop because you're just boring and there's not a lot to talk about anyway. But he refuses to take anybody's advice, right? You can't even tell him shit. And he goes even more retarded. So, okay, you're just going to strike down people. You're going to keep striking down people. Well, now people remembered why they were trolling you in the first place.
Because you understand, and you said it yourself, and you claim it's because you're rolling the ball. But
One
let's be
team
clear.
is moving it downfield, the other one's leaving the
No,
game. saying that it
how?
will.
How are they moving it? How are they moving?
Negative migration is that's a good start.
And what happens in a year? What happens in a year when
You
there's
said
no
3
wall?
years.
There's
Well, in
literally
3 years,
nothing top of that.
we get another guy that ideally pushes it more.
Really?
Okay, so it looks like Groyper Geographic is just like barely edging out Groyper Files.
Further down.
You
Ideally, yeah.
actually, hold on.
Ideally.
You actually think that after
In a perfect world, yes. Do I think
You
it will? I
actually-
mean, there's
no,
a
no.
there's
I guess Groyper Geographic, because when you think about it, the Groypers are animals. They're animals and they represent themselves with an animal. So maybe.
possibility for sure that it doesn't, because we've been sold out time and time and time
Possibility?
again.
Jaden,
But
buddy,
I
come
don't
on.
see a solution.
Jaden, come on.
Excuse me.
Jaden.
Otherwise, I'm waiting for the solution.
Hold on,
Like,
Jaden, come on.
I
You
understand
seriously
it's not
think that
perfect.
after this administration, you think another Republican's going to win after this situation? You really think that?
I know that everyone's right now talking about the Iran and whatnot, but after Soleimani, everyone said that it's over. GG. We're involved in the Middle East. It's over. After the Trump strikes last time, everyone said GG. It's over. This guy's so.
Dog, it's
Again,
literally-
we're waiting to see.
Why are you
I'm waiting
pivoting
to
to
see.
that?
I'm waiting
Hold
to
on.
Recently, right before this stream, actually, I saw some shit like we're still letting Iran export crude oil through the Gulf while we're at war with them. Like, I don't know, that's crazy. Like, okay, so we're gonna bomb this country, right? We're fighting the Iranians. We're at war with Iran, but we can't just like stop them from trading oil. That wouldn't be fair. Like, bro, that's gonna like destroy the Iranian economy. We can't do that. So I don't know. I don't understand. I don't think that we're still. Maybe the Israelis think that this is like a total war shit because it's like right next door. But I really do believe that, like, I don't know, this is like more of a extended skirmish deal, and Trump it's gonna be like the 2-week war or the 3-week war. And I really just think that Trump just wanted an excuse to kill the Ayatollah.
I'm waiting to see how it pans out. Not a big fan.
Jaden, come
Let me
on,
finish.
buddy.
I'll let
How
you
are you
go.
pivoting to
I'll
that?
let
You
you
know
finish.
for a fact it's different. You know it's different. You said it was different.
It is different. But
You
I'm
know
not-
it, so
I
why
can-
are
I
you
can
saying
wait.
like it's not?
I
Oh
can
my
wait
God,
and
bro.
see how it happens. I think if it like actually in the next few weeks, if they finish whatever the fuck, do I think that that's what people will remember in 3 years? I don't know.
Yes, I think if we get
Yeah, I really don't think Trump wants to put any boots on the ground. Like, he loves every president loves fucking bombing shit and sending in drones and shit. It's a very good way to kill people, to like get rid of problems overseas without having to have any sort of like real investment. Even in Venezuela, right? We technically had boots on the ground, but it was only for like 5 minutes. We just picked up another country's president and we put that nigga in some prison in, I think it's Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the president where Brooklyn is the penitentiary that he's in. We put all these dudes in like the same prison. Sam Bankman-Fried and who else? P. Diddy, Sam Bankman-Fried, and the president of Venezuela are all in the same prison together. So, you know, we just did that. Yeah, I don't think he wants to do boots on the ground.
Says we'll be beating that drum, but if like
Rikers, he put him in Rikers.
Because everyone right now is worried about a forever war. Everyone's been like has PTSD from the forever wars with, you know, post 9/11, which I totally understand, totally get it.
Trump isn't a war president. He is a regime change. Well, every president. I keep saying like Trump, like every president is a drone president, a bomb president, a foreign wars for Israel president, a pro-oil president, you know, a regime change president. But Trump is like really, he wants to quickly get countries to be cool with his program, and they're not. So he's like, well, okay, well, just regime change. Okay, well, it's going to take a while for the CIA to get everything in order for us to do. Let's just bomb them, right? Just like do a drone strike. He did that with their general too. He did that with Solomon. Jaden just, you know, brought it up. He did that with Iran's top general years ago. Ironically, on the same day that he ended up kidnapping the president of Venezuela earlier this year. Right? So, you know, this is just how he does his like foreign politics.
But yeah, I mean, if it wraps up in the next couple weeks, like ideally, fingers crossed, will it? I don't know. But
yeah, no,
again, it's not that I'm some
it.
Trump ultimate. Trump can do no wrong. I know we just are going in circles, but I'm like coalition building. Okay, who's getting elected with your coalition? Like again, James Fishback. We wrap this up. Chad was the one that wanted to do this. All right, you guys, you motherfuckers are the one that wanted this. So now you can't.
Listen, it'd be awesome. Listen, I think it'd be great if James.
Well, no, the regime in Venezuela hasn't been changed, but it's like, I don't know. It's kind of okay. Here's what it is. You take out the leader, right? And you do it in a way that's so decisive and so like you basically demonstrate to the control whoever's left of the regime. It's like, well, at any moment we don't have nukes, we don't have any allies. Literally, there were like Chinese diplomats in Venezuela when we went to pick up the president of Venezuela. So there's nothing that China can do for you in this region of the world. So at any moment, if you displease the president of the United States, he can literally just pick up any person in the position of government in Venezuela right now if you just don't like agree with his agenda. So essentially, it's like as regime change you can get without actually changing the regime, right? Because Trump doesn't have a problem necessarily with taking people out. He would rather not, though.
I don't think that's going to happen right now.
He would rather not catch bodies. If he has to catch a body, he will, but he would rather not.
Because I think we're still in the stage where debating.
He'd rather just bully you. Fuck, where was I? It was right here.
Is moving it downfield. The other one's leaving the game.
How are they moving it? How are they moving?
Negative migration is that's a good start.
And what happens in a year? What happens in a year when there's
no wall? 3 years. Well, in 3 years, we get another guy that ideally pushes it more.
Okay, there it is. It was at. There we go.
Buddy, how are you pivoting to that? You know for a fact it's different. You know it's different. You said it was different.
It is different. But
you know it. So why are you saying like it's not?
I can wait and see how it happens. I think if it like actually in the next few weeks, if they finish whatever the fuck, do I think that's what people will remember in 3 years? I don't know.
Yes, I think if we
Nick Fuentes will be beating that drum.
The U.S. hasn't won a war in over 80 years, and this will be no different. What are you talking about? The U.S. hasn't won a war. Did you forget about the Gulf War? We literally won like the biggest war in the Middle East in like the last 50 years, the Gulf War. And it was decisive. It's like the most decisive conflict in like the last half century.
But if like nothing, because everyone right now is worried about it forever.
I mean, I admit our record ain't great, right? Like we've had stuff like Operation Just Cause. We have that invasion of Grenada, right? We've had some very successful operations. And, you know, we got the Gulf War. But, overall, I would say that the United States hasn't fought a real peer since Korea. The Korean War, ironically, against the Chinese, was the last time America actually fought a peer conflict where there were a lot of chips on the table and where we almost got pushed. Like the Chinese, until we pushed them back, until Matthew Ridgway got put in charge and then, he switched things up. Chinese almost pushed us off the Korean peninsula. They almost pushed us into the sea. They almost united Korea under, communism and shit. There would have been just like this giant Chinese vassal state in Korea that we would have had to like deal with. And that would have changed a lot. But you know, Matthew B. Ridgway, he replaced MacArthur, who is actually kind of retarded. I'm be honest, MacArthur is one of possibly the most overrated US general ever. Like for real. Like he's very weird because he's a retard most of the time, but every once in a while he'll do something that'll make you think, wow, this guy is like a military genius. Like all the island hopping campaigns he did during the Pacific War, or you know, the Incheon landings in the Korean War. He'll do some shit that's just like, that's a masterpiece. And then like he'll do some shit that'll make you think, wow, what the fuck? How'd this dude even get to this rank? He's retarded. But fortunately, he got replaced by Matthew B. Ridgway, who, in my opinion, greatest American general of the 20th century. Like better than Patton, for real.
War, everyone's been like, has PTSD.
And the Chinese agree with this, by the way. If you ever like Chinese media, they constantly like to make Americans look retarded, make us look incompetent, make us look corrupt. The one exception is whenever they do like a Korean War drama, whoever plays Matthew B. Ridgway is gonna look like the most competent military genius America has ever produced. Of course, because he killed tons of Chinese. And the dude who plays MacArthur will be a complete dumbass.
From the Forever Wars with, you know, post 9/11, which I totally understand, totally get it. But yeah, I mean, if it wraps up in the next couple weeks, like ideally, fingers crossed, will it? I don't know. But
yeah, no, it's not.
Like, it really bugs me when people bring up, you know, you're gonna get off the Korea War shit, but it bugs me whenever people bring up the we should have did what MacArthur wanted to do and finished the job. We should have dropped the nuke. The reason why MacArthur wanted to drop the nuke on the Chinese is because they beat his ass, right? They gave him the worst ass beating of his career. Like the shit that happened, there was a battle that happened in the Korean War. I forget what it's called. Fuck. It's the worst defeat in the history of the United States Marine Corps ever. The Chinese in the Korean War gave the US Marines their worst ass beating ever. And that's because of MacArthur. And that's the reason why he wanted to nuke China. It wasn't like some strategic, we need to do this for like, I don't know, for anything like that. It was just because he was a sore loser and the Chinese were about to drive him into the sea. Notice how when Ridgway gets involved, he doesn't need a fucking nuke to drive the Chinese and North Koreans back across the parallel.
It's not that I'm some Trump can do no wrong. I know we just are going in circles, but I'm like coalition building. Okay, who's getting elected with your coalition? Like again, James Fishback. We wrap this up. Chad was the one that wanted to do this. All right, you guys, you motherfuckers are the one that wanted this. But now you can't.
Listen, it'd be awesome. I think it'd be great if James Fishback won, but I don't think that's going to happen right now.
Patton was awesome. Look, I'm not going to try and downplay Patton. I mean, he is kind of overrated. I do think that the best allied generals of World War II, mostly Soviet, and even among like the Anglos, even among the Americans and the British, I would say like, who? William Slim. William Slim was definitely better than Patton. But Patton is still, he's an A-tier general, definitely.
Because I think
he was the best American general in World War II, definitely.
Still in the stage where we're building up public support. I think big change.
You know what he needed? He needed to fight Rommel. He never got the opportunity. If he had fought Rommel and beat him in a campaign, then we would have been able to argue that he's on like par with like Rokossovsky. Rokossovsky, the Polish Soviet general, he's also better than Patton.
Like the guy that was wearing the Israel pin less than a year ago, hanging out with Barry Weiss and Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, Zhukov. I'm not gonna say Zhukov. I'm not gonna be one of those guys who's like Zhukov sucks. Zhukov is good, but Zhukov he's overrated too.
Do you trust? Left this like 5 years ago. People changed.
More like 5 months ago.
Bro, people changed. Like
Rokossovsky is definitely better than Zhukov was.
Clearly, people changed. If I'm here talking to you about
like learning about Operation Mars, like I was one of those dudes before I started reading World War II military history, especially on the Eastern Front. I was also one of those guys that's like, man, Zhukov is the GOAT, man. This guy is the greatest Russian general ever. And then I started reading about it, and I'm like, it's kind of messy. This guy's kind of messy with how he does his battles and shit. And then I read about Operation Mars, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? That's like the most embarrassing defeat of any Allied commander during World War II. Well, maybe not. Maybe like Singapore, the fall of Singapore by the British. That's actually more embarrassing. But still, I don't know.
About this shit. Clearly,
Zukov he's overrated.
people like I don't doubt that
There's a lot of overrated World War II generals. Anyway,
James Fishback when he was trying to get involved with politics and shit back in the day, when that was the line. Listen, a ton of people have been red pilled the past few years. I'm not against that. What's the fucking problem with that? We should be happy about that.
Because you seem to not be able to like. Do you believe that any of these people are just like disingenuous grifters, or no? They're all working for the better.
No, I certainly think they're.
Start with Vivek Ramaswamy. He talks like Vivek Ramaswamy. He's a fucking clone of Vivek Ramaswamy. Not to mention all the other
Yeah, but he's
stuff.
not Indian. Yeah, but he's not Indian.
Okay, he's also not white.
He's not Indian.
Okay, fair enough.
okay. You see what I'm talking about? Well, I was talking about like the safe racism, right? It's like you say, you ain't racist for real, nigga. Because you're like, okay, Nick Fuentes isn't white. Okay, but he's not Indian. Why? Because Indians and Zionist Jews specifically are like the two groups who you're still allowed to be racist against.
I think being an Indian is like more egregious.
Yeah,
If you're a white person, right? If you're a white person, you can be racist to Indians and Zionist Jews and, you know, get away with it.
I totally agree. Second
Okay,
Vivek
so, like-
Ramaswamy. The second Vivek Ramaswamy was at the primary. He said he was running whatever. I was fighting with Indian Bronson or whatever the fuck that
Quick question, Mikey. Do you like the Sherman tank? Yes, I do.
account is on Twitter. While Nick Fuentes was endorsing him. So
And when was this?
this would have been whenever the primaries were. So, but regardless, he's Indian. Shouldn't that be enough? It's enough, in my opinion.
Hold on. You're saying that. Hold on. You're saying that Nick endorsed. I don't fully. Was this before?
You can't talk about Jews. Yes, you can. I mean, you can, like I said, you can talk about Zionist Jews. And when I say talk about it, obviously, if you're like in, I don't know, politics, if you're in some place of like authority in the current political apparatus, obviously you can't just be like, you can't be openly racist to anybody if you actually like have a job or something. But it has become socially acceptable for you to say very negative things about Israel, Israelis, and Jewish people who support the current Israeli government, the secular government of Israel. You can't be like anti-Judaism or anything like that, right? But as far as like, there's a certain sect of Jews now who you can say some spicy things about that you couldn't before.
Hold on, was this before?
You can say, oh, you'll still get kicked out of universities. I mean, okay, but that's like punishment at an institutional level. I'm talking about the social ramifications of shit, right? Socially, it has become more socially acceptable for you to say certain things about certain types of Jews.
Like Ramaswamy like made his politics clear. This was before.
Does it matter? He's on the. I mean,
No,
you guys will clown on anyone
matters.
supporting Vance because of the Indian wife, but you'll support an Indian candidate for president because you didn't know the policy. Like,
No, the Indian wife thing is just no. Hold on. Let me be clear about why I don't support Vance. I don't support Vance because like he was very clearly put together in a lab by Peter Thiel and by like Mossad and shit.
I
don't really care about who.
Nick Fuentes was literally made in a lab. He is a byproduct of IVF, literally grown in a petri dish. He is a Frankenstein. Why do you do this? Like Groypers will keep using this allegory, right? They keep using this, this analogy. They keep using this analogy of this person isn't even real. It's like a fake human being. It's like they were grown in a lab. Your top guy was literally grown in a lab. What are you talking about?
he was pro-Obama, he was anti-Trump. You know who endorsed him when all that shit was out? Nick Fuentes.
Oh my god, dude, he's already. I'm not. Listen, if we're not going to sit here and have a stream where we just go over Nick Fuentes'
Well, that's where you get your ideology. So I have to bring him up because that's the only person that you listen to when it comes to your ideology.
hold on.
Like, do you disagree with him on anything? Let's be real.
Well, hold on. Am I a leftist or am I a like? Which one am I?
Well, Nick Fuentes is a leftist. Nick Fuentes is a leftist.
Okay, come on. You don't seriously believe that? Come on.
Yeah,
come on.
He's pro-gay.
No, come on.
He's anti-white.
I mean, I'm trying to get. Listen, come on. I'm being a good sport. Come on. Really?
Yeah, I would argue that for sure.
Okay, that's ridiculous. You know that's ridiculous.
I don't think that's ridiculous at all.
This is the same like left that thought that Charlie Kirk was like a theocratic fascist. Like, oh, come on. Like, that's ridiculous.
I got fired from Turning Point for being too far right. No, I disagree. Nope.
I don't doubt.
Fuentes pretended to be right wing for a while, and that's why when you read his posts, like when he said "fuck Iran defenders" and you got all freaked out when I said it, it's like he literally said that. Like,
oh no, I didn't get freaked out, but you saying "fuck Iran." I'll say "fuck Iran" all day. I think she is on the stoop.
Mikey, favorite American? Oh, American jet. I don't don't know. I have to read about it. I don't know. You know what I simp for? You know who I really simp for in terms of aircraft? The British. I feel like the Royal Navy's Air Force was like the British Royal Navy, that it was killer in World War II. I think they had the best. I think the British had the best Air Force in World War II, for real.
I'll say fuck around all day, dude. The problem is when you're.
I mean, they basically, when you think about it, like the British Air Force basically pulled off like well, I can't say the top miracle, because the top allied miracle of World War II was obviously the Soviets turning back the Germans, right? As they were on the gates, right? As they were outside, they managed to turn it around. But the second greatest miracle were the British defending themselves from a very close German invasion of the British Isles, right? And that is almost entirely owed to the British Royal Navy. They were MVPs.
Politics.
Because look, if the Germans end up taking over Britain, they actually invade Britain, they take London, and they take a good chunk of the British Isles before America can even properly like get involved and start landing troops in North Africa or whatever the fuck. Well, I'm not gonna say that the war is over. Obviously, I'm not gonna say that shit. But I will say, at least the Western theater of the war takes a very different turn.
Enables Israel to keep controlling our government. It's funny that every time I hear somebody from your camp say fuck Israel, they very, very quickly follow it up with, oh, and fuck Iran. It's like, okay, well, hold on.
Yeah, because it's relevant.
There's a motive here.
It's relevant. Again, we can, like, do I need to send you all the shit of me shit talking Israel? Go back to October 7th. Go read my tweets on October 7th, please.
Hey, man, Israel apathy serves nobody. Like, Israel apathy serves nobody. If your politics are not centered in the idea that
if we never talk about mass deportation, if we never talk about deportations, if we all just come together and sing Kumbaya about Israel and never solve any of the actual domestic issues at all, and we just talk about how Muslims are fucking awesome and like dick sucks Sneeko and Suleiman Ahmed and Andrew Tate and Myron and all the brown people that hate white people but are super based on Israel, then we win. We just need more Sneekos.
Hold on. Right? Is Zog real? Is Zog real? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It is real. So Zog is real.
Yep, to a certain extent, yeah, for sure.
It's real, just like Israel.
Well, to what extent, though?
I mean, like, I agree with you on, well, I don't know what I guess you believe, but like, yeah, there's definitely like anti-white policy that's pushed by like, and all these Jews, and Jews make up like all the institutional power in America.
The thing is, the reason why a lot of people kind of neglect, the fighter capability is because a lot of people, or at least the role that the Air Force really played in World War II, is the only people who really do that are people who really focus on the Western theater, of Europe. It's impossible to like not focus a lot on the Air Force when you're talking about like, say, the Pacific War, or even the Eastern theater too. Because the thing about it is that, I don't know, the Eastern theater is weird because the Germans are the best tacticians of the war, but they're terrible strategists, and they are the worst logisticians on earth. Like German logistics in World War II, it's crazy. It's amazing. It's why they had to win their wars so fucking quickly. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people think that the German military, the Wehrmacht in World War II was this super mechanized, futuristic force and shit. This is what all the wereaboos think. No, a lot of the Germans, at least the logistic train, was still being pulled by fucking animals and shit. There were a lot of horses and mules that they brought along with them into Russia and the Soviet Union. And that's part of the reason they got fucked. Because what the fuck are you gonna do with like horses and mules and shit in like the Russian winter? And you got all this mechanized shit too that you don't have oil for. It was a fucking mess. And on the Soviet side, right, they have way more resources to bear. They got way more troops and shit. But their doctrine, it hasn't been developed yet because they killed the guy. Here's the thing, like the deep battle doctrine, the guy who made the doctrine that would help the Soviets eventually beat the Germans in World War II, Stalin literally killed that guy. Stalin killed so many of his top guys who helped build the Soviet military prior to World War II, which is why the military was in like such a mess. It is part of why in the Winter War, their casualty rate was like shit. Holy shit. I forgot. What is the casualty rate? Okay, casualty rate, Winter War. The casualty rate was about Soviet forces suffering over 300,000 total casualties. Let's see. I mean, we can just go here and look. Oh, they lost like 0.17%. It's like, wait, hold on. Look at this. Hold on, you guys can't even see. You guys can't even see it. Let me show it to you. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. 70,000 casualties to almost 400,000. And that is almost entirely owed to Stalin just like killing all of the competent like officers and theorists and shit because he's a schizo who was also super paranoid and he thought that people were plotting against him 24/7. So like they spent like the gaps between him purging people, trying to replace everybody and getting like the military and fighting order. Thank God for people like Zhukov, which is another reason why, even though Zhukov is overrated, I can't put him down that much, because without guys like him and Rokossovsky and Valentina and all these other dudes, they probably would have been fucked and the Germans probably would have won. So you got these two forces, right? You just got these two dudes, crippled military in the form of the Germans, and just this autistic giant in the form of the Soviet Union. And they're just having this sloppiest slugfest you've ever fucking seen out in the East. And that's part of the reason why the casualties are so fucking high on both sides, because the war shouldn't have been fought in the first place. Neither of them were in shape to go to war with each other for real. So, you know, that's the thing. I don't even know what made me go on that rant just now. Just wanted a fucking whole rant about the Eastern Front for literally no reason.
Largely for.
Oh yeah, Nick does worship Stalin. Stalin is his favorite guy. Honestly, Nick shows more similar traits with Stalin than he does with Hitler, I feel.
For sure. No one's
But
denying.
Zog, but I'm asking about Zog. I'm asking about the government.
Yeah, you want to talk about
government-
Zog? Look at Biden's fucking cabinet. It was like all Jews. You want to talk about
Yes,
Democrats
yeah.
and Republicans?
You know, honestly, I want to say that he actually does have like an even number of traits between both Stalin and Hitler. Because like Hitler, he is a demagogue who's like very weak to the liberal arts and shit. You know, Hitler was a painter. Nick, he loves music. And that's why he's so, you know, he's so weak in the knees for Kanye, and he simps for Kanye for shit. But like Stalin, he's also like a paranoid schizo who's constantly purging his ranks because he's always afraid that somebody is going to get at him, even though there's never any indication of that, you know.
All Jews under Biden.
Yeah, so what about right now? Is Zog real right now?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Trump's a Zionist, and there's definitely a lot of war hawk Republicans that are Israel first, 100%. I mean, Mark Levin is Lindsey Graham. Yeah, I totally agree. Those people are for sure. Are there also American patriots working on behalf of?
Okay, let me be clear. You are agreeing that we have a Zog, that the government, our current government, right, just the government at large, is occupied by a foreign country. That foreign country specifically being Israel. Correct.
I think that they definitely impact a lot of the foreign policy decisions. And there's a lot of fucking guards.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. See, that's the line. You're not willing to say it. You're not willing to say that they occupy our government.
In positions of power that they shouldn't be in, yeah.
Oh, come on. That's such a cop-out, dude. Come on.
I mean, I would just say yes.
You know that Trump is nothing more than a puppet of Israel. You know that.
Okay.
How is he any more of a puppet than Israel, like any president before him? They were all bombing shit for Israel, bro.
You know that. Come on. You know that Trump is...
Like, how is Trump any more of a slave to Zog than any president before him?
a puppet of
What was the last time a president actually told Israel to shut the fuck up?
Israel.
Like the president or prime minister of Israel is just like starts talking and crazy at him. He's like, bro, get the fuck out my face.
You know that. And but you're not willing to
Take your Hebrew ass back to the Levant, nigga.
say it because
This is America.
obviously that doesn't go with your line. Doesn't go with your benefactors. And
That's
fucking
not true.
whatever.
My
You work with.
benefactors. Do I think Trump, like, you can say, is this benefiting Israel? Yeah. Is Trump a Zionist? Yeah. I knew all this, though. I've known all this when I voted for him that he was. Do I
But what
agree
is
with
he
him
giving
there?
you? What-
No,
what's
I
he
don't
giving you?
agree with him there. But is Kamala a
What's he
Zionist?
giving you?
Yes. What am I?
Wait, so what do you agree? What do you agree with him on? What do you agree with Trump
I
on?
said during the election, every fucking show, and chat can agree with me, I said if we have one less non in America, if we get one deportation, it's better than amnesty. That's what I said.
Juan, so what do you agree with Trump on?
He literally just explained. You're going in fucking circles. He literally said, I'm pro-Trump to the degree that he deports people more than Kamala would have. And he's probably not going to do amnesty. And that's it. Like, what else do you need? Like, this is very much a single issue thing, bro.
Like right now, year of our Lord, 2026, this day, what do you agree with Trump on?
Mass deportations. I want deportations.
Well, but he just said he's not doing that.
Okay.
He just said he doesn't want to use that language. Not doing that.
First of all, the language switch, the policy didn't. You can read the fucking article. Second of all.
Oh, come.
Second of all. See, this is so gay. Because again, your argument.
You're not getting less nuns, you Zio shill rightoid. What are you talking about? You really think that Kamala would be deporting more people than Trump is? I also don't think that Trump is Trump was talking crazy. Stephen Miller was talking crazy. They were acting like we were going to be getting people out here like 1 million a month. So, you know, they're very much off their own like counter or whatever. But the idea that there would be more deportations if the Democrat can't, this is what this comes down to, by the way. It's literally just to pick your poison. Well, this poison is going to kill me less and also like be less painful after I drink it. And that's basically what it comes down to. I mean, if you don't fuck with either option, you can always just like vote independent or not vote. It's up to you.
Trump isn't Hitler. I know he's not Hitler. By the way, if he was, you'd be in a fucking camp, you gay faggot. I understand that politics sucks. I understand it's monotonous and boring and lame and shit moves slowly and we...
Kamala would not be attacking Iran. Do you actually believe that? Like, do you actually believe that?
Don't get everything we want.
Do you actually believe that there was ever going to be a president who wasn't going to be bombing Iran?
I understand that. I wish that we had an authoritarian that would throw...
You really think that Kamala Harris was going to say no to Netanyahu?
All you fucking queers in jail and deport all these people. I'd love that. But again, I'm based in reality. You're based in... But I understand, dude. Like, you're from New York. You got the celebrity parents. Like, it's cool.
Hey, I'm from New Jersey.
It's a W. You're a Nepo baby. I just don't understand. Like, this is how shit happens. This is how it happens.
Hold on. You listen. Disrespect me. I don't care. Hold on. I'm from New Jersey. Okay, let's be clear here. I'm not from New York. Don't fucking lump me with those
dude,
people.
It's across the river. I'm from fucking
Don't
the
lump me in
sticks.
with these fucking. Don't lump me with these bushwicks.
I don't know, dude.
He talked about before when in that video he was talking about how his band, right? His band, they were touring or whatever the fuck they were doing, whatever in the Bronx, right? So I don't know, bro. You weren't doing all that shit in Jersey.
Dick in a penthouse. Like, I don't know what you do. You're in the city, surrounded by Browns, and you love it, and it is what it is. I don't want to be surrounded by Browns.
It's better than being around Elliot Hamilton. I'll say that. It's better than being.
Also, I understand, like, it's probably maybe is annoying if you're from New Jersey and people keep telling you that it's basically the same as New York. But New Jersey niggas who try and like make their identity not being from New York, very obnoxious.
You keep saying that as if I've ever been around this person ever. You want to talk about being around people? Again, back to James Fishback, fucking Barry Weiss, Bill Ackman, and Vivek Ramaswamy is who got him started. All of which, if it was anyone but James Fishback, would be disqualifying right then and there. If I was close to those people at all ever, you would be bringing that up right now. But because it's James Fishback,
no. If you were based on if you were based on Israel and based on the Zionist occupation of our government, I wouldn't care what your background. I wouldn't care if your background. If you were Jewish, I wouldn't care about your background at all. If you were saying the things that are objectively a threat to the status quo that threatens literally any aspect of political order in this country, I wouldn't care what your past is at all. At all. I wouldn't give a fuck at all. Which, by the way, that's why people don't give a fuck about my fucking degenerate ass past.
No,
because I say shit.
don't care.
Yes, they do. What do you mean? Nobody cares about my degenerate past? Yes, they do. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because they're also gay. Everyone else shits on.
That's why we're making fun of you. That's why I'm making fun of you right now.
I mean,
I don't care, right? Let's put it this way. I don't care. This is the thing that like backwards internet was saying in the comment section of my fucking Vicious Vickers video, and it's like, oh, why are you seething like this about Cog? He's irrelevant. I'm not seething. It's just this guy is doing retarded shit on the internet. I think it's funny, so I'm talking about it. It's not that deep, right? It's the same thing here. It's like people don't care, but it's like, okay, why were you dressing like a woman and fucking posting thirst traps of yourself? Like posting your ass. Like literally posting nude photos of his ass and shit on the internet. Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, you were on SSRIs? Well, I'm just saying, bro. A lot of women in America are on SSRIs. They weren't posting most of them don't post ass like you do.
I mean, everyone else is like a very small sphere of Twitter that doesn't affect any part of my career. So I don't know.
Again, it's about your career. That's what it is. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, if I wanted to get more
It's all about his career.
views, I would just.
It's all about like just this dude is just a clout chaser, basically. Like what I can gather from what we've just watched, this interaction between Vrillium and Jaden, is that Vrillium is just a clout chaser. He doesn't really believe in any of this shit because he doesn't know about any of this shit. He doesn't have his ear to any of this shit, or maybe he does and he's just playing dumb. Regardless, he's not in it. He is a bandwagoner. He's just in it because Nick is up, or at least he's up in his little realm, in his little corner of the internet or whatever. He's getting more mainstream attention than he was before, which even then isn't true because Nick used to be on streams with fucking Aiden Ross and Destiny and Fresh and Fit every other fucking day. He's arguably like he's been sort of in the mainstream e-celeb world. Even back in the early days, there was that one time when he was on a stream with Osmongold, Sargon, Destiny, and Hassan on Trainwreck TV stream. So there's never been a time when Nick didn't have some sort of e-clout. Anyway, this dude is just here for the ride. He just wants the views. That's it. He wants the views, he wants the clicks, and he wants to make money. That's whatever.
Talk about Israel 24/7, but like I told you that there's other
Hold
shit.
on, but if you actually want,
He probably doesn't even really care about Israel. He probably doesn't even give a fuck for real.
if you believe in, hold on. If you believe in pushing the ball down the road, which is, hey, and that's noble if you truly believe in that, why wouldn't you then want to be as popular as possible so then you could go down and push the ball down the road with people? Why wouldn't you want to be as popular as possible?
I'm not saying that I'm just a fucking streamer. I'm saying that this is how politics works, and I recognize it as someone who used to be involved heavily in politics and then got canceled for all the shit that you claim that I don't say or I'm scared to say or whatever. So, I'm not
am I a righty or a lefty? I guess I'm more of a righty than a lefty.
to be political. I'm not going to run for office because I've already been canceled. It's already over.
It's very eclectic. I don't want to go all enlightened centrist or be like a short fat otaku and say I reject both sides, right? Like I would say I reject both sides at an establishment level. When it comes down to the actual issues on the ground, I do identify more with the right.
For me, I though can support.
Yeah, but you could no. But you as
I don't identify with the right because of the right. I identify because I examine, if I were to cross-examine the issues I care about and how I feel about them, I would fall more on the right side of the spectrum than I would on the left.
well as
Which is how I think that should work. Some people is like, they take themselves and then they put themselves in a certain corner of the political spectrum. When what it should really works, how it should really work is you take the issues, you take the top issues you care about, and then you see where those issues fall on the political spectrum. And then from there, you can say, okay, I most likely identify as this, right?
you are
It's how you have people like Vrillium saying that he doesn't identify as right, but then like almost everything that comes out of his mouth is some shit about Jews and Indians and, you know, Christ is king and whatnot. And okay, bro, I'm sorry, but those are not leftist values.
really aware.
There are definitely religious people on the left and there are a few racist people on the left. But, you know, having all of those issues baked into one, that's mostly what right-wing people would identify with.
Right.
Or at least certain types of them.
Now, the climate we're in, like you just said, you could go viral if you said fuck Israel and you went on camera and made clips. Matter of fact, you don't gotta make them yourself. Like you said, Opus, $25 a month. You can have it do it for you. It can even auto post for you. You could literally just post some clips.
Oh, definitely economically right.
Shitting on
I
Israel.
don't even know, is there even an economic, well, there is an economic left. Let me put it this way. There's an economic left, but the left doesn't even really have a concept for a lot of things economically. I'm speaking generally, right? But there are, especially on the far left, let's say this, the far left especially, they have no concept for economics. They think they do. They have a lot of opinions on economics. They don't really have any concept about how any of the mechanics of economics or fiscal policy works, which is why whenever one gets into power, they end up like wrecking either the national economy or the local economy of whatever municipality they've been put in charge of, because they don't know how any of this shit works for real. It's just vibes, right? Economics for a lot of people on the left, especially the far left, is just vibes, essentially.
Anything that
And get tons of followers, and then you'd be able to push your political message, push the proverbial ball down the road. But you're not. Why are you not doing that?
Yeah, see, that's a good one. Midnight Sun. The left is all about economics. They're just very bad about it. Yes,
I do a
that's
stream
basically
talking
it.
about all these grifting scumbags that everyone else is too scared to call out. Because a few reasons. One, they're scum.
Let's answer my
Two,
question.
because I've already been backed into a corner by Fuentes himself, who said that I'll never work a job. He will destroy my career in politics forever. Groyper's harassed me, come to my house, show up at family grave sites. Like, these people are fucking scum. They're evil. There's other people that are doing the political thing better than I could ever do it. It is what it is. And I'm
Who
going
would
to
that be? Who would that be?
the people that you keep attacking. I mean, like, Doyle's
Who?
show is better than my political analysis. He's smarter
Doyle's
than-
show?
like,
Come
he
on,
is.
Blaze
It's true.
TV. Are
It's
you
true,
fucking
but at the
Libertarian sounds good on paper, but seems to always lead to depravity. Where the thing about it, right, is that, you know, obviously I have a lot of libertarian leanings. As a lot of you could probably tell, I got a lot of libertarian leanings, especially when it comes to shit like free speech in the economy. I would say I'm a constitutionalist more than anything. It's like probably my de facto political mode is just being a constitutionalist. But the thing about it is that libertarians could possibly have the same reputation as socialists in that they have a lot of these ideas that sound good on paper, but they actually suck when implemented. But the problem is that libertarians have the opposite problem of the socialists, which is that they can't get elected. Socialists are surprisingly good at getting elected, despite the fact that there's like a tested record of a lot of their ideas just being shit once they get the opportunity to implement them. Liberalists, like, yo, I'm a follower of Sargon. Libertarians, they don't get elected often enough to even test out their ideas. So it's hard to be able to tell them to say how much their ideas work or don't work.
At that same time, I'm better
Are
at
you
fucking
serious?
talking
Come
shit,
on.
and he's like working through the system. The system already cooked me. It's over. GG. I got fired. It is
What's
what it is. I
like
got
Blaze
canceled.
TV? What system? Wait, Blaze TV is the system? What
Oh,
system?
come on, dude. You're acting like it's the same. First of all, Elijah Schaefer was on there. Nick raved, and you raved. He's the best guy ever. But now that Elijah's not on
Yeah,
there, now
like
the Blaze
10
Force
years
and
ago,
everything- it was
dude. Yeah,
3
and 10
days
years ago, buddy, and 10 years ago, I was posting on like
3 years, it was 2
Facebook.
years ago.
For 10
I
years
know what
ago,
you were doing.
dude.
Yeah, we know that like 2 years is a big span of time for you because you like you've had 40 different identities in that time. But a lot of us
Okay.
have been like, and again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. Yeah, I've been conservative.
Revolutionary, Catalonia was a catastrophe economically. Well, the thing about it, right? Real libertarianism hasn't been tried yet, Chuds. The thing about it is socialism and communism have had like ridiculous amounts of tries at like every scale possible to test out their governments. And they continually, they keep fucking up, right? They've run empires. They've run like microstates. They've run city-states. They've run moderately sized countries. They've run like coalitions of multi-ethnic states like fucking Yugoslavia. They keep failing and they keep getting tries, right? Cuba, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, North Korea, fucking Cambodia. China was able to escape the cycle because, you know, Deng Xiaoping is, you know, probably the greatest Chinese statesman of the past few centuries. And he immediately realized, hey, this communism shit doesn't really work. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some Chinese communism, which is just state capitalism with like a lot of authoritarian tendencies, essentially. That's what, you know, that's what communism with Chinese characteristic is. Just state-controlled capitalism that's very authoritarian and is, you know, a surveillance state. That's Chinese communism. But libertarians, they don't get that. Libertarians hasn't been able to run dozens of countries into the ground for us to finally say, okay, libertarianism is just a pipe dream. It only works on paper, right? You gotta give them a couple countries to ruin first for us to see, right? Like Argentina right now. Argentina, we're gonna get a libertarian test run. Let's see. Maybe libertarianism can fix Argentina. And you know what? Actually, I don't even know if that would be a good test because it's also possible that Argentinians just are not able to run a functioning country, right? That's also completely possible. There's enough of a record when it comes to Argentina that you can just say that it doesn't matter what system they use, it's not going to work. So maybe that won't even be enough, but we'll see.
Forever. I've never been a fucking liberal sucking dick posting my ass on Twitter. So like you and I are very different in that way.
I'm asking you what you have to show for it. Like, what's the, like, I'm saying
what do
you
I have
could
to show for
clip.
it? Well, I mean,
Like, what do we have here?
I'm a streamer, man. I'm a streamer.
Yeah, but again, if you truly
What do we have to
believe-
show for it? Trump in office right now. I don't know.
Oh, like that's much to show, really?
Well,
Really?
Nick
Come
has
on.
to show because Kanye lost and Kamala lost. So.
Yeah, but he's like the most popular. Honestly, just
And does
young
that?
people
And what
streamer.
happened?
Like, what's that? See, that's what I'm talking about too. It's like, what does Nick have to show? They always talk about, oh, what do you have to show? What does Nick have to show after a decade of, you know, being on the internet and doing this political activism? Fucking Nick Shirley did shit that resulted in more domestic policy being changed than fucking Nick Fuentes is with the shit he did about the Somali scams in Minnesota or whatever, right? So what does he talk? Tyler Oliveira, right? These investigative journalists who actually, Tyler Oliveira literally did like the biggest, the biggest documentary about like, that's biggest negative Jewish documentary like in a while, right? That isn't just some shit by some white supremacist or white nationalist guy. And, you know, Nick has never done anything that influential or that spicy before. All he's ever done is made Holocaust jokes and blame the Jews for ruining his career.
Not even the most popular conservative streamer. He's
That's
like
fine. Let's
the
say that's
most
true.
popular
Let's say
youth
that's true.
streamer.
Let's say that's true. When's he actually going to implement? Because back in the day, it was about like implementing actual political avenues to win and get our people elected. And he wanted to, you know, raise money and phone bank and knock doors and get candidates, and AF candidates was the thing, and have the conference and all that. All that's out the window now. Now it's just a talk show. So I understand that he does a talk show, he
and
gets
it's a
clicks, he
talk-
gets views.
talk
But
show.
when did
You know, after he put out that video, Tyler Oliveira, you know, he started losing, he got his Patreon shut down. Do you know what he did? Did he go crying about, oh, the Jews did this to me. Look what the Jews did. No, he just made his own payment system so he can be paid directly from his fans. Right? He didn't sit around crying about it.
is the actual
Well, the Jews, they won't let me win.
politics start?
It starts with the fact that that guy and anybody who you
See, if Nick was actually a winner, he wouldn't have to let the Jews let him win. He would just win.
claim this fear, right? They are literally going to be responsible for JD Vance, a project that's been in the works for the last 10 years, getting completely
Nick
shot
endorsed
down.
him. Nick endorsed him for Senate.
Oh, come on, but you know clearly that right now his whole bit is he's saying never Vance, and
You also know that he was on board
Here we
with all
go.
of it.
Here's the next.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it up again. Why did, if Peter Thiel's this evil, like whatever, that Nick's always talking about, why did he ask him for money?
Yeah, like 5 years ago. I don't know. He probably did.
It's like, come on, dude. Come on, dude. It's like, why did Nick do that? Well, that was 5 years ago. Okay, well, why did Nick do this? Well, that was 3 years ago. Okay, well, why did Nick do this literally last month? Look, bro, what does it matter? Like, okay, that was in the past, dude. You can never hold him accountable for anything. Anything that Nick says is going to be, well, that was in the past. Well, look, he changed his mind. Well, look, he was just being ironic, bro. You can't tell him anything.
No, I don't know.
So if it's
This is
5 years ago, it's all irrelevant. Everything's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we can just
yes,
change
yes,
on a dime. It's
objectively, yes.
whatever. It doesn't matter. So the fact that I've been calling out Fuentes, the Groyper, so on and so forth, all the
You
allegations.
know what Nick has? Nick has flip-flop privilege. Nick has the ability. He has the privilege of literally being able to flip and change his mind on any issue, literally just on a dime. Not even on a, oh, that was years ago, he changed his mind, you know, the story changed. Okay, maybe that's fair. But like, he can literally just change his mind on something he said the week before, and his fans will just eat it up and just give him a pass. Nobody else. They would never give this level of charity to literally anybody else, especially in this space. But they do it for Nick constantly.
Shit for like 4 years now. He's a sick pedophile. He was literally.
I'm gonna be honest. I think
he was sexting with 15-year-old Groypers. Nick shrugged his shoulders,
all right,
brought him
Jaden,
on to.
Yes, Mihawk, I am black.
Jaden, come on.
Let me ask you.
Let's wrangle it
I'm
back
just
in.
supposed
No,
to say,
come on,
whatever.
come on,
It was
let's-
5 years ago. It was
let's-
5 years
hold on,
ago
come
that
on,
the
the
guy got
cortisol,
molested.
let's
Is
bring
that
it
the
back
argument?
in.
Is that what I should say?
Jaden, come on. Let's bring
You
it back
won't
in. Come
answer,
on.
but is that what
I'll
I'm
answer
supposed to
this.
say?
Come on, the
Is that what
cortisol.
I'm
Let's bring
supposed
it
to
back
say?
in.
Is that what I'm supposed to say? 4 years
I'll
ago,
take
he
that.
was fine with the kid being molested. He tried to cover up the Lance one, tried to get him a job at Kanye if he
Is that
denied
true?
it.
Well,
Yeah, so
fascinating.
if
Okay,
that's true,
Yes, Cat Cans, I might be like slightly less white than Nick is.
true, what am I? I'm just supposed to go, oh, he's a pedophile guy that threatened to destroy my life and has fucked around and done all sorts of fucked up shit, not only to me, but conservatives all across the board. We could talk about the scams, we could talk about January 6th, we could talk about whatever you want to talk about, but all that's irrelevant because it was a couple years ago and now he's on to the new grift.
I think.
See, here's the thing. Nick is genetically whiter than me, but like my whiteness is like, I don't know, technically, if we go off, again, let me bring it back. Ben Franklin whiteness map. technically, going off of Ben Franklin's map of whiteness, I think this is actually a better one right here. Where is it? There it is. Going off of Ben Franklin's map of whiteness, most of my whiteness comes from this area, a little bit of this area, and I'm also like a little bit Irish, Scottish, North German, and surprisingly, I'm like 4% like Swedish, right? I got a bit of Scandi. So here's the thing. According to the map of whiteness by one of the founding fathers of America, I'm more of the right type of white compared to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes white is like Italian, Spanish, Catholic Irish, you know, the tawny, the swarthy white. I'm less swarthy white than Nick Fuentes is. Oh, he has me blocked, by the way, for people who, you know, you just tuning in. Oh shit, you guys couldn't see it. See, that's how you could tell. It's the black bar right there. Let me zoom out. Yeah, here you go. So yes, this is the map. This is the Tawny people. The Tawny people, basically people who are not within continental Europe. Those are the North Africans, the Turks, the Middle Easterners, the Western Middle Easterners, and the white passing people who live around. No, that's not the Black Sea. That's the Caspian Sea. Does the Caspian Sea even exist anymore? Like, how big is the Caspian Sea? I heard that the Soviet Union drained that bitch, right? And modern maps with the Caspian Sea aren't even accurate anymore. What? Oh, it's darkness? Fuck. Is it darkness? Let me see. Oh, here you go. All right, no, I thought I was over. Okay, so anyway, after that, then you get to the swarthy people. So obviously, all Slavs, obviously tawny. All Mediterraneans, obviously tawny. Let's see. The Swiss are tawny because, you know, they're part Mediterranean, right? So Central Europeans, tawny, but, you know, they're kind of, you know, swarthy, excuse me. All of these are swarthy people. The Central Europeans and the French, they're more of like, they're more of the swarthy passing people. And then you get to the actual white people, which of course are British people. Well, English, Scots, classification unclear. It depends on how Catholic they are, right? If you're Welsh and you're Scottish, but you're Protestant, then you are 100% white. If you're a Saxon, if you're a German, if you're a North German and you're Protestant, you are 100% white. If you're Scandinavian and you're Protestant, you're still kind of swarthy. You're white passing. If you're Irish and you're Protestant, you're still swarthy, but you're still more white than the Catholic Irish, right? So this is how the founding stock of America defined white people. So this is why, you know, what makes somebody white is very different. This is why whenever you hear a joke about Italians aren't really white, this is where this descends from. Because initially they weren't. Initially, when Italians started migrating to the United States in mass, they weren't considered white because they were Mediterraneans who were Catholic, and, you know, they were like Papists. They loved the Pope, which just, you know, the founding stock of America. They hated Catholic people. They really did. So anyway, I've got a ton of DMs for some reason. I got a ton of DMs while we were recording this, while we've been doing this stream. I'm going to go through those later.
Let's calm the cortisol down a little bit, man. We're going a little crazy here, all right? Let me keep up. Right. Damn, are you just throwing... Come on, let's slow down a little bit. You can't keep up because
you don't know what you're talking about.
If you aren't Protestant and you also tan really well in the sun, then I'm sorry, you're not white. You're not.
Because you were showing asshole years after the fact. So like it's like you got here yesterday. You don't know any of the shit. Were you at January 6th? No, you weren't. You were probably saying they should be jailed, right? Because like that alone, that should be a W. Why'd you vote for Trump? Because he freed January 6ers. Is that a good or a bad thing?
Jaden, I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
Is that good or a bad thing?
That he freed the J6 people? Yeah, I think of course. But also most of those J6 people are now against him. Like, he lost the QAnon shaman, brother.
Oh,
like, it's
okay.
over.
Well, clearly the QAnon.
Well, of course, he left them in there for a while. Like, why didn't you do it immediately? Well, I mean, I guess there's nothing you could do. Well, he didn't try and protest for their release earlier. Like, he waited until they got in.
Shaman, he was
Like, it's
he's a
over.
really
Still, it's good that he did it, but you know.
smart guy.
QAnon shaman, it's over, bro. It's
Yeah,
over.
well,
What are
you know
talking
who, again, this guy doesn't know shit. You know who else hates the QAnon shaman? Your god, Nick Fuentes, and not because he was pro-Trump, because he's like a weird pagan freak that kept trying to take the microphone at J6, which I wasn't. Stop the steal.
Yeah, dude,
Italians got shooters. Well, they ain't got shooters like they used to. The mafia, the golden age of the mafia days are kind of over. It's like the Sopranos, right? Like, one of the reasons why, well, there were a lot of reasons why Tony Soprano was so depressed in the show. But one of them is because he understood that the golden age of the mafia that he grew up with stories about was long gone. And, you know, there's none of that. He was just running a third-rate crew, acting like a family. But, you know who does have who does have shooters out here? Albanians. Surprising amount of Albanian mafia out here, especially on the West Coast.
I'm well aware of that, but I'm saying you can't deny.
Too.
Dr. Oz literally did a documentary. He was investigating all of the Albanians, was it Albanians? No, it was Armenians. The Armenian mafia. We have some Armenian mafia out here, especially in like big cities like LA and New York, right? Armenian mafia. You know who was on the case? Dr. Oz, right? You can take the Turk out of Turkey, but when he sees an Armenian getting uppity, he knows when to put them in their place.
Yeah, listen, let me be clear. Maybe it wasn't shown by my tone.
Are Albanians white? No.
I'm not a huge QAnon shaman.
Not only are they swarthy people, right? Not only are they one of them swarthy white people, they're also Muslim.
Follower. I don't even know his real name. But again, if MAGA loses a guy who literally called himself the QAnon shaman, like,
they're still more white than the Turks, though.
Like, if it lost that, clearly something's changed. Clearly, if it lost the QAnon shaman, clearly something's changed. And by the way, let me just be very honest here. I'm going to be honest.
Anti-ice shit lib now. Yeah, lots of shit changed. Like,
Jaden,
these people change. These people change. Aren't you like supposed to be an example of that coming from?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
it's not great.
Why doesn't he address the pedo stuff? Because he knows nothing about it.
Why are you speaking about MAGA if it's the same thing? It's not. Like, dude, it's MAGA. We know that it is. Like, come on, you know that it is. I'm going to be honest. Jaden, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? Seriously, I'm going to be genuinely honest with you, okay?
Yeah.
It's from my perspective here, because like you said, I'm new, and I'll say that, yeah, I'm absolutely new. So from my perspective here, from
Are Bosnians white? No, they are not.
the new eyes,
It is fucked up, right? It's still, even though they aren't white, it was still fucked up for the Serbians to try and genocide them and all those other Balkan niggas like they did. That was kind of lame.
perspective, as you would say.
I never understood. See, here's the thing. I never understood why people got mad at Clinton for bombing the Serbians to make them stop. Like, he was literally stopping ethnic cleansing. Like, what was he supposed to do? Just let the Serbs just keep killing other white people? That's crazy.
Feels like, I really mean,
Like, he literally, Bill Clinton is like the last president who literally stopped a white genocide from taking place, and people get mad at him. I don't understand.
respectfully, it feels like you sold a little too early.
Yeah,
and
you've
you're
said
really
that
mad about
18
it.
times. You've said
I'm
that
just
30 times.
being real with you, man.
Yeah, and I'm
It
going to be
seems
real
like
with
you
you
sold a
again.
little
We
early.
can keep repeating ourselves. We can keep repeating ourselves. And I feel like I got out actually at a
How white are the Polish? See, that's the thing, right? You would think the Polish should technically be at least on par with whiteness with, say, some of the white people around the southern Baltic, right? Like the North Germans. They should at least be as white as those people. But nobody, including other Europeans, respect. I don't know, like the Polish have been treated like niggas more than almost any other major ethnic group in Europe. I've never seen a people, which is why I like them so much, because they've really just had people they just really been bullied from all sides since like the beginning of their history, which is why they're such good fighters. Because the thing about Poland is that the country has always been situated in a place where it's very hard to defend from invasions. Like, Poland has always been not as much as, say, I don't know, Russia. Russia is like really the frontier, or at least it used to be for a long while. But, you know, Poland is always the place. They were the place where a lot of the steppe niggas would start invading. They had to help fight off the Turks a lot. They got into a lot of fights with the Holy Roman Empire, and then they got in fights with the Russian Empire, and they had to fight off the Swedish. The Polish history is really just a history of them fighting off just other aggressive white people for centuries. It's actually really commendable.
Great time if you, the faggot troon guy that wears fishnets to post his ass,
I know.
is
yeah,
a Groyper, top Groyper content creator.
Groyper,
Clearly,
general.
I got out at a great time. Also,
He's the
before Ali
Groyper,
Alexander
he's
was
the
brought
top
on,
Groyper
because you keep talking
troon.
over me, but because you know it's true. Like, you keep repeating it.
Yeah,
you
sure,
got off
man.
at the wrong time, and you're gay, and you're like,
A lot of the Israelis, a lot of the Jews in Israel who've been running shit are also Jews who either they immigrated from Poland or their parents or grandparents were Polish Jews. So
one of their top guys. So clearly I didn't. Clearly we
technically it's Polish diaspora running Israel right now.
disagreed, and that's what it is. And Patrick left
listen.
because he disagreed with.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Israel and Zionism is just like the punishment to the world for bullying Poland so much.
Back to
Israel is Poland's revenge against the world.
and
You should have been nice.
John really
You shouldn't have kept invading them so much.
wasn't really ever in it that seriously. But Nick had a falling out with him because he had a cooler car and he got really upset about it, and it's all personal for him.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason.
That's real.
I'm gonna
That's true. I knew Nick unfortunately pretty well, and I was there while he seethed about John Doyle's car for.
Well,
hours.
I'll say this because you're a Trump guy. You still like Trump, and he's Trump's whole thing. Art of the deal.
And you're a brown guy. You like brown people. You're a Muslim.
Yeah,
shill,
sure,
shove
sure.
shit up your ass. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, anyways,
Who
you
still
like
likes
Trump.
Ollie Alexander?
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, so you like Trump, art of the deal. I'm gonna make you a deal, okay? If
I'm
you
good.
or any of these people in this group chat, if you guys, if you can come up with something original, I'll get you 10 gifted subs. I got you.
I don't want.
Why would that? You haven't come up with anything original this whole time. You didn't come up with nothing, bro. You didn't have anything. You just came here and you repeated the same talking points that Nick would say, but dumber. At least Nick can pretend to extrapolate upon his retarded beliefs that he's gonna flip-flop on a month or two from now. You couldn't even do that. How are you? He still never explained how he's gonna make the coalition.
You can come up
How
with
is
something
that
original about
orthodox,
me.
by the way, man?
If you can give me something original, 10 gifted subs. I got you.
Isn't it kind of fucked up?
It's like make a coalition. A coalition of who? Who's gonna be in a coalition? You gonna make it with the left? If not, are there enough people in dissident right for you guys to all come together and make a coalition out of? That's never gonna happen because everybody on the dissident right fucking hates each other. That's been a thing forever. That's the most consistent thing. In my opinion, that's the main reason why the dissident right didn't even get off the ground for real, or why none of them are really amounted to anything, is because they hate each other and they were always just getting these wars with each other. And Nick was worse at that than most of them, but still.
To profit off.
I got you. I got you with the 10 gifted subs. If you can come up.
If they could all actually come together and be kumbaya with each other, maybe they would have been able to form some fringe party and get some shit off the ground, even with all the glowy activity that would have been against them. But it's nah, you ain't getting nowhere when you got dudes like fucking Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes as your top guys. It's already over for you.
With an original tweet, I'll give you 48 hours. You can come up with an original insult for me, 48 hours, 10 gifted subs, they're yours.
Mikey, how white are Croats? Let's see. They're definitely whiter than Albanians and Armenians. Let's see. I want to say, well, I guess they're about as white as anybody else who's in that region, right? So
I got
Just
you.
because it's not original
And I'm
doesn't mean
good
it's
for it.
not true.
I'm good for it,
I
Jaden.
was calling you a
I'll say this. I'll say all of the Eastern Euros who are on the Dalmatian coast, I want to say that they're whiter than average for Eastern Europeans.
faggot before you
They're still swarthy though.
dropped
They're not tawny, but they're still pretty swarthy.
any of the gay shit or whatever was exposed. I was calling you gay just based off of your face right now. You look like Beardson's ex-wife. Did you go in and tell him, hey, I want the Carlin Borzinko cut or what?
I might need to make a whiteness stream. I might make a whiteness tier list stream, just so we can get this out the way, just so we can make it clear.
Yeah, sure. Anyway,
So then people won't be able to go around saying, well, Nick Fuentes is white. No. It's he's Mexican. It's no, but he has white ethnic groups in him. Okay, but Italian, Catholic, Irish, fucking Spaniard. Bro, that's not, come on. That's barely white.
listen, man, 10 gifted subs. If you come up,
It's bro, where's the fucking where's the Saxon? Where's the Dutch? Where's the fucking Scots? Scots English.
You can do it on Twitter, whatever. You can do it here, whatever.
Where's the Danish, bro? At least have some Scandinavian. You're gonna claim to be white. Jesus.
10 gifted subs, I got you. If you guys can come up with like an original
Nigga out here claiming to be white when they be Hungarian. Like, are you out of your mind?
Is that it? Can we move on now? You want
like, bro, you're a Magyar. You're a step nigga.
Well,
What do you mean you're
white?
white?
Are we good? Like, I call that Chris Tyson Groyper. There you go.
See, at least the Balkan niggas, at least they can say they like, oh, we're from the Balkans. We're like, technically, we descend from the ancient Greeks and shit like that. It's like, bro, come on, man. You came off the steps, bro.
That was my.
You're like 1 degree removed from Mongol.
Original one before any of the photos came out.
It was,
you were seething about it.
Jaden, and I say this genuinely. I said it genuinely. Great to meet you. I can't speak for Nick. I'm not.
Great to meet you. Right. See, like, you're just a bitch. Like, you're just a fucking passive aggressive woman bitch.
I will say
it's
this
so
to you.
great to meet you. You suck, man. It's great to meet you. Like,
are Estonians white? Yes. Here's how white Estonians are. Estonians have been able to like digitize their democratic what is it? I think it was. Wait, are they the ones who adopted? Let me see. Let me look it up real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not wrong. Estonia Bitcoin. Let's see. Estonia is among the first EU states to fully align with the markets in crypto assets MICA regulation. A license from the Estonian Financial Supervision and Resolution Authority is now MICA compliant, granting passporting rights to operate across the EU from a single base. This is how white Estonian are. They are a crypto bro friendly nation, and not in the third world way where you just come in with a lot of money. They actually like have shit set up so that dudes who like operate with crypto can like buy shit with Bitcoin and whatnot, right? That is white country activity.
Fag, you are spiritual.
El Salvador is going in that direction.
Fag, you are a fag. It makes sense. Why you are, where you are, wherever the wind blows. I'm sure you'll be back watching Hassan very soon.
Are Haitians white? No.
Yeah, I tune in every.
See, here's the thing, though. Haitians aren't white. I would say, I don't know. We could do like we can do a black tier list too, because Haitians obviously they aren't white. But it's like, are they significantly blacker than Dominicans? Because if you ask a Dominican, the answer is of course. Dominicans are like, we're like white adjacent almost, which is just preposterous. Anybody who lives in New York, right, can tell you, no, Dominicans are like, they're just Spanish speaking niggas, right? Like, I remember in 50 Cent's show Power, you know who he had playing the Dominican homie? Kendrick Lamar, right? Because that's what the average Dominican in fucking, New York looks like. Right? They look like a nigga. So we could do a blackness tier list. And we can look at all the ethnic groups like Africa and the Caribbean, Black Americans, and we can do a whiteness tier list, and then afterwards we can do a blackness tier list. That's what we can do.
Dream. I'm a top sub. Yeah. I'm a huge. Yeah, me and Hassan, dude, we're super. Actually, if anything, I'm a Hassan general. If anything, you guys can say I'm a Groyper general. I'm a Turk general. I'm an Ottoman general. But no, listen, man, I'll say this, okay?
Of course you're an Ottoman general. Probably one of them Ottoman butt boys.
I can't speak for Fuentes.
One of the sultans. I don't know. We don't talk enough. Well, maybe we do. Well, it would be weird to talk about. There was a lot of gay shit happening in the Ottoman Empire, right? You see it right now in Afghanistan. There's something about societies where they suppress women to the point that they just make women tools for reproduction. But what it is that people also like to have sex for pleasure. And it's like, well, okay, the woman isn't for pleasure. The woman is just a tool for reproduction. That's all she exists to do, reproduce and raise children. Okay, so what do you do for pleasure? Well, okay, I'll just get like a man. I'll just get a boy, a pretty boy, and I'll just, I'll fuck him. Which some people would say that was the inner Greek coming out of the Turks. Some people would argue that. But there was a lot of gay shit going on in a lot of these Muslim empires, but especially in the Ottoman empires, right?
You're a funny guy.
I can't speak for Fuentes, okay? I can't, but I'll speak for myself and say, listen, man.
There are a lot of sultans over the centuries who got up to gay sex, if you know what I mean.
You ever want to come home to the right side of history here? You want to come home?
So I can see why. I can see why Vrillium would want to call himself a fucking Hassan General. Oh, who wouldn't want to be, who wouldn't want to be a servant? You know, if you're a femboy, you would want to be a servant of some Ottoman Sultan or some Ottoman Pasha. You know, he might end up making you a concubine.
Sins are forgiven. That's my take. So if you want to come over here, get some clips. I got you with a clipper. You want to get some.
This literally happened to Vlad the Impaler's brother. So Vlad the Impaler, you know, obviously one of the most famous enemies of the Turks, at least in their early history of conquering the Balkans and Eastern Europe and shit. Vlad the Impaler, guy inspired Dracula, he had a brother called Radu. Now, when both he and Radu were young, they were prisoners for the Turks. Now, eventually, Vlad ended up getting free and he ended up becoming, well, before he ended up becoming the leader of, no, it was slightly after this. So he became the leader of Romania. Well, not Romania, Wallachia, right? He became the leader of Wallachia and he starts fighting the Turks. And he also starts breaking down on corruption. And as you know, from his sobriquet, he earned that name, the Impaler, because he was impale people, right? And this is how he stopped the Turkish invasion. He just impaled a bunch of people, criminals, corrupt politicians, Turkish dudes. He would just like impale them on spikes by the thousands, just a forest of people impaled from their ass up through their mouth. It would just make a forest of these, like just a wall, right? Trump wants to make his wall, or at least he used to want to make his wall on the Mexican border to keep the Mexicans out. Vlad the Impaler literally did this with like people on spikes. He made a wall in the Balkans to keep the Turks out. And the Turkish Sultan literally turned away because he did not want that smoke. But what he did is that he spooked people so much, all the other nobles in Wallachia were like, hey, can somebody get this nigga? So the king of Hungary, Matthias Corvinus, who has like the coolest name of any medieval king ever, the Raven King, they literally called him this, Matthias the Raven King, he ends up capturing Vlad and putting him on house arrest for like, I don't know, 14, 15 years. It was over a decade. Eventually, he ends up letting him go because the Turks start like kind of invading the Balkans again. And he's like, well, Vlad is good at keeping the Turks in check. So he sends him out there, right? And he starts cleaning house. He does a good job. He does this one raid against Mehmet the Conqueror. That's the Turkish guy who conquered the Byzantine Empire and Constantinople and shit like that. And he almost kills him. Vlad the Impaler almost took Mehmet the Conqueror out. History could have changed, but you know, he ended up failing. And eventually he ended up getting assassinated because again, he was a little bit too spicy. Anyway, that was just a long story for me to tell you that he also had a brother who he didn't go back. He ended up staying with the Ottoman Empire and being a loyal vassal for them because he was like getting fucked by the Sultan and he was in love with the Ottoman Sultan. And that was why he was loyal to the Ottoman Empire. And true story. I'm not even bullshitting. Vlad the Impaler's brother served the Ottoman Empire because he was like a butt boy, like a concubine. And he loved the Ottoman Sultan. Or maybe it was like an Ottoman Pasha. And he ended up serving them loyally until his death. Jerb82, thank you for $10. Enjoying the stream. I'm still mad at Hambly for running Sprinkle off. Girl was a delight. Met her multiple times. She's not the person Hambly painted her as. Great video you did on him. Oh yeah, I always thought that like Sprinkle, I always thought she was kind of, well, here's the thing. He called her a grifter and he said that, oh, she's going to be back and she's going to open up her Patreon and she's going to be grifting harder than ever. And she didn't do that. She literally said, I'm gonna leave. And she took the money that she made off of like her cosplay Patreon thing and she became a nurse and she literally just like never came back. Maybe she still interacts with the magic community in some capacity, but no, she never did that. What that was is that was Jeremy projecting because that's what he would have done. He actually already had a Patreon that he was begging and grifting off of, and he would proceed to grift even harder over the years.
Views, when I show on Israel, get some views. I got you, Clipper, Opus, say less. Give me a DM. I got you, okay? If you want to come back home, you don't even got to say sorry. I'll let you come back home. It's okay. But until then, it was great to meet you. And to your stream, because I know you're streaming this, God bless them all. God bless America. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I'll catch you guys around, all right? It was great talking to you.
Very powerful. Very powerful. All right, chat. That guy sucks penis, by the way.
Oh, that's a great way to end it. And oh, you're right, Scormhammer. You're right. Vlad was not assassinated. He just became a vampire, and he got locked in his little coffin until you know, some vampire hunter came and disturbed him, as was documented by Bram Stoker. People don't know this. Bram Stoker's book about Vlad Dracula. That's actually a biography, or you know, it's a history book. It's not even fiction. People don't even know that. Anyway, that was it. It took longer. I kept going on the fucking military history detours, excuse me. And as you can see, I don't know why I got all these fucking DMs here. I don't know why that happened while we were streaming. I don't know. Maybe a certain someone is watching this. I remember somebody said earlier, oh, Mikey, they're responding. They're, what was it? Vickers and Cog are both watching your documentary on them. So, okay. Hey, maybe I'll be able to react to that. Maybe they'll give me some good criticism. I'm always open to that. I'm always open to criticism. I always want to make my content better. Anyway, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. It's going to put the stream link here. I do have a video that I'm trying to drop, and it's taking me longer than usual. Well, I say longer than usual. I've literally been late posting videos for like past 3 videos have all been later than what I wanted them to be. But this time I have an excuse. The excuse is that I'm a retard, and I decided to make a video about something that might be out of my IQ, my intellectual pay grade, right? I've had to do even more research than usual, and this video ain't even gonna be like an hour. It's gonna be like a mealtime video, maybe 40 minutes, right? But it's gonna be good, right? It's gonna be great. It's gonna be like a little bit unusual. It's not gonna be the usual lol-cow type shit, because I'm trying to do like creative shit this year. Even though we are gonna do some lol-cow shit, you know, we will be revisiting Nick Fuentes. I will be making an update documentary about Nick Fuentes sometime this year, right? So, you know, look forward to that, and I appreciate you guys. And hold on. There we go. All right. Oh no. There we go. Okay. All right, peace. Thanks for showing up, you guys. See you. Retard supremacy. Hail the chat. I will get better internet, I promise.